Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 526. At this moment, the explorers who had been sent to planet Pyrolite felt much more comfortable. Only by being in the universe could they display their advantage. So what if Lu Yin was an unequaled limiter? Could he still roam the universe? However, when the explorers recalled how Lu Yin had heavily injured Night King Gu while wearing his universal armor, their psychological advantage vanished. They hoped that Lu Yin's universal armor would be destroyed and that he would die in outer space. They could not be blamed for their viciousness, as Lu Yin had done quite a few disgusting things over the past month. The most serious of them all was stealing Star Essence skins. Aside from the 2 sets that he had given to Wendy Yushan, he had stolen a total of 11 more. With his strength, his universal armor, and that terrifying gun, there was no skin that he could not get his hands on. Of the 11 skins, 5 had been sold and there were only 6 left. The 5 skins had been sold for 5,000 Star Essence, which wasn't much, but there was nothing that could be done about it. The explorers he had robbed were all from small organizations, and none of them could compare to the top 80 of the top 100 rankings. The remaining 6 skins were the same. The ground beneath Lu Yin's feet cracked open, and Hai Chi-Chi had already entered the spacecraft. Wendy Yushan had also given the 2 Star Essence skins to Lu Yin before entering the spacecraft as well. Lu Yin waited for Hai Daxiao, as he knew that the young man had something to say to him. Soon the void tore apart and Hai Daxiao appeared. When he saw Hai Daxiao, Lu Yin instinctively felt disgusted. No one liked being used, and this time he had been completely used by the Sea King's dome. Hai Daxiao wasn't surprised by Lu Yin's attitude. "Your betrothal gift is pretty good." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Don't worry, the Sea King's dome will honor its promise. From now on, Frostwave Weave will be under the Sea King's dome's protection, and it will be incorporated into the Sea King's dome," Hai Daxiao said proudly. "Is that Pyrolite enough?" Lu Yin asked. Hai Daxiao smiled. "You don't have to worry about that. You've already done what you can and you can't care about the rest. Hurry up and become an explorer. Father admires you." Lu Yin fell silent. Hai Daxiao's lips curled up. "Do you mind what happened this time?" Lu Yin sneered. "Do you like being used?" Hai Daxiao shook his head. "I don't know how to enlighten others and you don't have the qualifications for me to enlighten you. I only have one thing to say: one day you'll realize how wise you've made the right decision." He then looked at the collapsible spacecraft and at Wendy Yushan. "What's your relationship with her?" "That's none of your business." Hai Daxiao sighed in admiration. "There aren't many people in the entire universe who know a secret technique, and even I don't know it. It seems like her identity isn't as simple as it seems. I can ask Elder Ren to escort her to the Sea King's dome so that Father can protect her." "There's no need for that. We'll settle our own matters." Lu Yin was disgusted, as the Sea King's attitude was too arrogant. After using Lu Yin, the Sea King's attitude was still giving off the feeling that Lu Yin should feel honored. This made Lu Yin instinctively resist, and he really wanted to punch Hai Daxiao in the face. Hai Daxiao retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Yin. "Do you know what a secret technique represents? She's already been targeted, and even the Sea King's dome's promise might not be able to completely protect her. For her own good, let her come with me to the Sea King's dome." "I won't go to the Sea King's dome." Wendy Yushan's voice rang out. Hai Daxiao frowned. Hai Chi-Chi shouted at Hai Daxiao through the spacecraft. "Second bro, you're too stupid. How can you chase a girl like that? You should be laughing. You should be inviting her to the Sea King's dome as a guest and protecting her while you're at it. You're stupid." Hai Daxiao met Wendy Yushan's eyes and said, "The Sea King's dome's promise will keep you safe for now, but no one can predict what will happen in the future. Take care of yourself. My promise to you will always be valid." He then gave Wendy Yushan his gadget's contact information. Hai Daxiao had taken a liking to Wendy Yushan. Both Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi could tell. Lu Yin was unhappy. "Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, you can leave." Hai Daxiao glanced at Lu Yin one more time before tearing through the void and leaving. After Hai Daxiao left, the second person to appear was Lily Ann. It could be said that she had set her sights on Frostwave Weave the first time she had met Lu Yin. At that time, she had already determined Frostwave Weave's importance. This woman was very far-sighted. "Brother Lu, Granny Chan asked me to represent Northline Flow Zone. Thank you for your help. No matter how much Pyrolite we obtain, Northline Flow Zone will never forget Brother Lu's kindness," Lily Ann said solemnly. Lu Yin nodded. "If you really want to thank me, then take these." He then took out the remaining 8 Star Essence skins. I'll sell them to you at a fixed price of 5,000 star essence. This was a very fair price. Although the star essence skins were useless, the amount of star essence that could be extracted was still more than 5,000. Lillian seemed to have been prepared for this, and she took out 5,000 star essence from her cosmic ring before taking out another 3,000. That's 8,000 star essence in total. We can't let Brother Lu suffer a loss. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. To Northline Flow Zone this amount of star essence was a lot, but they did not care too much about it. However, to Lu Yin this was a huge sum that he had never seen before. Even when he had used the Sea King's medallion to reimburse himself for items in the Sea King's dome, the total cost had only been around 15,000 star essence. Now he had more than 17,000 star essence in his cosmic ring. He was too rich. He could not help but sigh at how rich he was. More than 10,000 star essence required a lot of space in a cosmic ring. Fortunately, the cosmic ring that Northgate Lai had given him had enough space. However, as he had more and more money in the future, this cosmic ring might not have enough space. Others could store their money in their cards, but Lu Yin could not, as he needed to use it at any time. This was a problem that gave him a headache. Lillian left, but before she left, she promised Lu Yin that Northline Flow Zone would do its best to help Frostwave Weave's economy recover. At the same time, Northline Flow Zone recognized Lu Yin's position in the 10 Arbiters Council, which meant that he had the authority to judge and supervise the younger generation of Northline Flow Zone. This meant that Lu Yin's current status was above Northgate Lai's. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. What was the point of having these things? When he returned to Xenu Star, the various powers would react and send their old undying powerhouses to capture Wendy Yushan. He would then have to ask Mr. Mu for help. At that time, not only would Wendy Yushan leave, but he would also leave the Great Yu Empire and the Sea King's Dome. He would then join Leon's armada in the Cosmic Sea. At that time he might even become a glorious pirate. But before that he wanted to make a trip to Shinwu continent and help Ming Yen settle down. This was also a problem that gave him a headache, but it was not too difficult to solve. The strongest person on Shinwu continent was only a hunter, and with Lu Yin's abilities he should be able to escape from a hunter. What he needed to consider now was time. He had to take Ming Yen away before the various powers fell out with the Sea King's dome over the secret technique. With Mr. Mu's abilities, it would be safe for him to head to the Cosmic Sea. The only problem was that he did not know how strong Mr. Mu was. If even Mr. Mu could not stop Lu Yin, then he would have to send Wendy to the Sea King's dome. It was a pity that he would have to leave Earth, which was the most peaceful place he had ever been. It would be very difficult for him to return to his homeland. Lu Yin had forgotten that Wendy Yushan's secret technique was very attractive to the Sword Sect and the Day-Night clan, but that was only because of the technique itself. At the very least, Vile Tree and Night Queen Shuyu could not recognize the Yu secret art. However, things were different for the Yo Court and the Neo-Human Alliance, as they had recognized the technique. In outer space, Yoyir looked at Wendy Yushan through a spacecraft. I never thought that the Yu secret art would reappear in a fringe weave. You family, you can't avoid it. In the darkness, a pair of inhuman eyes also stared at Wendy Yushan. A few days later, Lu Yin brought Hai Chi-Chi and Wendy Yushan back to Xenu Star. Hai Chi-Chi had a reluctant expression on her face, as she still wanted to go somewhere else to play. However, she did not cause any trouble for Lu Yin, as she was aware of the existence of the secret technique. At present, Lu Yin and Wendy Yushan were in an extremely difficult situation. The various powers were still sealed off around planet Pyrolite, and they were unable to send out any news. Once the seal was lifted, what awaited them would be a storm. Wendy Yushan had originally planned to head to the Innerverse Myriad Swords Peak, but Lu Yin stopped her. The Myriad Swords Peak would not give up on the Yu secret art, and no one would be able to protect her. The only possibility was to head to the Cosmic Sea, where Lu Yin's family, Big Sis, Uncle Ruben and the others were. Lu Yin gave some instructions to Hua Qingshan and the others before contacting Barley in East San Dios. He had asked Barley to keep an eye on the situation on Shinwu continent. Lu Yin had originally planned to head to Shinwu continent after making arrangements on Xenu Star and find a way to bring Ming Yen out. However, Barley had given him some very bad news. Shinwu continent was divided internally, and the Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu had allied with the powers of the outside world. Many powers had stationed powerhouses outside Shinwu continent, and aside from those who belonged to those powers, no one else was allowed to enter. Some of those powers belonged to the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin's heart sank as he had not expected this. Actually, he should have. The Day-Night clan was tyrannical, and so were the great powers of the Innerverse. Since Ming Zhaoshu was willing to cooperate with them, they naturally would not give the other powers a chance to take advantage of the situation. They would definitely seal off Shinwu continent. It would be difficult for Lu Yin to enter Shinwu continent now, and even if he did, he would have to deal with the Day-Night clan and the other powers if he wanted to leave. By that time, Planet Pyrolite's seal might have been lifted, and he would be safe with the Sea King's dome's protection. However, Wendy Yushan would not have anyone to protect her. The Sea King's dome's promise was not as important as the secret technique. Lu Yin locked himself in King Zishan's palace and pondered for a long time. In the end, he decided that he would not go to Shinwu continent for now. Aside from Ming Zhaoshu, no one else knew about his relationship with Ming Yen, and for the time being, no one could use this to make an issue out of it. Ming Zhaoshu would not easily use Ming Yen as a bargaining chip, so she should be safe. What Lu Yin needed to do now was wait for the situation to develop on Xenu Star. Besides, even if he wanted to bring Ming Yen out, she might not be willing to do so. If the great powers were to fall out with the Sea King's dome over the secret technique, then Lu Yin would have no choice but to ask Mr. Mu for help. A few more days passed, and as Northline Flow Zone finished refining pyrolite, Elder Rin lifted the seal on planet Pyrolite. Immediately many spacecraft rushed out. Elder Rin watched this scene with a calm expression. Many thanks. Cyrus. This is a reward from a brother. Update at 3 p.m. Thank you. The second volume is about to be released. Overcast Scroll. Thank you all for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 527. Elder Haidashao opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Elder Rin slowly said, "The Sea King's dome can intimidate them for the time being, but it won't last for long. During this time, they will try to find out more about that little girl and make their own arrangements. If they can't resist the temptation of the secret technique, they will make their move." "Isn't she in danger?" Haidashao couldn't help but ask upon hearing Elder Ren's words. Elder Ren glanced at him. "Do you really like her?" Haidashao nodded and raised his head. "I want to marry her." Elder Ren smiled. "That's not bad. She possesses a secret technique and is qualified to marry into the Sea King's dome. All right, I'll ask the Sea King for instructions. If it's possible, the Sea King will probably make a trip for his daughter-in-law and future son-in-law. I hope that those old bastards are truly dead. Otherwise, the universe will be thrown into chaos." They did not know that the Neoverse had been unable to sit still for a long time. Unfortunately, it had lost its way and had been led by Leon's armada all over the cosmic ocean. After planet Pyrolite's seal was lifted, the various great powers each escorted Pyrolite back to the Innerverse and remained vigilant against each other. However, the Day-Night clan, Sword Sect, One Family and other organizations weren't too worried, as no one dared to rob them. Instead, it was the smaller organizations that received news that they had been attacked not long after leaving the Astral Wilderness. At the beginning of the battle on planet Pyrolite, someone had already offered a high price to purchase Pyrolite. There was no lack of desperados in the universe, and Grand Top Weave Lars Weave and other forces were also coveting Pyrolite. As such, it was only natural that these forces would be attacked. However, when the One Family was robbed, everything became abnormal. Night Queen Chuyu put down her gadget with a solemn expression. The One Family had actually been robbed. Who would be so daring? When Kitchen was not someone to be trifled with. Only an Enlighter with a power level of around 250,000 would be able to rob the One Family, and that did not even include the Pyrolite. It should be known that the One Family had mined quite a bit of Pyrolite, and Pyrolite itself was a deterrent to outsiders. It was impossible that When Kitchen did not even have the time to detonate the Pyrolite. Now that it was snatched away, it could only prove one thing: When Kitchen did not even have the time to detonate the Pyrolite. The person who snatched it away was a horrifying elite with over 200,000 combat power. "Speed up!" Night Queen Chuyu immediately shouted. However, not long after she finished speaking, the entire spacecraft, no, the entire region of space, froze. Night Queen Chuyu's expression changed, as the power that had frozen the void caused her to tremble in fear. This was a super powerhouse. In less than a minute, the spacecraft returned to normal. Night Queen Chuyu hurriedly tore through the void and headed towards the storage area of Pyrolite, but all she saw was a blank space. Right after the Day-Night clan, the Sword Sect was robbed. Even with an Enlighter like Vile Tree, the Sword Sect's Pyrolite had still been stolen. However, during this period of time, an event that shook the entire universe occurred. An elder from the Sea King's dome had been severely injured, and Northline Flow Zone's Pyrolite had also been stolen. This news shook the Innerverse and Outerverse. Elder Ren was an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. Since he had been heavily injured, it could only mean that the one who had stolen Pyrolite was a terrifying powerhouse with a power level of over 400,000 or even 500,000. The various great powers had spent countless resources on Pyrolite, and many of their disciples and successors had lost their lives. However, it had been stolen at the last moment, which completely infuriated them. In the Day-Night clan's ancestral land, the ground cracked open as a pair of eyes opened. They looked through the void and into the endless distance. In that instant, all of the Day-Night clan members within the ancestral land felt their scalps go numb. All of the gadgets that could detect a person's power level had exploded, and the gadgets belonging to several hunters had also exploded. Their gadgets had detected a terrifying power level. The sword sect had a wine hut, and swordsmen were blessed with wine. Countless sword experts loved to drink, and many sword techniques were comprehended while drunk. At this moment, within the wine hut, an old man stood up from beneath dozens of empty wine jars. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and sighed before disappearing with a jar in his arms. In the erudite flow zone, the sound of reading resounded through the sky. Students hugged their books and swayed their heads as they read. Among the many young students, an old man with a head full of white hair was particularly eye-catching. He had been studying with this group of students for more than 10 days. The students' initial curiosity gradually turned into sympathy, and they gradually stopped paying attention to the old man. They thought that he was a scholar who had failed multiple times and was unwilling to give up, so they wanted to continue studying. The old man suddenly put down his book and looked up at the sky before disappearing. This scene shocked many of the students, and they all thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Not long after, a piece of news shook the outerverse, causing the entire outerverse to panic. An old freak with a power level of over 400,000 had appeared in the Day-Night clan, and he was investigating the matter of Pyrolite being stolen. He had even said that if he found the culprit, his entire family would be annihilated, which fully demonstrated the tyranny of the Day-Night clan. It wasn't just the Day-Night clan. The Sword Sect and the One family also had old freaks with power levels of over 400,000. Among them, the drunken elder from the Sword Sect had been the first to find Northgate Taisway from the Northline flow zone. This was because Northgate Taisway could stealthily steal all of the Pyrolite. Northgate Taisway and the drunken elder from the Sword Sect had battled in the Northline flow zone, and their battle had caused the heavens to collapse. No one knew who had won or lost. Lu Yin did not care about what was happening in outer space. He was only concerned about Wendy Yushan. Over the past few days, Wendy Yushan had received many messages from various great powers. They had all offered tempting rewards to invite Wendy Yushan to join them, and the Myriad Swords Peak had also asked her to return to her sect. They had tried peaceful means before resorting to force, as they were both wary of the Sea King's dome and wary of each other. Wendy Yushan was like another planet Pyrolite that had been placed on a platter by various great powers, ready to be enjoyed at any time. Under Wendy Yushan's radiance, Lu Yin's presence was almost non-existent. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before someone would appear on Xenu star. At this moment, many unknown spacecraft had already appeared outside the star. Hai Dashao had also tried to contact Wendy Yushan over the past few days, but she had not picked up. Lu Yin felt very satisfied when he saw this. After more than 10 days, the three old freaks that had appeared were unable to find anything. Elder Ren insisted that the culprit had come from the Neoverse. In the end, when Sansi stepped forward and invited the Starsabil sect out. Back then, Starsabil had said that when Sansi's answer would receive the Starsabil sect's support. At the time, Lu Yin had known that the Starsabil sect's support was very important, but he hadn't had a clear idea of what it meant. Only now did he truly understand what the Starsabil sect's support meant. The Starsabil sect's target was the Starfall Sea, or more accurately, the Sea King's dome. When Hai Chichi received the news, her expression changed. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. Was this for real? Was the Starsabil sect really that godly? How could he predict the cause and effect of a single move? Lu Yin didn't believe it. He didn't believe it, but everyone else did. The various powers of the universe did as well. Even though both the innerverse and outerverse were apprehensive of the Sea King's dome, that was because they were worried that the Sea King would favor one side over the other. They weren't truly afraid of the Sea King. In terms of strength, whether it was the Day-Night clan, the Sword Sect, or the One family, none of them were weaker than the Sea King's dome. Once they joined forces, even the Sea King would not be able to withstand them. When the Starsabil sect discovered that it was the Sea King's dome, the three great powers joined forces with many other powers of the Innerverse and headed towards the Starfall Sea. Among them, There were at least 10 old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands, and there were even envoys among them. I want to go back and find my father, Hai Chi anxiously said when she found Lu Yin. Lu Yin immediately comforted her and contacted Hai Dashao. Was it really your Sea King's dome that stole it? Lu Yin asked. Hai Dashao did not answer. Hai Chi anxiously said, second brother, say something. Hai Dashao calmly replied, take good care of Chi and don't let her get hurt. This matter has nothing to do with you. Lu Yin did not understand why the Sea King's dome needed pyrolite so much. To the various powers, pyrolite was only a deterrent, and it was not enough to pose a threat to powerhouses with power levels in the hundreds of thousands. This was also the reason why the various powers had not mobilized their old freaks. If there really was something that could threaten a powerhouse with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, those old freaks would have appeared long ago. However, the Sea King's need for pyrolite was too strange. It was so strange that it was unimaginable, and it was even willing to anger the various powers. Second brother, I want to go back to the Sea King's dome. I want to find my father. Hai Chi shouted. Hai Dashao calmly replied, there's no need to come back. No one dares to start a war with my Sea King's dome. Don't worry, even if all the powers of the Innerverse join forces, they still won't be able to defeat my Sea King's dome in the Starfall Sea. He then cut off the call. Hai Chi still wanted to go to the Starfall Sea, but Lu Yin stopped her. Even with the speed of a collapsible spacecraft, it'll take a long time to reach the Starfall Sea. By then everything will have been settled. Your second brother is right. Tomorrow the second volume will be released, Overturn the Heavens. Thank you brothers for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 528. During this time, the Starfall Sea had been bustling with activity. Pirate King Heizage Leon had just come to cause trouble, and now there were even more powerhouses. However, the people of the Sea King's dome had already become indifferent, as the Sea King was not even at the Sea King's dome. He was at the edge of the Starfall Sea, beneath a waterfall that was rumored to have no end. Legend had it that the river of the Starfall Sea originated from an incomparably huge waterfall. The beginning could not be seen, and the end was another waterfall that flowed in reverse. Similarly, the end could not be seen. The Starfall Sea was like a depression in a huge river. It was just that no one knew where the beginning and end were. Along with the waterfall, the Starfall Sea would have currents that could drown planets and destroy everything. Similarly, along with the waterfall, many strange objects would appear and no one knew where they came from. These objects had attracted countless people to search for them, and this was one of the reasons why the Starfall Sea had attracted so many powerhouses from the Innerverse and Outerverse. The Undying Manual had once been born in the Starfall Sea, and there were many other things that were similar to it. The Sea King stood beneath the waterfall when a group of people appeared in front of him. Halt. The Hall of Honor has ordered that no one is allowed to approach without permission. The Sea King ignored the group and leaped up, charging upwards along the waterfall. The people from the Hall of Honor were enraged and they all attacked. There were 12 of them and all of them were in lighters. Above them, a pair of eyes opened and looked at the Sea King in shock. Brother Sea King, why are you forcing your way in? The Sea King waved his hand, and the 12 enlighters spat out blood as they were sent tumbling into the waterfall. The Sea King's trident appeared in his hand and he stabbed forward. Brother Sea King, have you forgotten your agreement with the Hall of Honor? You're not allowed to approach this place. A middle-aged man then walked out of the waterfall and attacked the Sea King with his arms. The Sea King's eyes were cold. Scram! You can't stop me. There was a boom and a huge gap appeared in the waterfall. However, compared to the entire waterfall, this gap was only a small crack. The Sea King, whose power level was over 500,000, clashed with another powerhouse whose power level was also over 500,000, but he was only able to create a small crack in the waterfall. Soon, the middle-aged man spat out blood as he crashed into the waterfall. He roared, Sea King, are you betraying this region of space? The Sea King's face was grim. Instead of living under a hypocritical starry sky forever, it's better to die with dignity. I don't care how my descendants judge me, your Hall of Honor is too conservative. He then leapt up like a fish leaping over a waterfall. The middle-aged man hurriedly contacted the Hall of Honor. He had a premonition that something big was about to happen. With the Sea King's personality, he would not make a move unless he was fully prepared. Quick, get Elder Zen. The Sea King is going to open the upper 3 gates. The middle-aged man shouted into his gadget. High up in the sky, the Sea King's speed became faster and faster. As he flew higher and higher, his gaze became more and more resolute. There were no records of exactly how tall the waterfall was. However, this waterfall created the sea of fallen stars, drowning a part of the starry sky. Even planets were like grains of sand. The higher they went, the more powerful the waterfall became. However, the Sea King was still able to withstand it. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes? Even with the Sea King's speed as an emissary, he still flew for a long time. The burial grounds will reopen and the dead will reappear. So what? No one can escape the calamity that's coming, and the burial grounds will be no different, the Sea King said. Archelder Chan looked at him. How did you get Progenitor Chen's blood-stained robes? The Sea King replied, there's nothing in the Starfall Sea but I found them by chance. Archelder Chan shook his head. Everything is the will of the heavens. No, it's Progenitor Chen's blessing. Our ancestors hoped that we would resist and not wait for death without dignity. Archelder Chan looked at him for a while. It's too late to say anything now. I hope that you're right. He then took a step forward. The calamity is coming and we can't afford any more internal strife. The Hall of Honor will help you shoulder this matter, and I hope that you will shoulder your own responsibilities. Archelder Chan then vanished. The Sea King gripped his spear tightly and bowed to Archelder Chan's back. If not for Archelder Chan, he would already be dead. Lu Yin did not know what had happened in the Starfall Sea, but he had just received shocking news. The Astral River had been reversed, and the Innerverse and Outerverse had been completely separated. Even the Astral River arc had been overturned. When he first received the news, he could not believe it. Why had the Astral River changed so drastically? But when he thought about how the heavens had been torn apart, something incredible had probably happened in the depths of the universe. Beep 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 beep. Lu Yin opened his communicator. Royal Regent, an explosive energy has appeared in the third filament, and it's completely isolated from the other regions. How strong is the energy? Lu Yin asked. It's equivalent to a catastrophic cosmic event, but after some investigation, this energy has already begun to decline. It'll probably disappear completely within a month. Lu Yin expressed his understanding. Not long after, he received many more similar reports. He put down his gadget. Many places in the Great Yu Empire had been isolated by the explosive energy, but these energies did not last long. The longest would take about a year to fade, and this was just the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin believed that the rest of the Outerverse would be the same, and there would be many areas isolated by the explosive energy. Since the Astral River was liquid energy, it made sense for it to explode. With the Astral River's energy intensity, how long would it take for it to fade? Lu Yin could not guess, but it might take a very, very long time. In other words, the Innerverse and Outerverse had already been separated. Lu Yin grew excited. No matter what, the various great powers of the Innerverse had coiled around him like pythons, making it difficult for him to breathe. He had already prepared himself for the worst, but he had not expected such a drastic change in the heavens. If the Innerverse had truly been isolated, then he would not have needed to escape. At this moment, Wendy Yushan appeared with a solemn expression. Sense the void. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 530. He still had 2 more chances and he would roll either 4 pips or 3 pips. Otherwise he would have to wait for a while. However, things did not go according to his wishes. Both times he rolled a pip, and the first time he obtained a weapon with a decent design. The second time he obtained a pair of pants, which made him so angry that he burned them. He had already rolled 4 times, but his luck was too bad. He could only wait for 10 days and hope that nothing would happen during that time. In the Astral Wilderness, a flaming warship headed towards Frostwave Weave with cultivators from the Blaze Realm on board. The Blaze Realm had only managed to obtain a limited amount of pyrolite during this contest for pyrolite, and the most fundamental reason for this was that Lu Yin had killed Jared, which had caused the Blaze Realm's late-stage experts to be unable to keep up. Furthermore, the person who was supposed to be there did not show up, which infuriated Huahui. That person had only arrived after the contest on planet Pyrolite had ended. Lily Rose was that person. She was beautiful and ruthless, and more importantly, she was ranked 31st on the top 100 rankings. Unfortunately, Lu Yin and the others had already left by the time she arrived at planet Pyrolite. At this moment, Lily Rose was lazily leaning against the wall of the warship, revealing her long snow-white legs as she stared into space. The weather has changed and I can't go back to the Innerverse. I wonder if there are any interesting people in the Outerverse. She then thought of Huahui and smiled. Wendy Yushan will probably disappear from the top 100 rankings soon, and I'll be able to enter the top 30. Unfortunately, Lu Yin is an interesting man. Senior sister? A surprised voice rang out, and Lily Rose turned around to see a fair-skinned youth with a strange look in his eyes. Senior sister, it's me. Do you remember me? You were the one who brought me to the Blaze Realm when I was young. The youth happily ran over to Lily Rose and looked at her fervently. Lily Rose blinked and licked her lips, revealing a seductive expression. Is that so? The youth's heartbeat quickened and he gulped. There were 1,000 of us back then, so it's normal that you don't remember. Senior sister, where have you been all these years? There has been no trace of you in the Blaze Realm. Lily Rose smiled and raised a finger, and under the youth's shocked gaze, she lifted his chin and slowly approached him. Junior brother, I'm very tired. Can you let me lean on you for a while? The young man's eyes glazed over and he swallowed again. His eyes unconsciously swept over Lily Rose's body. Her exquisite curvy figure released a tempting fragrance, and her bright red dress was extremely beautiful, making the young man speechless. With a faint smile, Lily Rose's lips moved closer. The young man only felt warmth and was wrapped in indescribable beauty. His hands unconsciously wrapped around Lily Rose's slender waist. At the border of Frostwave Weave, a fleet was patrolling. Everything seemed normal at first, but in the next instant, endless flames spread out and burned the entire fleet to ashes. A figure flitted across the void and stared ahead with a fierce gaze. On Xenu Star, Lu Yin felt a headache coming on as he looked at the pile of memorials in front of him. He had no idea how Undying Yushan had dealt with all of this in the past. The Great Yu Empire was huge and it spanned 13 filaments. Countless incidents had occurred and now more than half of Frostwave Weave had been affected. Lu Yin had already handed over most of the memorials to the others, but there was still a lot left for him. He couldn't find Wendy Yushan, which was a result of her experience. She must have known that he would face such a situation and left him behind while she ran off. Lu Yin sighed and opened one of the memorials. It required Lu Yin's approval on whether or not he needed to use military force to suppress the rebels on a certain planet. Lu Yin could do so without further ado. The next one was for him to approve reinforcements to a certain filament, which gave him a headache. He really couldn't take it anymore. If he was trapped in a pile of memorials, he wouldn't be able to do anything. No, he had to find someone to deal with this. However, most of the Great Yu Empire's courtiers were still the same batch as Undying Yushans, and aside from a few people, the rest of them were disgusting to Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not accept their ugly behavior when they faced Karthika. It's time for a test to pick out talented people to handle government affairs, Lu Yin muttered to himself before burying himself in the pile of memorials once more. Suddenly his gadget beeped. Lu Yin looked at it and his expression changed. He immediately contacted Banjio to activate Xenu Star's defenses. Lu Yin leaped into the sky, followed by Hua Qingshan, Peach, Rakiana, and the rest. They all looked at the sky with solemn expressions. They had all received reports that all of the fleets along the line from North Castle Weave to Frostwave Weave had been annihilated and devoured by a sea of flames. That line was headed straight for Xenu Star. The situation that they had been most worried about had finally occurred. A powerhouse had attacked Frostwave Weave, and it had already caused great losses. It was unrealistic to try to evacuate the people on Xenu Star at this time. If the other party was an enlighter, they would be able to move very quickly. Lu Yin's expression darkened, and he rubbed his cosmic ring. It seemed that he still couldn't avoid it. The powerhouse who had attacked this time was very likely an enlighter. The flames were most likely from the Blaze Realm's enlighter, Wahowie. Wendy Yushan appeared and looked at Lu Yin solemnly. Next, Banjio appeared, and an invisible energy barrier appeared around Xenu Star. Even the 3 ring continents were enveloped by this energy barrier. This was Xenu Star's strongest defense, and it had been created by Undying Yushan when he was still in power. It was said that it could even block a peak hunter's attack. Along the way we've detected the power level feedback. The enemy isn't far from Xenu Star, Banjio said solemnly. The entire Xenu Star entered a state of combat readiness. A few hours later, the energy barrier around Xenu Star turned bright red, and an incomparably terrifying pressure spread out and roasted the entire planet. The people on Xenu Star trembled in fear as the temperature of the atmosphere rose, and even the oceans began to evaporate. Wahowie stood in outer space and looked down. He raised a hand and a giant palm of flames pressed down. With a boom, the 3 ring continents began to crumble, and the energy barrier shattered. Lu Yin donned his universal armor and took out his money bomb, aiming it at Wahowie. At the same time, Hua Qingshan, the blind monk, and the rest acted at the same time, sending countless attacks towards Huahui. Huahui sneered. "I'll show you what it means to be an enlighter." He then swept his hand through the void, causing layers of ripples to appear. Suddenly, the void split open and all of the attacks were sucked into the void and disappeared. Although the sky had changed, an enlighter could still tear through the void. This was the power of an almighty being. At that moment, all of the devices on Xenu Star that were used to measure power level exploded. Huahui had displayed an unparalleled strength. The Great Yu Empire had never provoked an enlighter before. Even Luiying Zishan, Peach, and the others had never encountered such a terrifying power. The pressure that this power brought about made them lose the courage to resist. Lu Yin's money bomb attack was also useless against Huahui. Huahui stepped forward and appeared in front of Lu Yin and the rest. He waved his hand, causing flames to burn the void. The two hunters, Hua Qingshan and the blind monk, immediately stepped forward to block the attack, but they were blasted away by the flames. Lu Yin stood in front of the group and stared at Huahui. A jade stone suddenly appeared in his hand. As long as he crushed it, Mr. Mu would appear. Hold on, Lu Yin suddenly remembered that the inner verse and outer verse had been separated. Could Mr. Mu appear? When he thought of this, his face turned pale. If Mr. Mu could not appear, then he could only try to contact Granny Chan from the Northline Flow Zone. Northline Flow Zone owed him a promise. Huahui looked at Lu Yin coldly. "Brat, weren't you very arrogant on planet Pyrolite? You killed my Blaze Realms experts, chased away the Day-Night Clan and Sword Sex experts, and even fought against someone on the top 100 rankings. What now?" Lu Yin's eyes flickered and he was bewildered. Wendy Yushan spoke up. "Huahui, you want the secret technique, right?" Huahui looked at Wendy Yushan with desire and greed in his eyes. "That's right. I'll go with you on the condition that you don't hurt anyone else. Otherwise, I'd rather kill myself so that you can never obtain the secret technique," Wendy Yushan said indifferently. Lu Yin pulled Wendy Yushan back. "No." Peach and the rest spoke up as well. Wendy Yushan pushed Lu Yin away and stared at Huahui. Huahui thought about it for a moment. Compared to the importance of the secret technique, these people's lives were worthless to him, and he was also afraid that something would go wrong. "Fine, I agree. I won't hurt anyone else. Come with me." Wendy Yushan's eyes dimmed and she looked at Lu Yin. "Take care of yourself." Lu Yin's expression was resolute, and he was about to crush the jade when Hai Chi-Chi, who had been hiding, appeared. She calmly looked at Huahui. "Frostwave Weave is under the protection of the Sea King's dome. Have you forgotten?" Huahui smiled and shook his head. "Little girl, I know that you're the Sea King's daughter, but now that the inner verse and outer verse have been separated, the Sea King's dome can't extend its reach into Frostwave Weave. Besides, even if the inner verse and outer verse weren't separated, the Sea King would still have offended the entire inner verse by stealing Pyrolite. The Sea King's dome won't have a good time either." Hai Chi-Chi looked up. The Sea King's dome is a man of his word. He said that Frostwave Weave is under the protection of the Sea King's dome, so he won't allow anyone to act presumptuously. Then a blue light bloomed from her body, and the Sea King's trident appeared in her hand. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he recognized the Sea King's trident. What had appeared in Hai Chi-Chi's hand was definitely the Sea King's trident, even if it was just an illusion. The moment the Sea King's trident appeared, everyone on Xenu Star felt an unparalleled power. This power far surpassed Huahui's, and it dispersed the heat waves that had been roasting Xenu Star. Huahui stared at the Sea King's trident in shock. This is the Sea King's power." Hai Chi-Chi raised her spear. "Retreat or die." Huahui immediately retreated without hesitation, as he had sensed a fatal danger. This was definitely the Sea King's power, and he had never thought that the Sea King could merge his own power into another person's body. This power was enough to kill Huahui. Sometimes, the longer a person lived, the more they did not want to die. Huahui was one such person. Regardless of whether or not Hai Chi-Chi had the power to kill an enlighter, he did not dare to take the risk. It was no wonder why the Sea King had said that Hai Chi-Chi did not need his protection. It turned out that she had the Sea King's power within her body. Wait, didn't she say that she could not sense the Sea King's power? Could it be that the reason why she could sense the Sea King's power was because of the power that the Sea King had merged into her body? If that was the case, then this power was as much as it had been consumed, and there was no way to replenish it. Lu Yin hurriedly had Hai Chi-Chi withdraw her power. Third update, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 531. Hai Chi-Chi's body swayed and the blue halo disappeared. Her face was pale and she looked much weaker than before. Lu Yin hurriedly supported her, but she pushed him away and left on her own. Banjo stepped forward. That person is already heading towards North Castle Weave. He didn't stop. Lu Yin nodded. Hua Hao had been scared out of his wits, and he was too afraid of death. Wendy Yushan said, "Go comfort her. She saved us." Lu Yin grunted. "I'll leave the rest to you." He then chased after Hai Chi-Chi. Hai Chi-Chi arrived at the shore, which had already collapsed. Much of the sea had been evaporated by Hua Hao's power, and it was still steaming. Hai Chi-Chi reached into the sea with a melancholic expression. Lu Yin appeared behind her, as this was the first time he had seen Hai Chi-Chi like this. She had grown up overnight after the Sea King's accident. Just like before, she had shouldered the promise of the Sea King's dome, and she was no longer the venomous girl who liked to insult others. In the past, I always thought that father was the greatest person in the universe. There was nothing that he couldn't solve, and there was no one who dared to oppose him, Hai Chi-Chi said dejectedly. Lu Yin sat down beside her and looked at her. The Sea King is indeed powerful, but the boundaries of the universe can never be seen. No one is invincible, but I believe that nothing will happen to the Sea King. Hai Chi-Chi raised her hand, and the blue halo flickered before disappearing. Father's power is gone. Lu Yin was puzzled. The Sea King only fused that much power into your body? Hai Chi-Chi hugged her knees. That person was an enlighter. Lu Yin understood. The Sea King had indeed fused a lot of power into Hai Chi-Chi's body, but her body's ability to withstand it had to be considered. At most, he could fuse power that could threaten an enlighter and it would be gone after a single use. Before I left, I asked father what would happen if his power was gone. Hai Chi-Chi looked up with red eyes. Father told me that he would know if it was gone, and he would come and get me. She paused as tears streamed down her face. I also asked second brother what would happen if father didn't come. Second brother said that regardless of whether it was father, eldest brother, or himself, as long as I said the word, they would immediately appear. No matter how dark the universe is, I'm not afraid. Hai Chi-Chi raised her gadget and tried to contact Hai Daxiao, but she could no longer contact him. The innerverse and outerverse had been separated, and the network had been cut off as well. All connections with the innerverse had been severed. Hai Chi-Chi buried her head in her arms, appearing very helpless. She no longer had a home, especially when the Sea King's dome was facing a crisis. She could not do anything and she did not know anything. Lu Yin had experienced this feeling before, and he understood her helplessness. However, there was nothing he could do as he did not have the ability to make any promises. Even an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands would not be able to break through the Astral River's seal, let alone Lu Yin. Perhaps this parting would last for countless years, and Hai Chi-Chi would never be able to return to the Sea King's dome. She knew it herself, so she grew up. Lu Yin placed a hand on her head. I promise you that I'll send you back to the Sea King's dome, even if there's only the slightest possibility. Hai Chi-Chi was silent. News of Hua Hao's retreat from Xenu Star had been purposely spread by Lu Yin's subordinates to intimidate other enlighters. Hua Hao was not the only enlighter who coveted the secret technique, and the Blaze Realm was not the only organization that had a grudge against Lu Yin. He wanted to use this matter to stabilize himself for a period of time. But now, Banjo did not finish his sentence, but Lu Yin had already guessed it. That's right, those explorers, cruisers, hunters, and even enlighters did not have the resources of their organizations to support them, so they would face a period of decline. In order to avoid that period of decline, they would crazily plunder resources. Why hadn't he thought of this before? No space-exploring powerhouse would want to face a period of decline. Only by seizing a certain amount of resources would they be able to safely wait for the innerverse and outerverse to reconnect. Ordinary powerhouses would be fine, but enlighters required a terrifying amount of resources. If that was the case, then the outerverse would indeed descend into chaos. Even the Great Yu Empire's resources might not be enough to satisfy an enlighter. How many enlighters were currently trapped in the outerverse? Even if a weave supported just one, the surrounding weaves would be crippled. Furthermore, how could the surrounding weaves be willing to support these enlighters? If they could not obtain resources, then these powerhouses would only have one method, which was to plunder them, which would be equivalent to declaring war. Previously, Lu Yin had only considered the allure of secret techniques to enlighters, but now he had to consider resources as well. Hai Chi-Chi's deterrence would not be enough to protect the Great Yu Empire for too long, and it was only a matter of time before the Great Yu Empire would face the plundering of other powerhouses. Grand Top Weave, Lars Weave and other weaves might already be facing plundering. No, he had to quickly gain the ability to protect himself. A few days later, while Luin was waiting for his die to recover, he received news that Grand Top Weave's 9 Stacks sect had been destroyed. The sect's strongest hunter had been killed, and the rest had been scattered. The sect's resources had also been plundered clean by an enlighter. Not long after, there were other tragic cases of other organizations being plundered. Aside from Frostwave Weave, the surrounding weaves had all fallen into a quagmire of war, and it had all been one-sided. Against an enlighter, those organizations were like paper and were easily destroyed. Luin grew more and more anxious, and he finally returned to King Zishan's palace after 10 days. He took out his die and tapped it with a look of intense anticipation. Aside from the battle with Qingyu on Earth, he had never been so excited before, as this was a matter of life and death. This time his luck was quite good and he immediately rolled 3 pips. When he saw the 2 screens appear, Luin heaved a sigh of relief. It was time to go all out. As he thought about it, he took out his remaining 4 money bombs. He had upgraded 3 money bombs in the past, and he had given one to Wendy Yushan and one to Huahui. He still had 1 left, but this time he wanted to upgrade all of them to the peak. He remembered that upgrading the money bomb had made him feel uneasy, and he had spent dozens of star essence. He tossed the upgraded money bomb onto the screen and then tossed in 100 star essence. He was rich and he could do whatever he wanted. The money bomb dropped twice and it had been upgraded twice. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy, and he saw that the rune lines had become extremely large. This proved that this money bomb had a huge effect on the universe, but it was still far from reaching Huahui's level. He tossed in another 100 star essence, but unfortunately the money bomb did not upgrade completely. He gritted his teeth and tossed in 1,000 star essence. The money bomb had been upgraded twice, which meant that it had been upgraded 4 times. At this point, the number of rune lines within the money bomb was about the same as Huahui's, which meant that this money bomb had the destructive power of an enlighter. Luin was excited, as the money bomb had been upgraded from its initial state to its current state. He had already spent 1,250 star essence, but it still wasn't enough. He needed a destructive power that could instantly kill an enlighter. As he thought about it, he tossed in 2,000 star essence and upgraded the money bomb twice. As he looked at the money bomb, Luin saw a terrifying number of rune lines. He had never seen so many rune lines in his entire life, and in terms of power, he estimated that it could rival 270,000 to 80,000. If he caught an enlighter off guard, it should be able to heavily injure or even kill him. Luin carefully put the money bomb away and calculated that upgrading it to its current state had cost him 3,300 star essence. He still had 3 more money bombs and upgrading them all would require over 10,000 star essence. No, he didn't have enough money. He was speechless as no matter how much he earned, it would never be enough. However, he had no other choice as he had to change his target to an enlighter. There was no such expert in the entire Frostwave Weave, and he had to pay 3,000 star essence to fight against an enlighter. This was the price he had to pay. He suppressed his desire to upgrade all of the money bombs and instead took out his universal armor. Compared to offense, defense was also very important. His current universal armor was not strong enough to defend against an enlighter's power, so he had to furiously upgrade it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 532. The universal armor had been upgraded 5 times, but it still wasn't enough to withstand an enlighter's attack. Luin placed the universal armor on the upper screen and then tossed in 1,000 star essence. He realized that he was spending more and more extravagantly. He had risked his life to rob the Blackbeard pirates, but he had only managed to obtain a few thousand star essence, and now he was spending it all in an instant. 1,000 star essence had only been enough to upgrade the universal armor once, which was far more than what Luin had expected, which was that it would only take 1 or 200 star essence to upgrade it. The cost of upgrading the universal armor from being able to withstand attacks with a power level of over 100,000 to over 200,000 was not a simple one. He tossed in another 2,000 star essence, which upgraded the universal armor by 1.5 times. It was stuck in the middle, so he tossed in another 700 star essence to upgrade the universal armor twice. Now the universal armor's appearance had changed, and it gave off a cold aura. As for the number of rune lines, since the universal armor wasn't an offensive weapon, he couldn't tell how many there were. However, Luin guessed that it should be able to withstand attacks with a power level of around 250,000. After all, he had spent almost 4,000 star essence on it. Still, this wasn't enough for Luin as he had a strong desire to survive. He tossed in another 2,000 star essence, but this time the universal armor hadn't even been upgraded once. He tossed in another 300 star essence to upgrade it once, which should be enough to withstand attacks with a power level of 270,000 to 280,000. That should be enough to deal with the outer verse. Lu Yin's heart ached as he checked his cosmic ring. He still had 7,520 star essence left. He was spending money too quickly and his heart ached. He had gone from 10,000 star essence to 7,000 star essence, but he had only upgraded 2 items. At this moment he was very envious of Lulu. If the Mavis family's money was given to him, then he could upgrade the universal armor to the point where even the collapse of the universe wouldn't be able to harm him. Unfortunately, he could only dream about it. He didn't know if the Mavis family was looking for a son-in-law, but he couldn't help but think about it. The last item to be upgraded had already been decided, and it was the gun. This gun had never been upgraded before. Every bullet had around 80,000 attack power, and there were still 20 bullets left. Upgrading the gun meant that there would be an overall increase of 20 attacks. He placed the gun on the upper screen, gritted his teeth and tossed in 3,000 star essence. The gun had been upgraded 4 times, which meant that it consumed more star essence than the money bomb or the universal armor. Even after upgrading the gun 4 times, Lu Yin could tell that its rune lines were only comparable to a hunter's. His heart sank as it seemed that he didn't have enough money to upgrade the gun to the point where it could threaten an enlighter. Lu Yin tossed out another 4,000 star essence and upgraded the gun 3 times. The number of rune lines now rivaled that of the money bomb. In other words, each attack had a power level of around 150,000, which was enough to instantly kill a normal hunter. He had spent more than 10,000 star essence to upgrade 3 items. He watched as the 2 screens disappeared and he felt a little dizzy. His money was gone and he only had 500 star essence left. Actually, there was one more thing that he really wanted to upgrade, and that was his formcast model. His current formcast model had been upgraded 5 times, and he wanted to upgrade it to 6 times. Otherwise, the formcast model would disappear the moment he became an explorer, but he had no money. Money, money, money. He wasn't the only one who needed money. All of the powerhouses trapped in the outer verse needed money. Money was the goal that everyone strived for. Those powerhouses needed money to survive, while Lu Yin needed money to protect himself. If he wanted to protect himself, then he would have to threaten those powerhouses' lives. This was a vicious cycle that he couldn't break free from. It was time for him to participate in a money-grabbing operation. As he walked out of King Zishan's palace, he bumped into Wendy Yushan. She didn't look too well, but her eyes lit up when she saw Lu Yin. "I'll leave those matters to you. I don't care." She then ran off. Lu Yin knew what she was talking about, but he didn't have the time to care. The next day, Lu Yin announced that the Great Yu Empire's defenses would be completely reduced, and no one objected. The surrounding weaves had been attacked and some had even been wiped out. Frostwave Weave was temporarily safe because of the incident with Huahui, but that didn't mean that it would be safe forever. Powerhouses would appear sooner or later, and for now they could only reduce their defenses. The court session lasted for 3 hours, and everyone in the Great Yu Empire was in a state of panic. The situation in the surrounding weaves made them apprehensive. After the court session, Lu Yin asked Hua Qingshan, Banjiu, and the others to send people to the surrounding weaves to gather information. The network was still intermittent, so they couldn't get any information. They only knew that the surrounding weaves had been attacked, but no one knew the specifics or who had occupied them. Hua Qingshan and the others assumed that Lu Yin was worried about being attacked, but in reality, Lu Yin was planning to participate. He couldn't be passive if he wanted to preserve his life, and only by participating could he protect himself. If a sheep transformed into a wolf, then a pack of wolves would be afraid of it and wouldn't easily attack it. However, the prerequisite was that the pack of wolves had to know that the sheep had transformed. Lu Yin was now waiting for the moment to transform into a wolf. He believed that it wouldn't be long before an enlighter attacked Frostwave Weave. That would be the moment he transformed into a wolf, and it would also be the time for him to participate in the plundering of resources. Frostwave Weave had been peaceful for a few months, but Lu Yin had already been cultivating for 5 years. 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and he had gone from an ordinary youth on Earth to a powerhouse at his current level. Everything had changed in the span of 5 years. A year ago he had still been climbing a mountain in the space with the Golden Ocean, and then he had met Mr. Mu, who had increased his physical strength. Now, the inner verse and outer verse had been completely separated, and he could only stay in the Great Yu Empire. He didn't know if he would ever be able to return to the inner verse or if he would ever meet Mr. Mu again. A month ago he had felt like he was about to break through to the explorer realm, but he had forcefully suppressed it. His previous experience had made him feel uneasy, and he didn't dare to break through without an absolute powerhouse by his side. However, there were no absolute powerhouses in the outerverse at this moment. Luin took out the jade and sighed. Perhaps even Mr. Mu couldn't travel through the Astral River. Hai Chi-Chi had recovered over the past few months and was no longer sad, but she had also changed. The biggest difference from before was that she was no longer as sharp-tongued. Luin missed the time when the monkey had mocked him for being cheap. "Seventh bro, I want to break through," the monkey suddenly said. Luin was shocked. "You want to break through to the explorer realm?" "Yes, I've been stuck as a Lemeter for a long time, and it's time for me to break through. If I do, you'll be able to roam the universe even without your universal armor because I'm your tamed beast." Luin calmly replied, "If you want to break through, then break through. It doesn't matter. Even if you become a cruiser or a hunter, I can still easily suppress you." The monkey was speechless. "Seventh bro, can't you say something encouraging?" "I'm warning you not to try anything funny," Luin said coldly. The monkey sighed. "Seventh bro, I've been with you for so many years. Why don't you trust me? I'm your tamed beast and my life and death are in your hands. There's no need to threaten me. Besides, you block me off every once in a while, which is immoral. You should really go to the Beast Tamer's flow zone and ask around to find out when tamed beasts can resist their masters." Luin didn't want to listen to the monkey's nonsense. Other tamed beasts were controlled by the human, but the monkey was the opposite. Who knew if there would be any problems? Luin wasn't willing to take such a risk. "Seventh bro, let's find a place so that I can break through," the monkey said. Luin nodded, and just as he was about to head to a more remote location, his gadget suddenly rang. He glanced at it and his expression changed as his gaze turned cold. What had to come had finally come. Hai Chi-Chi's deterrence had lasted for a few months, which was pretty good, but he still couldn't escape this day. Ever since the Great Yu Empire had withdrawn all of its defenses a few months ago, Luin had been well aware of all the happenings within the empire. Just now he had received a report that there was an extremely powerful presence that exceeded 200,000. This meant that an enlighter had appeared in the Great Yu Empire and was heading straight for Xenu Star. There was even an image in the report, and although it was blurry, Luin could still recognize it. It was an astral beast and there was only one enlighter who had an astral beast, Karthika. Luin immediately ordered his troops to not approach Karthika. He then contacted Hua Qingshan and put on his universal armor. Not long after, Hua Qingshan appeared with a solemn expression. "An enlighter has appeared. I'll take care of this matter, so take me to outer space," Luin said. Hua Qingshan didn't say anything, and he silently led Luin into outer space. At the same time, Xenu Star activated its defenses once more, and Banjio and the rest were ordered not to leave the star. Wendy Yushan looked worried and she couldn't help but look for Hai Chi-Chi. However, Hai Chi-Chi's answer was the same as it had been a few months ago. The Sea King's power had been used up, and she was powerless to fight against an enlighter. Wendy Yushan also rushed into outer space. Without the Sea King's power, there was no way they could stop an enlighter. She planned to sacrifice herself in exchange for the safety of Frostwave Weave. In the dark depths of outer space, all sorts of spacecraft were ordered to land on nearby planets, and the area around Xenu Star was cleared. Luin and Hua Qingshan quietly looked towards the north, and Wendy Yushan appeared behind them. Luin knew that he couldn't stop her. "Let me try first. If I can't stop them, then I'll listen to you." Wendy Yushan looked at him and nodded. "All right." In the distance, there was a ripple in outer space as an intense pressure swept out. Many asteroids shattered and turned to dust as a colossal creature rapidly approached from afar and let out a deafening roar. Lu Yin's face turned solemn. Karthika had a tamed beast, which was a manifestation of his strength. His tamed beast had the power of an enlighter, and Karthika himself also had the power of an enlighter. Fighting against him was equivalent to fighting against two enlighters, which was much more troublesome than fighting against Huahui. As the giant astral beast approached, layers of ripples appeared in the void and spread out, causing the three rings around Xenu Star to become unstable. To the people on Xenu Star, this was the end of the world. Soon Luin and the rest saw the astral beast clearly. It had the appearance of a continent, but it had no limbs. The roar came from within, and it really did seem like a continent was crushing down on them. Karthika stood on the astral beast's back and looked at Lu Yin's group with a smile. "Little brat, I told you that I would come looking for you." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Huahui was almost killed. Didn't he tell you?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 533. Karthika sneered. So what? You're just a limiter. Even if you borrow the strength of a powerhouse, there's still a limit. Do you really think that we're so easily fooled? Today I'll massacre Xenu Star and make you pay for your previous actions. Lu Yin stepped forward. What if I tell you a secret? Karthika shook his head. Junior, I've lived for so long. Do you think that you can fool me with just a few words? Aside from secret techniques, I'm not interested in anything else. It's a secret technique. Lu Yin shouted. To the side, Wendy Yushan's body trembled and she looked at Lu Yin. Secret technique inheritances were not like battle techniques that could be recorded without limit. Every secret technique had a specific inheritance method, and only by using a specific method could the secret technique be preserved for the inheritor to learn. For example, Undying Yushan had only been able to create 2 inheritance chips for the Yu secret art, and he was unable to create any more. The Yo secret art was a secret technique that could only be passed down to a single person. Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Did he have more Yu secret art inheritance chips? Her father had not left behind 2 but 3? Karthika's eyes lit up as he stared at Lu Yin. The giant astral beast was less than 10,000 meters away from Lu Yin's group, and to the beast's enormous size, this distance was nothing more than an inch. In Karthika's eyes, Lu Yin's group was nothing more than ants. Karthika was a cautious person, and he would not give even ants a chance to turn the tables. He thought about it and shouted, if you hand over the secret technique and all of the Great Yu Empire's resources, I'll let you go and guarantee that the Blaze Realm will not cause trouble for you. Lu Yin's heart sank. This old man had allied himself with the Blaze Realm, which was troublesome. Even if he could deal with this old man, he would not be able to deal with Huahui. This was Karthika's goal. He wanted Lu Yin to be wary, even if he did not think that Lu Yin had the ability to threaten him. Is this a promise from Senior? Lu Yin asked loudly. Karthika laughed. Senior? Kid, you've only just learned to respect the strong, but it's not too late. Hand over the secret technique, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Lu Yin shouted, all right, I'll hand over the secret technique. He then leapt up and charged at Karthika. Karthika looked at Lu Yin warily. Kid, don't try anything funny. Otherwise, countless people in the Great Yu Empire will be buried with you. Lu Yin took out a wrap chip. This junior wouldn't dare. He slowly approached Karthika, stopping when he was 1,000 meters away. He then tossed the wrap chip at Karthika. When Karthika saw that Lu Yin was no longer approaching him, he let down his guard. Even if this brat still had the Sea King's strength, it was impossible for him to instantly kill him without any time to react. Enlighters were not made of clay, and it was only when Lu Yin stopped and tossed the chip out that Karthika completely believed him. Without the protection of the Sea King's dome, this brat was just a limiter. At this moment, Karthika suddenly felt a sense of appreciation for talent. If he could recruit this kid into the 2nd grade hall, then he would definitely become an absolute powerhouse in the future. Karthika reached out and grabbed the chip. He then tossed aside all distracting thoughts and eagerly opened the package to look at the chip. The moment the package was completely opened, Karthika's mind trembled, and his mind went blank. Lu Yin suddenly accelerated towards Karthika, raised a hand and took out a money bomb. He aimed it at Karthika and fired. A beam of light exploded from the money bomb and pierced through Karthika's head. Normal explorers would take 100 years, but Karthika had become an enlighter, which meant that his innate gift was extremely high, and he could complete his cycle in less than 100 years. In other words, even if he only completed his cycle once every 100 years, the 2nd grade hall would have to invest at least 60,000 star essence into him. Now that the 2nd grade hall no longer existed, it would be far too difficult for Karthika to obtain enough star essence to support his cycle. This was also why the 2nd grade hall was so eager to plunder the resources. The outerverse was different from the innerverse, and star essence rarely appeared in the outerverse. As he looked at the star essence that filled the void, Lu Yin hurriedly put it away. Most of the other items were medicine from Shamrock Enterprises, as well as many other items that he did not recognize. As an enlighter, Karthika did not travel around often, so the items he had brought with him were not too complicated. Lu Yin had Hua Qingshan send someone to pack up the items before returning to Xenu Star. From start to finish, Hua Qingshan was in a state of shock. In the outerverse, enlighters were extremely rare, and there was not even one in Frostwave Weave. Now, one had actually been killed, which was too inconceivable. After returning to Xenu Star, Lu Yin said to Wendy Yushan, I know that you have many questions, but I'll answer them in the future. For now you just have to trust me. Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin. Who exactly are you? Lu Yin's eyes flashed, but he did not reply. That's not an outerverse weapon. There are no weapons in the outerverse that can instantly kill Enlighters. You have someone backing you, right? Wendy Yushan asked. She had been pondering this question for a long time, ever since she had met Lu Yin in East San Dios. Lu Yin answered, it's called a gold coin grenade. It's a weapon that one of Astral 10's mentors sold me. Wendy Yushan looked into Lu Yin's eyes and then turned around. You didn't answer me directly. She then left. Lu Yin watched Wendy Yushan's disappearing figure and fell into deep thought. How was he supposed to answer her? Was he supposed to tell her that he wasn't a descendant of the Zishan bloodline? He would think about it in the future. She only suspected that he had someone backing him, but she did not doubt the authenticity of his identity as a descendant of the Zishan bloodline. After all, the blood test from back then had been verified. Lu Yin would not hide the fact that Karthika had been killed. He had sent someone to spread the news of Karthika's death in order to intimidate the Enlighters. Karthika's death had been caused by the Sea King's strength. Wahowie was the first to hear the news, and his first reaction was disbelief. He tried to contact Karthika but to no avail. When he thought back to Hai Chi-Chi's strength, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately he had not gone, or else he would have been the one to die. The Sea King's strength was unfathomable, and even an Enlighter could be killed in an instant. However, there shouldn't be anyone else. Wahowie wasn't sure, and he didn't want to take any risks for the time being. However, even if he didn't go himself, he could still find a hunter to try. Not many people had left the outerverse at the time, and many powerhouses from the various great powers had remained in the astral wilderness. One after another, they found out that Karthika had been killed, and they were all shocked by the Great Yu Empire's strength. Lu Yin's goal had been achieved, and he had joined the pack of wolves to plunder resources instead of being plundered. The Great Yu Empire had already scouted out the situation in the surrounding weaves. Lu Yin planned to roll his die again and roll Enhance, which would completely increase the gun's power to the point where it could threaten an Enlighter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 534. At this point, the number of rune lines within the gun was close to Karthika's own. Karthika was an Enlighter, and his power was mainly reflected in his tamed beasts. Even so, he was still a bona fide Enlighter. This gun already had the power to threaten an Enlighter, but it still needed to be upgraded to the same level as the money bomb, which could instantly kill Enlighters. It had already been upgraded 10 times, and the 11th upgrade had consumed more than 4,000 star essence. Lu Yin's scalp went numb as it was too expensive. 4,000 star essence was equivalent to 4 billion star crystals, and this was only the most basic exchange rate. 4 billion star crystals could not even be exchanged for 4,000 star essence. If this amount of money was converted into universal currency, it would be enough to cover the Great Yu Empire's military expenses for an entire year. In other words, Lu Yin had casually used up an entire year's worth of the Great Yu Empire's military expenses. Fortunately, I didn't count on the Great Yu Empire to make money. Otherwise, even if I emptied the entire empire, I wouldn't be able to upgrade it even once. Lu Yin sighed as he looked at the number of rune lines within the gun. No, it still wasn't enough. He needed to upgrade it even more. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and threw in another 6,000 star essence to upgrade the gun once more, but it still wasn't enough. Each attack was definitely powerful enough to threaten an Enlighter, but it still wasn't enough to instantly kill Karthika. The 13th upgrade cost Lu Yin more than 10,000 star essence, and his hands were trembling. At this point, the number of rune lines within the gun had already reached an enormous level. Even if his eyes weren't filled with star energy, Lu Yin still felt terrified when he touched the gun. Each attack's power was equivalent to an upgraded money bomb, and if he caught Karthika off guard, he would be able to instantly kill him. This was the most cost-effective upgrade. A single money bomb had cost 3,300 star essence to upgrade to this level, and 20 attacks were equivalent to 20 money bombs. If he wanted to upgrade all of them, he would need more than 60,000 star essence. At this point, he had spent a total of 27,000 star essence to upgrade the gun, which was a huge savings. He had no more money to upgrade the gun. Lu Yin was speechless when he realized that he was out of money again. He only had 2,000 star essence left. Since when had 2,000 star essence become the standard for being poor? He remembered that he hadn't even earned that much when he had robbed the Blackbeard pirates, but it was still too little for what he wanted to upgrade. However, this money should be enough to upgrade his formcast model. When he'd first upgraded his 4-stage formcast model to a 5-stage one, it had only cost him 300,000 star crystals. He took out a formcast model from his body and placed it on the upper screen. He then tossed in 100 star essence, which was equivalent to 10 million star crystals, which should be enough. However, reality was completely different from what he had expected. The formcast model had only dropped a little, and it was almost invisible. Lu Yin's eyes widened. How was that possible? Was it that difficult to raise it from 5 times to 6 times? Hai Chichi had mentioned that the Sea King was the one who had created the 6-stage formcast model. At the time, he had guessed that perhaps only an emissary could create a 6-stage formcast model, but the difference was too great. The difference was already more than 30 times that of a normal formcast model, yet the difference was so small. Could it be that there was a fundamental difference between a 6-stage formcast model and a 5-stage formcast model? Only envoys could create them. If a 5-stage formcast model was considered a rare treasure among the major factions, then a 6-stage formcast model was considered a peerless item that many factions did not possess. Lu Yin suddenly thought of the 7-stage formcast model, and now that he thought about it, it was no wonder that Hai Chichi's reaction had been so exaggerated. There might not even be a 7-stage formcast model in the entire universe. He put the formcast model away as he did not have enough money to upgrade it. He would need at least 10,000 star essence to upgrade it, which was too ridiculous. After spending so much money to upgrade the gun, the universal armor, and the money bomb, Lu Yin's confidence had swelled to the point where he felt like he could challenge an enlighter in a one-on-one battle. It was time to deal with this hidden danger. He walked out of King Zishan's palace and took a step forward. His body appeared in midair, and with another step, he was outside the Hua family's residence. Outside the Hua family's residence, Lu Yin coincidentally saw Hua Xiaoling and her younger sister, Hua Xiaoxiao. There was also a young man who was politely speaking to Hua Xiaoling. Hua Xiaoling was annoyed and Lu Yin's appearance startled the three. Who's there? The young man stared at Lu Yin warily, and with a wave of his hand, a dozen cultivators immediately surrounded him. Lu Yin's brows rose as he looked at Hua Xiaoling. Hua Xiaoling looked at Lu Yin in astonishment, but she did not say anything. Instead, she pulled Hua Xiaoxiao back. Lu Yin felt strange. The young man glared at Lu Yin. Who are you, kid? Don't you know that flying is prohibited in the capital? Lu Yin looked past the young man and said to Hua Xiaoling, I'm looking for your father. Hua Xiaoling did not say anything, which angered the young man. Kid, I haven't even seen Uncle Hua yet. You dash. Before he could finish speaking, he was pulled back by a cultivator behind him and whispered into his ear. The young man's expression changed and he looked at Lu Yin in fear. He slowly knelt down. Reg, your highness. Lu Yin waved a hand. Go. The young man felt as if he had been pardoned, and he quickly led the other cultivators away. Hua Xiaoling felt that it was a pity, but she still took a few steps forward and whispered to Lu Yin, Your highness, please follow me into the residence. Lu Yin nodded. Hua Xiaoxiao was pulled along by Hua Xiaoling, and she looked at Lu Yin curiously with bright eyes. Lu Yin followed beside Hua Xiaoling and entered the Hua family's residence. Is that your suitor? Hua Xiaoling was apprehensive. She had purposely not exposed Lu Yin's identity in hopes that the person would offend Lu Yin and be punished. She had also used Lu Yin, so she whispered, I'm sorry, your highness. Lu Yin was amused. It's fine. Let's go. The moment they entered the Hua family's residence, Hua Qingshan sensed Lu Yin's aura, and he had a strange expression. Whenever Lu Yin had matters to attend to, he would send Hua Qingshan to meet him instead of coming to the Hua family's residence himself. The current Lu Yin was completely different from the Lu Yin of the past. Back when Undying Yushan had died and several relatives were fighting for power, Hua Qingshan had thought that whoever wanted to control the Great Yu Empire would have to have a good relationship with the Hua family. At that time, Hua Qingshan had taken a liking to Lu Yin and even wanted to marry Hua Xiaoling to strengthen their relationship. Now, however, he no longer dared to harbor such thoughts. Lu Yin had even killed an enlighter, so Hua Qingshan's strength was not even worth mentioning. To the current Great Yu Empire, Lu Yin was equivalent to an enlighter. Not long after they entered the residence, Hua Qingshan appeared and bowed to Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand to stop him. Uncle Hua, please forgive my intrusion. Hua Qingshan smiled. Your highness is too serious. It's an honor for the Hua family to have you personally visit us. Lu Yin nodded and smiled as he looked around. Hua Qingshan had Hua Xiaoling take Hua Xiaoxiao away while he stayed by Lu Yin's side. Your highness, may I know why you've come? Lu Yin smiled. It's nothing. I'm just curious about a question that I'd like to ask Uncle Hua. Please ask, Your Highness, Hua Qingshan hurriedly replied, his attitude extremely respectful. It wasn't just him. In the entire Great Yu Empire, whether it was a cruiser or a hunter, was nothing more than an ant in front of Lu Yin. This was something that had been decided the moment Karthika had been killed. They no longer had an advantage in terms of cultivation, and facing Lu Yin was no longer like facing a junior. Lu Yin raised a hand and used his star energy to draw a symbol. It was an azure sphere with a pair of wings. The moment he saw the symbol, Hua Qingshan's expression changed. Lu Yin suddenly pulled out his gun and pointed it at Hua Qingshan's head. Uncle Hua, tell me, what does this symbol mean? Hua Qingshan stared blankly at Lu Yin. Your Highness, this subject does not know. Is that so? Lu Yin's gaze was icy. I can kill Karthika and I can kill you as well. I remember that the Hua family has very few members. If you die, then there won't be many people left in the Hua family. Do you think that I'll let them off? Hua Qingshan's face went deathly pale as he could feel the power of the gun. The moment it was aimed at him, he felt as if his entire body had been encased in ice. This gun had the power to instantly kill him. After thinking about it for a while, Hua Qingshan sighed. Your Highness, how do you know about this symbol? Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold. I comprehended a domain. Hua Qingshan's body trembled and he dejectedly replied, Yes, a domain allows you to see everything. I underestimated Your Highness. Lu Yin did not speak, and he merely stared at Hua Qingshan cautiously. With his current strength, even Hua Qingshan would not be able to kill him easily. He did not even need to wear his universal armor to threaten Hua Qingshan. This symbol is called Hidden Earth, and it represents Earth, Hua Qingshan said. Lu Yin was stunned. He had thought of many possibilities, and he had even considered the possibility that this symbol represented some power in the Innerverse. The Hua family had been sent by an Innerverse power to monitor the Great Yu Empire, but he had never imagined that this symbol actually represented Earth. An azure sphere. Yes, Earth was an azure sphere. Your Highness, I don't know why you changed your surname to Lu, but Lu is a primeval surname. Do you know what the primeval surname carries? Hua Qingshan looked at Lu Yin seriously. Lu Yin frowned. What does it have to do with the primeval surnames? Hua Qingshan's response was complicated. There are many people on Earth with the primeval surname. Even though it's already legal, this surname still carries heavy shackles and an ancient agreement. Our Hua family originates from Earth. Lu Yin was not surprised. This symbol represented Earth, so it was normal for Hua Qingshan to originate from Earth. I don't know how much time has passed, but in the distant past, perhaps tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, this symbol already existed when a certain civilization on Earth was wiped out. What accompanied this symbol was an ancient agreement. Hua Qingshan solemnly looked at Lu Yin and continued, the primeval surname alliance. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he stared blankly at Hua Qingshan. Earth's human civilization was wiped out several times and no one knew why. It was only when a cultivator from one of the erased civilizations accidentally saw this symbol on Jupiter that he realized what it meant. That cultivator went into hiding, and by the time he reappeared, that civilization had already been wiped out. Hua Qingshan paused for a moment before continuing, even though the civilization was wiped out, the spark of humanity did not disappear. It was just that the civilization was pushed back to the primitive era, and the surnames did not disappear either. They were branded into the blood and soul, until one day the primeval surnames reappeared, accompanied by cultivators with extremely high innate gifts. Then, countless years later, the civilization was wiped out again, and the cycle continued endlessly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 535. Lu Yin frowned. Didn't the Great Yu Empire notice? Hua Qingshan bitterly replied, so what if they did? They can't change anything and nobody can change anything. They can only save themselves. That cultivator who was lucky enough to escape would secretly travel to Earth every once in a while and pick out a few talented cultivators to join the Hidden Earth Society to preserve their legacy. It's passed down from generation to generation, just like how Earth's civilization was wiped out. It's an endless cycle. Wait, what about the primeval surname alliance? Lu Yin asked. Hua Qingshan replied, it's an ancient alliance and the Hidden Earth Society hasn't been able to find it for countless years. Just like Earth's civilization, it's been wiped out. How many people are there in this alliance? It's not people, it's a symbol. There are 18 symbols in the agreement found on Jupiter, and the Hidden Earth Society symbol is one of them. However, we haven't been able to find any of them after countless years. I traveled the universe in search of this alliance and met His Majesty Undying Yushan, to represent the hidden Earth Society to the outside world. Hua Qingshan sighed in relief. This matter had been hidden for too long, and nobody had listened to him speak. Does the Great Yu Empire have any records of Earth being wiped out? Luin asked. Hua Qingshan shook his head. No. No one knows how Earth's previous civilization was wiped out, but all of us are certain that it was man-made. Someone is killing the primeval surnames. Lu Yin's heart sank. How can I be sure that you're telling the truth? Hua Qingshan's expression was complicated. The hidden Earth Society is hidden on Jupiter. You'll find out once you go there, but they won't meet you. The mastermind behind Earth's destruction hasn't appeared, and the hidden Earth Society definitely won't appear. I'll never be able to return to the hidden Earth Society either. Hua Qingshan then looked at Lu Yin. Your Highness, Earth has already entered an era of cultivation, and it won't be long before it's wiped out. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he lowered his gun. I'll believe you for now. What experts does your organization have? Hua Qingshan smiled bitterly. There aren't any experts. The Hidden Earth Society only exists to preserve Earth's humanity and abide by the ancient agreement. They can't leave the heavens and their cultivation conditions are limited. There aren't any experts. Even if you find the alliance, it's useless. Lu Yin obviously didn't believe him. Hua Qingshan replied, I don't know about that. Perhaps the ancient agreement has some other meaning. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. He wanted to make a trip to Earth and find this hidden Earth organization. He wanted to see what sort of ancient agreement they had. Hua Qingshan thought that he was a descendant of the Zishan clan and thought that his surname was fake. However, his surname was real. Even though he had lost his memory, Big Sis and the others knew that his surname was Lu the moment they saw him. It was not as simple as being imprinted in his blood. The surname Lu was him. If the so-called alliance was real, then his birthplace might have been destroyed like Earth. Only by searching for the truth of the primeval surnames could he search for his memories. Have you looked into the other primeval surnames all these years? Hua Qingshan replied, I did. The Great Yu Empire has a lot of primeval surnames in the outerverse, but it's the same as on Earth. Once these primeval surnames grow stronger, they'll immediately be wiped out. However, the power that wiped out the primeval surnames won't be completely wiped out. This feels like raising, Lu Yin muttered. Hua Qingshan immediately replied, that's right. Rearing them is like being reared. I didn't expect to see you here. How have you been? Greetings, Your Highness. The Yu Academy students around Zhao Yu immediately bowed. Zhao Yu pursed her lips, remembering that the person in front of her was no longer the same cultivator from Earth. He was the ruler of the Great Yu Empire, the strongest leader in the universe, and a legend who could instantly kill a powerhouse. For a moment she didn't know what to say. Lu Yin had the Yu Academy students leave and then looked at Zhao Yu. I didn't expect you to leave Earth. Zhao Yu gritted her teeth and slowly bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. Lu Yin laughed. You've changed. I still remember your heroic spirit when you traversed the apocalypse alone. Lu Yin was puzzled. Sinner? What do you mean? Tianming lowered his head and said in a low voice, Your Highness, this sinner comes from Grand Top Weave, and according to the Empire's records, he was an abandoned disciple of Grand Top Weave's 9-stack sect. However, this is fake. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he stared at Tianming. Tianming looked up. This sinner was ordered by the 9-stack sect to steal the Sky Beast Claw. Lu Yin's brows rose and behind him the blind monk's gaze turned cold. An enormous pressure suddenly appeared and pressed Tianming to the ground. Lu Yin waved his hand to disperse the pressure and looked at Tianming. Why did you admit it? Even if you continue to hide it, no one will know. The 9-stack sect is already extinct. Tianming bitterly replied, with the 9-stack sect around, this sinner had no choice but to steal the Sky Beast Claw due to promises and threats. However, now that the 9-stack sect is gone, this sinner no longer wishes to betray the Empire and is willing to confess. Lu Yin fell silent, as he had not expected to encounter such a scene in Yu Academy. Just as he had said, if Tianming did not say anything, no one would know that he was a spy. However, he had still admitted it and his expression had not been fake. He truly did not wish to betray the Great Yu Empire. Just like how Lu Yin had developed feelings for Earth after spending some time there, Tianming had also developed feelings for the Great Yu Empire. If you had to choose between the Great Yu Empire and the 9-stack sect, which would you choose? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Tianming did not hesitate. The Great Yu Empire. What? Lu Yin looked at him. Tianming solemnly replied, "In the Nine-Stack sect, I was just a loser who had never experienced any warmth. However, in the Great Yu Empire, I was highly valued and held the position of Yu Academy's Hall Master. I was even entrusted with the important task of guarding the Formcast pool. This is a privilege that only the direct descendants of the Nine-Stack sect have. This sinner has no attachment to the Nine-Stack sect." Lu Yin looked into Tianming's eyes. He was trying to determine if Tianming was sincere or if he had made this choice because the Nine-Stack sect had been destroyed and he had no other choice. In the end, Lu Yin forgave Tianming. It was not that he trusted Tianming, but rather that he had other uses for him. The Nine-Stack sect was the leading power in Grand Top Weave, and Tianming was a disciple there. Lu Yin wanted to use Tianming as a key to opening Grand Top Weave. He could not act rashly, or else he would become a bandit in the eyes of others. If he wanted to plunder Grand Top Weave's resources, he needed a suitable reason. He could not be like those enlighters who represented the Great Yu Empire in a power. Tianming was still a Hall Master of Yu Academy, but Lu Yin had punished him by not allowing him to take a single step out of the academy. Tianming gratefully accepted the punishment. Here Lu Yin saw a few faces from Earth. One of them was a young man named Fu Xiaoshu who had a pretty good innate gift. He was an illusionist, which reminded Lu Yin of Zhuo Daynight's legendary battle technique, Night's End, Daybreak. Of course, Fu Xiaoshu's illusions could not compare to Night's End, Daybreak, but if Fu Xiaoshu could one day become an enlighter, then his illusions would still be very terrifying. Night's End, Daybreak allowed Lu Yin to see the ultimate power of illusions. He patted Fu Xiaoshu's shoulder and encouraged him, saying, "When you cultivate illusions to the end, you won't be able to create illusions but rather you'll sink into them. Even if you know that it's an illusion, you'll still sink into it, and you won't be able to escape." These words shocked Fu Xiaoshu, and the way he looked at Lu Yin changed. He almost knelt down and kowtowed to Lu Yin, calling him master. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 537. Lu Yin had an impression of Qin Xian. She was a researcher in Jinlin and one of the captains. She had supported Zhou Shan and had been very wary of Lu Yin back then, but he had never expected her to awaken an innate gift. Huan Sha had also awakened an innate gift, simulation analysis. Lu Yin was confused when he heard the name, as he didn't understand it at all. Huan Sha explained, "Simulation analysis can analyze dozens or even hundreds of situations in one's mind at the same time. Combining all the information one has, one can obtain the most accurate data as quickly as possible." Huo Zhong spoke up, "Your Highness, Huan Sha has caught the eye of Captain Banjiu and is about to be recruited into the 12th Squadron." "No, she can't go," Lu Yin immediately rejected. Under everyone's doubtful gazes, he fervently looked at Huan Sha. "Can anything be analyzed?" "In theory, as long as there's data," Huan Sha replied. This wasn't her first time meeting Lu Yin. They had met back on Earth, but they hadn't interacted much. She was still very curious about him and of course she wanted to know where Zhang Dingtian was. Like Zhao Yu, she had come to Yu Academy to look for Zhang Dingtian. Lu Yin looked at Huan Sha in admiration. "I remember now. You were the one who helped Zhang Dingtian deal with matters back in the capital on Earth." Huan Sha's eyes lit up. "Does your Highness know where Zhang Dingtian is?" Lu Yin nodded. "I met him in the Innerverse. He's doing well." Huan Sha relaxed. That's good, that's good." Lu Yin looked her up and down. "If you can help Zhang Dingtian deal with matters, then you can help me as well. How about it? I'm now formally inviting you to join the Lu Ministry of Staff and help me deal with matters handed in by the ministers." Huan Sha, Huo Zhong and the others were stunned. Dealing with matters of the Great Yu Empire was equivalent to wielding power. How could he just give it to someone else so casually? And what was the Lu Ministry of Staff? They had never heard of it before. The Lu Ministry of Staff is a new department that I've established. It specializes in dealing with matters that aren't too important. Don't worry, it won't be too troublesome. The important matters will be sent to the cabinet ministers. How about it? Huan Sha fell silent. She didn't want to join the 12th Squadron either. Dealing with matters was her specialty, or she wouldn't have been valued by Zhang Dingtian back then. Furthermore, she needed to be close to the center of power to get close to Lu Yin and find Zhang Dingtian's whereabouts. "Thank you, Your Highness," Sha replied respectfully. Lu Yin nodded and was rather delighted, as he had finally found someone to help him deal with government affairs. The mountain of memorials was giving him a headache. Of course, just as he had said, the important government affairs were all handed over to the cabinet ministers, and Huan Sha's authority was limited. Furthermore, the cabinet ministers had the authority to temporarily restrict the members of the Lu Ministry of Staff. Only when Lu Yin confirmed that Huan Sha had no ill intentions and that she had the ability to do so would he remove the restrictions on the Ministry of Staff's authority. For the time being, Huan Sha was just someone who helped him deal with the miscellaneous items. Assess. He tyrannically announced the establishment of the Lu Ministry of Staff, and he had even chosen the location, King Zishan's palace. He wanted to observe Huan Sha for as long as possible to determine her ability and loyalty. Sure enough, after the news of the establishment of the Lu Ministry of Staff spread, it was immediately opposed by many ministers, especially the cabinet ministers. Lu Yin looked at Shueshan Anna. What about the person from the Royal Frost Continent? He's still sealed in ice. Don't worry, Your Highness. Once he wakes up, I'll immediately contact you, Shueshan Anna said. When Lu Yin had attacked Fire's Melt Planet, an expert from Fire's Melt Planet had sealed himself in ice after the planet had been destroyed. Shueshan Anna had confirmed that he was from the Royal Frost Continent, which was why Lu Yin had recognized Che Han during the Sea King's son-in-law selection. Lu Yin nodded and then left. Shueshan Anna only relaxed after Lu Yin had left. The Anna family's attitude had wavered, and Shueshan Anna had been afraid that Lu Yin would seek revenge later. Fortunately, nothing had happened. In outer space, a large spacecraft headed north. Lu Yin was aboard along with a group of cultivators from Earth. Hai Chi-Chi had not tagged along as she had stayed behind on Xenu Star. To these cultivators, this was a return home in glory. Lu Yin had concealed his identity and headed to Earth to investigate Jupiter's situation. He felt that the Hidden Earth Society might have information that he needed, and he might even be able to pry into the secrets of the primeval surnames from them. After a period of interstellar travel, Earth came into view. It was still that familiar azure planet, and Lu Yin's eyes were filled with reminiscence. He had many beautiful memories here, memories of being an ordinary person who stood aloof from worldly affairs. He had stayed on Earth for 2 years, which was more than the time he had spent with Big Sis and the others. He had already gotten used to life there, and to someone without memories, that was everything. However, this trial had changed everything. A space station had been built on Earth, and spacecraft would pass by from time to time. To the Great Yu Empire, Earth had a special status because it was the home of the royal regent. It wasn't just the Great Yu Empire. People from other places in the Frostwave Weave would visit Earth from time to time. Even people from Grand Top Weave and the surrounding weaves would occasionally visit Earth. Lu Yin's fame in the universe was so great that even the Outerverse could not bear it. He was the strongest Lemeter, and this was an honor that the Outerverse had never received before. Inside the spacecraft, Fu Xiaoshu, Song Shi, and the rest looked at Earth with excitement. They had been away from Earth for quite some time, and although it had not been long, they felt as if they had been away for a very long time. Now that they had returned home in glory, they could not wait to reunite with their friends and family. Lu Yin looked outside Earth and towards a yellowish-brown planet. It was Jupiter, a gaseous planet where the Hidden Earth Society was hidden. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked at Jupiter, and he immediately saw an enormous number of rune lines. Lu Yin was shocked, as the number of rune lines exceeded that of Huaqingshan and Shueshan Anna. However, although there were a lot of rune lines, they were not concentrated together. This proved that there was more than one hunter on Jupiter, but there was no one close to being an enlighter. Lu Yin relaxed. As long as there were no enlighters, everything would be fine. He looked at all of the planets around Earth, and he discovered that aside from Jupiter, all of the other planets were normal, and there were no signs of any powerhouses. Zhao Yu walked out from the spacecraft and saw Lu Yin. The next moment, Lu Yin covered himself in universal armor and stepped out of the spacecraft, heading towards Jupiter. Zhao Yu was envious, as even with universal armor she would not be able to fly freely in outer space. Jupiter was enormous and its exterior was composed of gas. Earth had studied its interior for many years, but even Earth itself had not been able to fully understand it, let alone Jupiter. The Great Yu Empire had the technology, but they were not interested. Lu Yin donned his universal armor and appeared outside of Jupiter. He quietly looked at the planet and saw an enormous number of rune lines approaching him from the other side of the planet. The Hidden Earth Society had discovered him. Lu Yin requesting entry. Lu Yin called out from outer space, his voice echoing through the void towards Jupiter. There was no response from Jupiter. The rune lines that were approaching him should have come from a hunter. At this moment, that hunter was definitely looking at him, but he was not paying any attention to him. Lu Yin called out a few more times, but it was still the same. The hunter did not even move. Lu Yin frowned. Hua Qingshan had said that he could not enter Jupiter either, as there were ancient defenses left behind on the planet. However, Lu Yin could not see through them. He decided to force his way in and pulled out his gun. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 538. Perhaps it had sensed the threat, but the next moment, Jupiter changed. A giant vortex formed on the planet's surface, and Lu Yin was shocked to discover that the number of rune lines on the planet had increased without limit. It had far surpassed the hunters, and it had even surpassed Karthika's. Lu Yin hurriedly retreated and sized up Jupiter in shock. It was just as Hua Qingshan had said. Jupiter really did have some ancient defensive measures that surpassed an enlighteners, and they might even be able to block powerhouses with power levels above 300,000. Lu Yin could not break in with his current strength. Uncle Hua, I've arrived at Jupiter. Lu Yin activated his gadget and contacted Hua Qingshan. Hua Qingshan asked, Your Highness, can you enter? Lu Yin fell silent. Your Highness, the Hidden Earth Society has watched Earth's civilization develop and decline for countless years, but they have never interfered. They only wish to preserve the ancient secrets. Anyone who leaves Jupiter will never be able to return, and the same goes for me. It's impossible for you to enter, and it's also impossible for you to communicate with them, Hua Qingshan said. Lu Yin looked at Jupiter unwillingly. The secret of the primeval surnames was right in front of him. Was he going to give up now? Your Highness, there have always been people from the Hidden Earth organization on Earth. Like me, that person will never be able to return. That person's mission is to find talented children and send them to Jupiter. Perhaps that person will know more than me, said Hua Qingshan. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. How do we find that person? I don't know. Ever since I left Jupiter, I have never asked about the Hidden Earth Society, and they have never contacted me. Although I have the symbol of the society, I am no longer a member of the society, Hua Qingshan said helplessly. Lu Yin looked at Jupiter helplessly. It was like a giant tortoise shell, and this group of people was forever holed up inside. It was truly troublesome. He had no way to threaten this organization. Expose them? After countless years, he believed that the culprit who had destroyed Earth must have known about the Hidden Earth Society's existence. He did not believe that this organization could remain hidden forever, and exposing them would not be a threat. Furthermore, even if the culprit knew, he could not do anything about it. This organization was like a dead pig that did not fear boiling water. I am Lu Yin and I have the primeval surname. I wish to abide by the ancient agreement, so please allow me to enter. Lu Yin shouted. The hunter did not move. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Earth's civilization has been destroyed many times. Do you plan to hide it forever? I, Lu Yin, am confident that I am an unparalleled leader, and I will shake the universe. You must also show some sincerity. No one bothered with him. Do you guys want to be cowards forever? Lu Yin shouted. Still no one bothered with him. Lu Yin was speechless. Seventh bro, this group of people can even watch as their homeworld was destroyed, so how could they be moved by just a few words from you? I think that you might as well look for that Hidden Earth organization from Earth. Although it's like looking for a needle in a haystack, at least there's a needle for you to find, the monkey said. Lu Yin shook his head. If that person is able to hide on Earth, then that means that his strength is average. He might not even know as much as Hua Qingshan. That's true. It's a primeval surname, a primeval surname. Since ancient times, the human domain has been hunting down those with primeval surnames. It's very strange, the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes twitched. What do you know? I don't know. Although a powerhouse's notes have mentioned primeval surnames, there's no secret about them. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy, and he could see the number of rune lines within the monkey's body. The monkey was indeed an explorer, and it was much stronger than the average explorer. But how had it broken through so quickly? It was like a game. Lu Yin was a little envious. It would be great if he could break through to the explorer realm so easily. Seventh bro, astral beasts are innately different from humans. Our bodies are destined to reach a certain level of cultivation unless there is a mutation. You humans are different. You are destined to never reach our heights from birth, and you can only change your body to meet the needs of the universe. This is actually equivalent to us astral beasts mutating. That's why I'm telling you that we astral beasts are favored by the universe. You humans are just products of failed evolution. But there's no limit to our cultivation, Lu Yin calmly replied. The monkey wanted to argue, but it found that there was no way to do so. Humans were mutating from the very first step of cultivation, and there was indeed no limit to their cultivation. Given enough time, they could even cultivate to the progenitor realm. Throughout history, the number of human progenitors surpassed the number of astral beasts, and this was something that could not be changed. Lu Yin had originally wondered if the monkey's breakthrough would cause a huge commotion, but who would have thought that it would happen so quickly? Now that the monkey had become an explorer, it meant that even without the universal armor, Lu Yin could still wander the universe with the monkey's help. It was just that he had to be dragged around by the monkey. However, if he ever encountered a place like planet Pyrolite, then he would have to shield his right arm and not let the monkey come into contact with star energy. Lu Yin turned on his gadget and contacted the Great U Empire's army station near Earth. He had them monitor Jupiter and immediately capture any life forms that came out of the planet. He also ordered them to prevent anyone from approaching the planet. He did not believe that these people would be cowards forever. Neptune had a special meaning to Earth. It was Bai Qian who had discovered Qingyu on Neptune, which had led to the apocalypse on Earth. Bai Qian herself had stepped into outer space, and it was likely that she had borrowed Star Sibyl's invitation. As for Qingyu, Lu Yin had asked Lu Xiaoga about it back at East San Dios, and Lu Xiaoga had told him that Qingyu had been imprisoned for stealing an inheritance stone. Qingyu was a hidden danger. He had been an explorer back then, but his strength had been greatly reduced due to his serious injuries. Even so, he had still been able to rely on his various battle techniques to suppress them. As for Qingyu's innate gift, it had never been revealed. Lu Yin did not know if Qingyu had an innate gift, but he would rather consider the worst-case scenario. Qingyu had an innate gift, but due to certain restrictions he could not use it. His imprisonment was limited, and once it ended he would definitely come looking for Lu Yin. Unfortunately, the inner verse and outer verse were now separated, so Qingyu would not be able to come. Instead of using his universal armor, Lu Yin had the monkey drag him through outer space. The monkey was rather excited as well. Once an astral beast broke through to the explorer realm, their physique would naturally change, and they would be more suited to survive in outer space. There was no need for them to adapt at all. The monkey transformed into a shadow and leapt up. Lu Yin was dragged along by the shadow as they left Neptune and appeared in the darkness of outer space. This feeling was similar to when his spacecraft had exploded and appeared in outer space. The only difference was that he could only float in outer space and could not move at all. Now he was being dragged along by the monkey and he could go wherever he wanted. Lu Yin was not used to such fanatical gazes. Was he really that popular? Even when he had defeated Qingyu and saved Earth, that had been 5 years ago. At this time, Lu Yin saw a little girl in his domain. She looked to be about 2 or 3 years old and bore a slight resemblance to Zhou Shan. He looked at Zhou Shan with a strange expression. "You have a daughter?" Zhou Shan was stunned. "How did you know?" Lu Yin smiled. "I saw her." "How about it? Do you have a formcast model?" Zhou Shan was embarrassed. "Someone gave one to me but I didn't accept it." "What? Are you afraid that people will say you took bribes?" Lu Yin joked. Zhou Shan replied seriously, "Everyone in the Empire knows that you're from Earth, and you have some sort of relationship with me. If I took bribes you'd be the one losing face." Lu Yin tossed a crystal card to Zhou Shan. "There's some money in here, enough to buy a formcast model. Don't reject it, just treat it as a gift from me to your daughter. By the way, what's her name?" Zhou Shan smiled as he accepted the card. "She's called Cici Zhou Cici. Not a bad name. It means hope and she was born in an era of peace. Not bad. If there's a chance in the future, send her to U Academy to study. For cultivators, a few decades pass in the blink of an eye." Zhou Shan nodded. He knew that the gap between him and Lu Yin was too great. Even if they had once been friends, their friendship would be gone once he died. He wasn't stupid, and while he didn't accept bribes, he was still willing to use his relationship with Lu Yin as long as it was reasonable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted the position of honorary principal. He had always wanted to send his daughter to Xenu Star, and with Lu Yin's words, it was much more stable. There was a saying that when one reached the Tao, even his friends and dogs would ascend to the heavens. For those who reached the Tao, the benefits they provided were also emotional sustenance. Not only would their friends and family benefit, but they would also benefit themselves. Zhou Shan was special to Lu Yin because he was the first sentinel he had met. After the final battle on Earth, Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui had left with Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoga had left with Qingyu, while Wang Yu and Tong Zhan had been killed by Lu Xiaoga. Only Zhou Shan and Wu Sheng had stayed behind. Lu Yin wasn't familiar with Wu Sheng, so he didn't look for him. Zhao Yu and the others who had followed Lu Yin to Earth had been given a break, and they could spread the news of U Academy's situation back on Earth. Luin wouldn't leave with them either. He took a collapsible spacecraft and headed straight back to Xenu Star. Jupiter was like a thorn that had pierced into his heart. He didn't have the ability to deal with it now, but he would definitely find a way to deal with it in the future. He also wanted to use the Hidden Earth Society to uncover the secrets of the primeval surnames. On the way back to Xenu Star, Luin had planned to recite the Stonewall Scriptures, but not long after leaving Earth, his gadget rang. It was Madame Nayland. Luin was surprised. He hadn't contacted her in a long time. "Hello, Madame Nayland." Luin opened his gadget and greeted the beautiful Madame Nayland on the screen. Not only had the innerverse and outerverse been cut off, but many weaves in the outerverse had also been cut off. The network signal was intermittent, but Madame Nayland's image was still very clear on the screen. This proved that her current location wasn't separated from Frostwave Weave, and she shouldn't be too far away. "Long time no see, Student Lu. Your name has been ringing in my ears all this time, and it's hard not to hear it." Madame Nayland smiled. She had only put on a little makeup, but her charm was enough to cause Lu Yin's heart to flutter even through the screen. What a vixen, Luin thought to himself. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have disturbed Madame's peace." Madame Nayland giggled. "Then how do you plan on compensating me?" Luin felt awkward. This vixen really knew how to continue the conversation. Madame Nayland looked at Lu Yin's awkward expression with interest and smiled. "Student Lu, we're friends, right?" Luin nodded. When he thought about how rich the Nayland family was, he immediately replied, "We're very good friends." "Then if a friend is in trouble, will you help?" Madame Nayland asked with an aggrieved expression and a trace of helplessness. Even though he knew that she was faking it, Luin still could not bear it. "Did something happen to the Nayland family?" Madame Nayland sighed. "The innerverse and outerverse have been separated, and the Sword Sect, which was once our backer, can no longer be relied on. Not long ago the four major corporations of Tyrannical Weave met, but due to the great changes in the universe, Tyrannical Weave was almost completely isolated. An enlighter from my Nayland family was trapped in Tyrannical Weave, and now my Nayland family no longer has an enlighter to protect them." Luin was shocked. "You guys already met?" Madame Nayland's eyes flashed and she looked at Luin. "Student Lu, do you know about the meeting between the four major corporations?" "I've heard about it," Luin replied. He had heard about it from Lu Xiaoga, who had told him the location of the meeting but had not confirmed the time. He had not expected the meeting to have already taken place, and it had probably happened while he was trapped in the Sea King's dome. Madame Nayland smiled. "It looks like Student Lu has a lot of connections. Although the meeting between the four major corporations is not a secret, very few people are qualified to know about it. Most of them are in the business circle, so how did Student Lu find out?" "Is that important?" Luin asked. Nayland Yao's expression became aggrieved once again. "That's right, it's not important anymore. Right now, my Nayland family is the best cake for the enlighters left behind in the outerverse. Out of the four major corporations, my Nayland family is the closest to these enlighters. Student Lu, can you help me?" Luin was puzzled. "I remember that the Sword Sect has an enlighter elder outside." Madame Nayland smiled bitterly. "My surname is Lu, and although the Sword Sect is controlled by the Lu family, there are still many people who are unhappy with the Lu family. This elder Vile Tree who was left behind in the outerverse is one of them. He won't care about the Nayland family's survival." Luin understood. The stronger a power was, the more serious the internal disputes would be, which was normal. "Student Lu, I know what it means to ask you to protect the Nayland family. Right now, those enlighters are crazily plundering resources, and my Nayland family is the most tempting to them. Protecting us means becoming enemies with many enlighters, but I really have no other choice." Madame Nayland pursed her lips and looked at Luin pitifully. Lu Yin's heart swayed once again. "Too tempting. It's not just the Nayland family, you're also very tempting." He wanted to say this, but he felt that it would be inappropriate. "If Student Lu is willing to protect the Nayland family, then my Nayland family is willing to help the Great Yu Empire recover its economy. We'll also provide the Great Yu Empire with military funds to unify Frostwave Weave and even conquer other weaves," Madame Nayland said solemnly. Luin was tempted as the Nayland family was too rich. If Madame Nayland was willing to provide him with resources, then he was confident that he could raise the gun's attack power by several levels. He might even be able to threaten old freaks with a power level of 300,000. To the outerverse, a power level of 300,000 was definitely the limit. At that time he would be practically invincible in the outerverse. Furthermore, he also had the money bomb, progenitor Wushang's hide, and his universal armor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 540. These external items were enough to protect anyone, but the prerequisite was that one had money, and the Nayland family fit the bill perfectly. To Lu Yin, the richer one was, the stronger one was, and the stronger one was, the more money one needed. He planned to use battle to support battle, or else he would never be able to gather enough money to upgrade his gun and universal armor. All right. Madam, you can seek refuge in the Great Yu Empire. I don't dare to guarantee that I can protect you, but I will definitely do my best to protect you, Lu Yin promised. Madam Nayland was delighted. Thank you, Student Lu. We're already on our way to Frostwave Weave, and we'll reach Xenu Star in at most a month. Please take care of us then. Lu Yin nodded and ended the call. With the innerverse and outerverse separated, the pressure and threats from the innerverse great powers instantly disappeared. Lu Yin was filled with pride as he wanted to make use of this time to achieve something. At the very least, he wanted to establish a power that the Blaze Realm's great powers would fear. Frostwave Weave was definitely not his final destination. On the other end, Madame Nayland put down the call with a solemn expression, as the pressure she was facing was even greater than what she had shown. She had known that things were not good the moment the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, and she had immediately contacted the Enlighter from the Nayland family. However, she had discovered that she could not reach them. Tyrannical Weave had been isolated, and the Nayland family had lost the protection of an Enlighter. She was well aware of what it meant for the wealthiest corporation in the outerverse to lose their protection. Thus, when she had learned that Lu Yin had forced Huahui to retreat and killed Karthika, she had immediately decided to head to Frostwave Weave to seek protection. She was not sure if Lu Yin would protect the Nayland family, but this was their only hope. It was better than placing her hopes on those insatiable Enlighters. She had interacted with Lu Yin a few times and she had saved his life. She was betting that he would not be ungrateful. I hope we can escape this calamity. Madame Nayland looked into the dark sky. The future of the Nayland family depended on Lu Yin. She smiled bitterly as she had never thought that there would be a day when she would have to rely on this person. She had once saved his life, but now she had to rely on him. On Xenu Star, in the Imperial Palace's palace, all of the ministers who were qualified to participate in the court session had gathered. Only Undying Yushan's throne was empty. Lu Yin slowly sat down next to the throne and scanned the ministers. Ever since he had killed Karthika, Lu Yin's status in the Great Yu Empire had completely changed. If Undying Yushan had relied on His Majesty to govern the empire, then Lu Yin had relied on his invincible strength. He was even more powerful than Undying Yushan. Undying Yushan's decisions were opposed by some, but Lu Yin's decisions were not opposed by anyone. For example, the establishment of the Lu Ministry of Staff had been vetoed by all 5 cabinet ministers, but Lu Yin had ignored it. This was the power that came with strength, and it was completely different from Undying Yushan's. After the routine report, the meeting was already halfway through. Garop stood up. Your Highness, I would like to request that you abolish the Lu Ministry of Staff on behalf of the Imperial Cabinet. We request Your Highness to abolish the Lu Ministry of Staff, the other 4 cabinet ministers said in unison, bowing to Lu Yin. Lu Yin coldly replied, There's no need to discuss this matter. Garop was helpless. The royal regent was too tyrannical and his words were absolute. There was nothing they could do. The establishment of the Lu Ministry of Staff had split the authority of the Imperial Cabinet, and it had already become an established fact. Fortunately, the woman named Huan Sha still did not have the qualifications to attend the meeting. The Lu Ministry of Staff was more like an aide to the royal regent, and she had not yet entered the official ranks. This was something that the cabinet could accept for the time being. After Garop, no one else reported anything. Lu Yin calmly asked, Is that all you wanted to say? That's all. Everyone fell silent. Since that's all, it's my turn. Lu Yin's gaze swept past everyone before finally settling on Huaqin Shan and the other captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons. I need to unify Frostwave Weave within a month. His words shook the entire court and all the ministers looked at Lu Yin in shock. In actuality, the Great Yu Empire had already unified more than half of Frostwave Weave, which had a total of 125 filaments. The Great Yu Empire had already occupied 100 of them and had even appointed officials, but in the end they had withdrawn from those areas due to economic problems. The Great Yu Empire's military budget could not keep up, and forcefully occupying those areas could cause the empire's economy to collapse, which would lead to serious consequences. After that, the Innerverse various powers had occupied North Castle Weave, and the Great U Empire's military had not dared to leave. Your Highness, the military budget is not enough to unify Frostwave Weave, Finance Minister Gavin said nervously. Lu Yin calmly replied, put all of our expenses into the military and postpone everything else. Someone will pay for us in a month. Gavin was shocked. Does Your Highness mean that someone will pay for the military? Lu Yin did not deny it. All right. According to Undying Yushan's previous strategy, we'll unify Frostwave Weave within a month. That shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem, Your Highness. Hu Qingshan was the first to express his opinion. After that, the other captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons all expressed their opinions. Even Peach had a serious expression on her face, which made her look rather comical. In the eastern region of the Outerverse, more than 10 weaves were embroiled in chaos. Enlighters had wantonly plundered resources, causing public outrage. However, those weaves' powers had been unable to resist. In comparison, Frostwave Weave was much more peaceful. However, following Lu Yin's orders, Frostwave Weave was plunged into the flames of war. The Great U Empire's military poured out in full force and swept through the entire Frostwave Weave. The Great U Empire had already occupied 100 filaments in the past, and now, it was like they were revisiting their old stomachs. This was too easy for the Great U Empire's military. As for Lu Yin, he summoned Tianming. After pleading guilty, Tianming had been imprisoned by Lu Yin in the U Academy on the first ring, and he was not allowed to leave. He had thought that he would be imprisoned for a long time, but he had not expected Lu Yin to summon him after just a few days. Sinner Tianming greets Your Highness, the Royal Regent. Tianming bowed to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked down at him. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. If you do well, you'll be a citizen of the Great U Empire from now on, and everything that happened in the past will be written off. Tianming excitedly raised his head. Thank you, Your Highness. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. This matter isn't that easy. Lu Yin then had Tianming stand up and say, I need you to use your status as the successor of the 9-stack sect to summon all of the surviving experts from the sect and start a war to retake the sect. Tianming was shocked. Your Highness, what do you mean? Lu Yin looked at Tianming. The one who destroyed the 9-stack sect was Lei Long of the Dire Barbarian clan. I need you to take revenge and retake the 9-stack sect. Of course, I know that you won't be able to do it, so I'll help you. Tianming was not stupid, and Lu Yin's intentions could not be any simpler. He wanted Tianming to gather the people from the 9-stack sect to deal with Lei Long, and then use Lei Long to destroy those people. Then Tianming would publicly request Lu Yin's help as the successor of the 9-stack sect. This would truly destroy the people from the 9-stack sect, and it would also give Lu Yin an excuse to openly meddle in Grand Top Weave's affairs. This was using Lei Long to destroy those stubborn disciples of the 9-stack sect in Grand Top Weave, and then using the excuse of righteousness to invade Grand Top Weave. If Tianming did this, then he would become a sinner of Grand Top Weave, and he would be the one who had lured Lu Yin into Grand Top Weave. He would also be the one who had personally helped Lu Yin find the surviving disciples of the 9-stack sect, and he would also be the one who had destroyed any hope of the 9-stack sect's revival. Tianming's expression fluctuated, as he had not expected Lu Yin to ask him to do such a thing. Lu Yin looked at him. What, you're not willing? Tianming's gaze was complicated, and he lowered his head. The 9-stack sect has already been destroyed, and you know that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken the initiative to confess. I'm taking revenge for the 9-stack sect, so you should thank me. Tianming took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he patted Tianming's shoulder. Very good. I'll pass on the 9-stacks technique to you. With this, no one will doubt your identity as the successor of the 9-stack sect. After a period of time, Tianming left for Grand Top Weave. Lu Yin was not worried that Tianming would betray him, as where could he go if he betrayed Lu Yin? There was no place for him in Grand Top Weave or Frostwave Weave. The fact that Tianming had taken the initiative to confess proved that he could not abandon Frostwave Weave. He was afraid that he would be found out in the future, which was why he had taken the initiative to confess. Such a person could not be abandoned. What Lu Yin needed to consider now was how to deal with Lei Long. Killing Karthika was not enough to satisfy Lu Yin, as the benefits of killing Karthika were enough to make him jealous. Lei Long should be wealthier than Karthika, as he had plundered the 9-stack sect's resources for countless years. With these resources and the support of the Nalan family, Lu Yin was confident that he could challenge a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000. Of course, That was only if such a powerhouse existed in the outerverse. In other words, if he could kill Lei Long, not only would he be able to seize control of Grand Top Weave, but he would also be able to instill fear in other Enlighters who would not dare to provoke him. He would also be able to increase his strength, killing many birds with one stone. However, Lu Yin had once killed Karthika, so Lei Long would not be careless in front of him. Lu Yin raised his gadget as it was time for someone to fulfill their promise. Most of the Enlighters who had participated in the battle on planet Pyrolite had been left behind in the outerverse. Northline Flowzone's Lily family's Granny Chan was one of them, and Lu Yin was looking for her. During this period of time, the Great Yu Empire had sent out people to investigate. Northline Flowzone's Granny Chan had now occupied Flaxen Weave, and she had destroyed the Weave's former ruler. Flaxen Weave was separated from Frostwave Weave by Lars Weave, which was not too far away. Lillian had already returned to the Innerverse, and Lu Yin could not contact her. However, it was not difficult for him to contact someone from Northline Flowzone. Half a day later, Lu Yin clicked on the call, and a screen appeared in front of him. Granny Chan's weathered face appeared. Junior Lu Yin has disturbed Senior, Lu Yin said respectfully. Granny Chan looked at Lu Yin in amazement. She had heard that this person had killed Karthika and forced Huahui to retreat. Although he was only a Lemiter, he was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them, even if he had relied on external items. You don't have to be so polite. Back then, my Northline Flowzone made a promise that as long as you helped me, I would help you to the best of my ability. Are you planning on using that promise? Granny Chan asked, getting straight to the point. Lu Yin nodded and solemnly said, the dire barbarian clan's Lei Long has invaded Grand Top Weave, and his next target will be my Frostwave Weave. Junior boldly asks Senior to join forces with me to eliminate Lei Long and relieve Frostwave Weave of its worries. Granny Chan's gaze turned solemn. You want to eliminate Lei Long? Lu Yin nodded and stared at Granny Chan without showing any signs of weakness. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 541. Granny Chan frowned. Little brother, an Enlighter isn't that easy to deal with. Lu Yin was helpless. I know, but Lei Long has already made Frostwave Weave his next target. If I don't act, then I'll just be waiting for death. Rather than waiting for death, I might as well take a gamble. With Senior's help and the weapon that my master gave me, I'm 90% certain that I can kill Lei Long. Granny Chan's expression changed. Master? Which powerhouse is your master? Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I don't know. I only know that my master once threw me from Tempest Flowzone to Chaos Flowzone. Granny Chan was shocked, and she even found it hard to believe. This was a distance that spanned half of the Innerverse. Not even Northgate Taisui could do such a thing, let alone her. Crossing the Innerverse was not as simple as crossing the Outerverse. There were countless powerhouses in the Innerverse, and they could pierce through the void. To be able to cross half of the Innerverse under the watchful eyes of countless powerhouses meant that one's strength was unimaginably terrifying. When she saw Lu Yin's confused expression, Granny Chan was certain that this brat had no idea how difficult it was to accomplish such a feat. It was no wonder why this brat's weapon could kill an Enlighter. To such a powerhouse, Enlighters were like ants. Unfortunately, the Innerverse and Outerverse were now separated, and no matter how strong his master was, it was useless. Of course, no one could be certain of the future, and the Astral River might recover after a while. Granny Chan suppressed her shock and smiled. Many reclusive seniors don't want to reveal their names, and that's normal. Little brother's master is one of them, but now that the Innerverse and Outerverse are separated, no one can come out. What a pity. Lu Yin sighed. Yes, or else I would have asked my master to take action. Granny Chan pondered for a moment before meeting Lu Yin's expectant gaze. Alright, I'll accompany you, but not to deal with Lei Long. I'll just intimidate him. I'll make him retreat, but at the same time, I hope that you won't provoke the dire barbarian clan again. She had not forgotten Lu Yin's ability to cause trouble. During the battle on planet Pyrolite, this brat had offended most of the Innerverse powers. Otherwise, Karthika would not have been in such a hurry to deal with him. Lu Yin hurriedly assured her, and only then was Granny Chan satisfied. The two agreed to visit Grand Top Weave in a month's time. After ending the call, Lu Yin relaxed. With Granny Chan around, he could finally act without worry. Even if he couldn't kill Lei Long wouldn't be able to do anything to him either. With progenitor Wushang's hide, Lu Yin was confident that he could create an opportunity for himself, just like Karthika. Karthika had also been on guard against Lu Yin, but he had still been ambushed by progenitor Wushang's hide. Lei Long was no exception. However, Lu Yin needed to first take a look at Lei Long's rune lines. There was a difference between a power level of 210,000 and a power level of 290,000. Lu Yin didn't know what Lei Long's power level was, but he would know in a month's time. In the worst-case scenario, Lu Yin wouldn't be able to kill Lei Long, but Lei Long would also be intimidated by Granny Chan and not dare to make a move against Frostwave Weave. A month passed by very quickly, and during this time Frostwave Weave was not peaceful at all. The Great Yu Empire's army rampaged through the Weave and started a war. The captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons were invincible, and even hunters were intimidated by Lu Yin's battle record of killing Enlighters, so they were forced to retreat. The war against Frostwave Weave was progressing smoothly. A month later, the entire Frostwave Weave was nominally under the Great Yu Empire's control. However, after unifying Frostwave Weave, a problem arose. The Great Yu Empire did not have enough people to manage the various regions, which gave Lu Yin a headache. Helpless, he could only temporarily recruit talents from various regions to manage the military and political affairs, but this was not a long-term solution. These people did not belong to the Great Yu Empire in the first place, and it was easy for them to rebel. Furthermore, they were not under control. Lu Yin asked the cabinet to think of a solution, but the cabinet could not come up with any good ideas for the time being. However, they did come up with a solution that was not really a solution, and that was to bring the immediate family members of the appointed officials of the various regions to Xenu Star and arrange for them to live and study there. These people were hostages. Lu Yin did not want to use hostages to threaten them, but Frostwave Weave was just too large, and the slightest lapse in management could lead to unpredictable events. This was just Frostwave Weave, and in the future Lu Yin's territory would not be limited to just Frostwave Weave. It should be known that Undying Yushan had not only formulated a strategic plan to unify Frostwave Weave, but he had also set his sights on the surrounding weaves. It was just that he had not had the time to come up with a proper plan. The Great Yu Empire needed to nurture military and political talents as quickly as possible, and this was a top priority for the empire. Another emergency was the economy. Since the empire's treasury had allocated most of its resources to the military, the empire's economy was unable to operate normally, and many departments were even paralyzed. If this continued, it would lead to even greater chaos. There were already many merchants who were deliberately raising the prices of their products in order to earn huge profits. This situation would only worsen, and they needed to have a huge economy to keep the prices down. Lu Yin contacted Madame Nayland several times, and finally the Nayland family arrived at Xenu Star. In outer space, the Nayland family's enormous spacecraft appeared. Lu Yin personally welcomed them, and behind him, Finance Minister Gavin whispered, "Your Highness, the Nayland family must be deliberately delaying their arrival. They know that the Empire's economy is in danger, and they're using this to raise their status." Lu Yin did not reply, as if Gavin could understand what was going on. There was no way that he could not. This was just a ploy, just like how many people would only appear at the last moment to save someone's life in order to emphasize their importance. As long as the consequences were not too severe, such a ploy would not affect the big picture. You understand the Empire's economy better than I do. If we talk about this later, you'll be the one to explain, Lu Yin said. Gavin softly acknowledged. Xenu Star Space Station. On this day, all of the spacecraft had been cleared out to welcome the Nayland family. This was Lu Yin's way of showing respect to the Nayland family. Within the giant spacecraft, Madame Nayland's lips curled up into a smile. The spacecraft shuddered and the hatch opened. Madame Nayland was the first to walk out, and Lu Yin immediately went up to her. "Madam, did your journey go smoothly?" After Lu Yin left, the group that had followed him to welcome the Nayland family was stunned by her beauty. This woman had never acted coquettishly, but her attractiveness had not diminished in the slightest. Madame Nayland smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with him. She listened to him introduce the group of people from the Great Yu Empire, and when he was done, she waved her hand and a maid from the Nayland family stepped forward and handed Gavin an exquisite box. Gavin was astonished. Lu Yin looked at Madame Nayland. She smiled. "Your Highness Royal Regent, this is a small token of our Nayland family's appreciation for the Great Yu Empire. Please accept it." Lu Yin had not expected Madame Nayland to be so straightforward, but he did not refuse. He nodded at Gavin, who immediately accepted the box. Inside the box was a Mavis Bank crystal card. Given the Nayland family's wealth, they would definitely not be cheap. Furthermore, Madame Nayland had promised to support the Great Yu Empire in unifying the Frostwave Weave. Gavin was excited as he finally had money. However, Luin did not care too much about it, as he was more concerned about whether or not the Nayland family would support him. This was not something that the Great Yu Empire's military could compare to. Although the Great Yu Empire had unified the Frostwave Weave, how much military funding could they possibly have? He still had more than 3,000 star essence on him, which was equivalent to about 3 billion star crystals, which was more than enough to support the Great Yu Empire's military. However, he could not use the money he had earned to supplement the Great Yu Empire's military unless there was a crisis. He was someone who had seen the bigger picture, and he had spent tens of thousands of star essence during this period of time. These were star essence, not star crystals. If converted to star crystals, it would be enough to support the Great Yu Empire's military for decades. It should be known that the Great Yu Empire's military was funded in cosmic dollars, not in star crystals. The difference between the two was simply too great. This was the outer verse, and if it were the inner verse, then any random power's military spending would be far more than this. The inner verse's military food, weapons, and cultivation resources were all incomparable to the outer verse. The Nayland family expressed their sincerity, and Luin personally brought Madame Nayland to tour Xenu Star. To be honest, even he himself had not visited much of the planet before. After sending the others away, Madame Nayland stretched lazily beside a cliff by the shore. Her exquisite curves caused Luin to swallow his saliva. She was too alluring. "I'm so tired. I really want to sleep," she said in a languid voice as her eyes glazed over. Luin licked his lips. "Your residence is not far from the palace. It used to be the residence of the vice-treasurer, but it's been renovated." She beamed at Luin. "You're now the royal regent and are in charge of an entire nation. Student Lu, your temperament has changed a lot since the first time I saw you." "Is that so?" Luin looked at her. "How have you changed?" She rolled her eyes and pursed her lips into a smile. "I don't know how to put it. You used to be a student, but now you're a leader." Luin shrugged. "It's just a fringe weave of the outer verse." She looked at him. "I don't know why, but I have a feeling that the current you is starting to take off." Luin laughed. "You must be tired. Go and rest. Don't worry, I'll do my best to protect you here." She stared into Lu Yin's eyes and suddenly approached him. Her fragrance assaulted his nostrils, and he subconsciously retreated. However, there was a cliff behind him and he had nowhere else to go. Madame Nayland moved closer until she was less than 10 centimeters away from him. If he moved a little closer, he would be able to kiss her. "Do you know? If you say something like that to a woman, she'll misunderstand." Madame Nayland's lips parted slightly as she spoke in a gentle voice. Lu Yin's heart raced. Madame Nayland's allure was too great, and at that moment he forgot about everything else. She was the only thing in his eyes. His breathing quickened and he subconsciously wanted to kiss her. However, Madame Nayland smiled and retreated just as he was about to kiss her. She then gave Luin a beautiful smile and turned to leave. Luin panted heavily as he watched the fairy leave. He felt even more tired than when he had fought against an enlighter. What kind of feeling was this? He couldn't control himself and had the urge to push her down. This feeling was too wonderful. "Your Highness, I'll be staying on Xenu Star. Don't worry, I'll pay the rent, hee." Madame Nayland's voice gradually faded into the distance. Luin took a deep breath and then exhaled. He smiled bitterly as he looked into the distance. At that moment, Luin received a message from Gavin on his gadget. The bank card that Madame Nayland had given him contained 5 billion star crystals. But now that the outer verse was isolated, could the Mavis Bank's reserves hold out? Xenu Star's Mavis Bank's reserves of universal currency and star crystals had almost all been used up, and the other planets were not far behind. Luin had Gavin talk to the Mavis Bank's manager on Xenu Star to find out more about the bank. He then went to look for Hai Chi as it had been a while since he last saw her. The lively Hai Chi was a headache to deal with, but the current Hai Chi was heart-wrenching. Luin looked at her curled-up body as she stared at the ocean. She had been like this all this time. Luin walked behind Hai Chi and said, "According to the information I received, the outerverse isolated weave is weakening, which means that the Astral River is also gradually weakening. One day, it will return to its original state." Hai Chi's eyes lit up, and she looked at Luin expectantly. "Really?" Luin nodded. "How long will that take? How long before I can return to the Sea King's dome?" Hai Chi asked anxiously, looking at Luin with both apprehension and anticipation. Luin thought about it. "About 10 years. When she heard that, Hai Chi seemed to have lost her soul and her face paled. Lu Yin sighed. 10 years is already pretty good. It's better than never being able to return. Hai Chi nodded and sat down again. Got it? Thank you. Lu Yin patted her head and turned to leave, sighing to himself. He had lied to Hai Chi. The outerverse isolated weave was indeed weakening, but it was very, very slow. At this rate, it would be impossible for the astral river to return to its original state, let alone 10 years. 10 years was just to give Hai Chi some hope so that she could accept reality. Hai Chi missed her home, but Lu Yin missed others as well. Big Sis, Uncle Ruben, his classmates from Astral 10, and even people like Mu Rong, Ling Ke, Lu Xiaoqiu and Zhanlong Daynite would occasionally appear in his mind. After the battle on planet Pyrolite, they had all returned to the Innerverse, and it was likely that they would never meet again. Lu Yin sometimes sighed with emotion. In the past, the various powers of the universe had coiled around him like pythons, making it difficult for him to breathe. Now that he was completely free, he missed that feeling. He missed the battle of wits with Night King Yuanjing and the days when he competed with Lemeter geniuses. Unfortunately, those days would never come again unless the astral river was restored. By that time, everything would have changed. The most unfortunate thing was that he had not been able to find out who his enemy was. A single piece of paper with the surname Lu and 72 lives would be difficult to settle. To the east of Frostwave Weave was a weave called Grandtop Weave. Grandtop Weave had once been led by the Nine Stack sect, but 3 months ago when the dire barbarian clan had appeared in Grandtop Weave, the Nine Stack sect had been completely annihilated. Most of the sect's experts had been killed, and only a few had managed to escape. The Nine Stack sect had been built on a giant meteorite that was even larger than Xenu Star. The meteorite was not fixed in one place and it was controlled by the Nine Stack sect. It drifted all over Grandtop Weave, which was one of the reasons why the Nine Stack sect was able to control Grandtop Weave. Historically, the Nine Stack sect had coveted Frostwave Weave, and they had fought a war with the Great Yu Empire. However, they had been repelled and both sides had been enemies. There was no sunlight on the meteorite and there was no ecology. The Nine Stack sect had hollowed out the interior of the meteorite and built a habitat there. There were mountains, rivers, and cities on the meteorite's interior. Lei Long sat cross-legged in a gloomy secret room. As an enlighter, he did not interfere with the clan's internal affairs and had left everything to his subordinates. Ever since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, he had only acted once, and that had been to eliminate the Nine Stack sect's strongest expert, who had been infinitely close to becoming an enlighter. Thousands of kilometers away from the Nine Stack sect's headquarters, a group of people had gathered. They were cultivators who had been lucky enough to escape, and there were 2 hunters among them. Tianming was one of them. Tianming, is what you said true? There's really someone who's willing to help our Nine Stack sect deal with Lei Long? A hunter asked as he stared at Tianming. Tianming answered, this is a favor left behind by the sect's ancestors. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe in the ancestors. That's right. Tianming has inherited the sect's 9 stacks, and he's even selflessly imparted it to everyone. Everyone should be able to understand his sincerity, another hunter spoke up. She was a woman with average looks and she looked at Tianming with an unusual gaze. The hunter's eyes flickered and he nodded. He then looked around at everyone. Since that's the case, we'll wait for that enlighter to appear and deal with Lei Long. Tianming did not say anything else. He turned around and looked at the Nine Stack sect's headquarters with a complicated expression. After this day, the Nine Stack sect would no longer exist in the universe. At this moment, the female hunter walked over to Tianming's side and whispered, as an elder of the sect, I don't usually get involved in matters between disciples, but I know about your situation. Tianming's body trembled and he looked at the woman in shock. The woman replied, the girl you once liked is my niece. Tianming lowered his head and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. If the sect had truly given its inheritance to you, then it wouldn't have sent you to the Great Yu Empire as a spy. It wouldn't have broken you up with my niece and made you hate the sect. You're not even a descendant of the sect. The woman's tone became stricter as she stared at Tianming. Tianming retorted, I inherited the sect's 9 stacks. 9 stacks is just a method to circulate one's strength, and it's not the only inheritance. From what I know, the Great Yu Empire's royal regent can use 30 stacks. I believe that it won't be difficult to impart 9 stacks to you, the woman said softly. Tianming's eyes flickered, but he could not quibble. The woman glanced behind her and then approached Tianming. She whispered, what's your goal? Or let me rephrase my question. What is the Great Yu Empire's royal regent's goal? Tianming stared at her and slowly clenched his fists. She sneered. You want to attack me? Tianming's eyes trembled. He remembered that this woman looked young, but she was a hunter. He was only a Lemiter, and the difference between them was too great. What do you want? Tianming asked. The woman looked in the direction of the Nine-Stack sect. The Nine-Stack sect has already been destroyed and I want to join the Great Yu Empire. Introduce me to Royal Regent Lu Yin. Tianming had already guessed her intentions, or else she would have exposed him long ago. This woman was ambitious. All right. The woman nodded in satisfaction. What are you waiting for? The dire barbarian clan, Tianming replied. The woman was shocked. You want to use the dire barbarian clan to eliminate us? Tianming nodded. This is an order from His Highness. The woman remained where she was, deep in thought. Although she had given up on the Nine-Stack sect, these people were still her fellow disciples. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 543. Before the woman could think any further, a powerful wave swept across the distance, shocking everyone from the Nine-Stack sect. What's going on? Have we been discovered? There really are survivors of the Nine-Stack sect. How dare they come back? They're courting death. An ugly middle-aged man shouted from the sky. He opened his mouth, and his voice transformed into a whistling sound that swept across the land. Tianming was grabbed by the woman and quickly retreated. Another hunter from the Nine-Stack sect soared into the sky and fought the hunter from the dire barbarian clan. The remaining cultivators from the Nine-Stack sect were surrounded by the dire barbarian clan, and another great battle broke out. Kaze was among the dire barbarian clan members. After the battle on planet Pyrolite, Avery had returned to the Innerverse, but Kaze had remained behind. His innate gift was very useful. Kaze also noticed Tianming and the female hunter in the distance, and he found it strange that she had not made a move. Where's Lu Yin? When is he coming out? The female hunter asked. Tianming stared at the sky, watching the battle between the hunters. Only one hunter from the dire barbarian clan had come, and even though he was stronger than the male hunter from the Nine-Stack sect, he still could not take down the hunter. The hunter from the Nine-Stack sect had been suppressed the entire time, and when he saw that the woman was not making a move, he shouted, Lan Wu, what are you looking at? Lan Wu looked at Tianming anxiously. Suddenly, the meteorite trembled, and an indescribable stifling pressure swept over them. This was the strength of an enlighter. Everyone stopped fighting when they sensed this power, and those from the Nine-Stack sect looked at the sky in shock. Lei Long had appeared at some point. The cultivators from the Nine-Stack sect felt their hearts sink. It was over. The male hunter looked at Tianming, as he wanted to know why the enlighter that Tianming had mentioned had not yet arrived. When Tianming saw Lei Long appear, he relaxed. Lan Wu stared at Tianming. If Lu Yin did not appear, then they would all be dead. Lei Long looked down arrogantly. There really are people who don't know what's good for them. He then raised his hand. To him, killing these people was too easy. The first to bear the brunt of his attack was the male hunter, who was pierced through by Lei Long's voice. His corpse fell to the ground, and the shockwaves from the attack instantly killed more than 10 cultivators from the Nine-Stack sect. Suddenly, someone shouted from below, the Nine-Stack sect requests assistance from the Great Yu Empire. Lei Long looked in the direction of the voice, which had come from Tianming. After he finished speaking, the void in front of Lei Long tore open and 2 figures walked out. One of them was Northline Flowzone's enlighter, Granny Chan. The other was Lu Yin, who was wearing universal armor. When he saw Granny Chan and Lu Yin appear, Lei Long's expression darkened. The surviving members of the Nine-Stack sect heaved a sigh of relief, as an enlighter had truly appeared. Lan Wu was shocked. She had assumed that Lu Yin would be the only one who had appeared, and she had never expected that there would be another enlighter. It was no wonder why Lu Yin had been able to kill Karthika, as that enlighter must have contributed to his victory. Granny Chan, why have you come to Grand Top Weave? Lei Long asked as he stared at Granny Chan. His gaze swept over Lu Yin, and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. Grand Top Weave and Frostwave Weave bordered each other, and he had long since wanted to make a move against Frostwave Weave. However, ever since he had learned that Lu Yin had killed Karthika, he had not made a move. Karthika's power level surpassed his own, and even if Lu Yin was just a Lemiter, Lei Long did not dare to underestimate him. Granny Chan did not speak, as she was only there to serve as a foil to intimidate Lei Long. Lu Yin was the one who truly made the decision. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with star energy as he stared at Lei Long. After a while he relaxed. This person's rune lines surpassed Karthika's own, but they were lower than Karthika's tamed beast. Senior Lei Long, may I know how the Nine-Stack sect has offended you to the point that you're so angry that you've annihilated the entire sect and caused rivers of blood to flow? Lu Yin asked. Lei Long's brows rose. Junior, it's not your place to interfere with my matters. Don't think that you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me just because you killed Karthika. Don't think that I don't know that you relied on an external object to kill Karthika. That should have been the Sea King's power, right? How many times can you use that power? Lu Yin raised his head. That's right. I don't have the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. However, you're an innerverse powerhouse and you've publicly annihilated an outerverse power. I'm worried that your next target might be the Great Yu Empire. I've heard that you do have such a plan. Lei Long sneered. So what if I do? Scram, I don't have time to waste with you. He then looked at Granny Chan. My dire barbarian clan has never interacted with your Northline flow zone, so I hope that you won't provoke me. Even if the innerverse and outerverse are separated, it will be restored one day. When that time comes, will Northline flow zone be able to withstand my dire barbarian clan's fury? Granny Chan slowly replied, I'm here because I hope that Brother Lei will give me some face and not touch Frostwave Weave. Lei Long's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lu Yin. Kid, you've got quite the reputation. Lu Yin smiled. Senior Lei, I don't dare to interfere with your matters. Senior Granny Chan isn't provoking you for no reason, and I don't want to become your enemy. How about we make a deal? Lei Long's eyes flashed. What kind of deal? I have a relationship with the Nine-Stack sect, and I can't just watch them be annihilated. I'm willing to use a power vessel in exchange for the safety of these people. Please allow me to take them away, Lu Yin said. Lei Long and Granny Chan looked at Lu Yin in shock. A power vessel was not something that an ordinary person could obtain. Every power vessel had its own independent power, just like Zhe Lin's dagger. If used properly, it could turn the tide of a battle. There were very few power vessels in the universe, and even enlighters like them were unable to obtain one. You have a power vessel? Lei Long was astonished. Lu Yin nodded. It's just a small toy that won't be of much use to you, senior. However, you can give it to a junior as it can be considered a life-saving item. Lei Long stared at Lu Yin as this made sense. If a power vessel was useful to Lu Yin, then Lei Long did not believe that Lu Yin would be willing to exchange it for the trash below. However, even if it was useless to Lei Long, he could still study it. He did not doubt that Lu Yin had a power vessel. This person even had a supreme treasure like Fates, and so it would not be strange for him to have a power vessel as well. Alright, I'll make the decision to spare their lives, Lei Long said. Lu Yin pointed at the Nine-Stack sect's headquarters. Senior, I don't just want to exchange for their lives. I also hope that Senior will return the Nine-Stack sect's headquarters. That's why I'm here. Lei Long's gaze turned cold. Kid, don't push your luck. I'm already being generous by sparing their lives. I won't touch your Frostwave Weave either, but don't test my patience again. Granny Chan looked at Lu Yin. Quit while you're ahead. Don't worry, he won't touch Frostwave Weave again. Lu Yin was helpless. Alright, thank you, Senior. He then took out a box from his cosmic ring and tossed it to Lei Long. After all that had been said, even though Lei Long still had his guard up, he had relaxed quite a bit. Furthermore, he did not believe that Lu Yin could kill him with an unmanned weapon, and the box did not give off any dangerous aura. Every enlighter had their own judgment of danger, so he opened the box and saw progenitor Wushang's hide. Then his mind buzzed and he fainted. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This was the moment. He pulled out his gun and aimed at Lei Long. Bang. The void trembled, and in the next moment, blood spurted out from Lei Long's heart. Half of his body was pulverized, and the intense pain woke him up. However, it was quickly followed by powerlessness as half of his body was gone, and fresh blood dripped onto the ground. He stared at the mangled flesh around his heart in disbelief, and the box fell from his hand. This unforeseen event shocked everyone, including Granny Chan. No one had expected Lu Yin to directly attack and severely injure Lei Long. Lei Long's eyes were filled with resentment as he glared at Lu Yin. He growled and charged forward. Despicable. He would definitely die, but even if he died, he would drag this person down with him. Lu Yin retreated a few steps, allowing Granny Chan to pass. She was still in shock, and when she saw Lei Long's attack, she subconsciously blocked it and easily extinguished Lei Long's last trace of life. Lei Long's corpse crashed to the ground, shocking everyone. Lu Yin landed and put away the box. He then took out Lei Long's cosmic ring and some of his blood, He would open it when he returned. He then looked up at Granny Chan and bowed. "Thank you for your help, senior." Everyone was silent, and the members of the dire barbarian clan looked at Lu Yin in fear. This person had killed their enlighter. The people from the Nine Stack sect were similarly shocked. Were enlighters that easy to kill? Lan Wu gulped, and she looked at Lu Yin with unprecedented fear. He was the only person in the Outerverse who had killed an enlighter while chatting. Granny Chan stood high up in the sky and stared at Lu Yin. This person made her heart turn cold. She slowly descended and faced Lu Yin. "You never planned on letting Lei Long off from the start, did you?" Lu Yin sighed. "Senior, how can I allow others to sleep on my bed? You know the dire barbarian clan's nature. If I didn't kill Lei Long, he would have killed me sooner or later. I just made the first move to gain the upper hand." Granny Chan looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression and did not speak for a long time. Even in the Innerverse, enlighters were not easily killed, but this person had already killed two. Granny Chan had never even killed an enlighter in her entire life. In comparison, this person was too terrifying. Granny Chan looked at Lu Yin and suddenly had a premonition that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, and a monster had been released. Lu Yin looked past Granny Chan to Tianming, and then at Lan Wu who was beside Tianming. He understood and waved his hand. "Destroy the dire barbarian clan." When Lan Wu heard Lu Yin's command, she did not hesitate and immediately attacked the dire barbarian clan members. The other cultivators from the Nine Stacks sect also attacked at the same time. The situation had reversed. The hunter from the dire barbarian clan saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and immediately fled. "Senior, please help me keep that person here," Lu Yin said respectfully to Granny Chan. Granny Chan did not refuse, and she did not know why she did not refuse. Her heart was filled with boundless fear of Lu Yin, and this fear turned into motivation to help Lu Yin. She subconsciously did not want to become enemies with this young man. The hunter from the dire barbarian clan had also died. All of the dire barbarian clan members had died, and only one person had been left behind by Lu Yin, Kaze. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 544. Not long after Granny Chan left. She needed to properly consider her relationship with this young man. Lu Yin did not care. He had killed Lei Long, and with the Nalen family's help, he should be able to obtain enough money to upgrade the gun to a level that could threaten powerhouses with a power level of 300,000. With this kind of strength, even if Granny Chan ignored him, it would not matter. Besides, she probably would not ignore him, as enlighters were all very smart. There weren't many members of the dire barbarian clan on the Meteorite continent, and most of them were former members of the Nine Stacks sect who had surrendered to the dire barbarian clan. This group of people should be punished, but Lu Yin spared them. Compared to the cultivators who were loyal to the Nine Stacks sect, these fence-sitters were more beneficial to him. He wasn't actually trying to rebuild the Nine Stacks sect. It was just a name. The Nine Stacks sect should disappear at this moment. Tianming, Lan Wu, and Kaze stood in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin said to Tianming, "From today onwards, you are the sect master of the Nine Stacks sect." Tianming was shocked. "Your Highness, I want to return to the Great Yu Empire." Lu Yin smiled. "Stay in Grand Top Weave for now. Once Grand Top Weave has stabilized, I'll let you return." Tianming nodded. Lu Yin looked at Lan Wu. "Why are you willing to join me?" She respectfully replied, "I want a way out." Lu Yin nodded and praised her. "You're smart. Stay here and help Tianming stabilize the Nine Stacks sect. In the future, I'll rebuild the 13 Imperial squadrons, and you'll have a chance to become a captain." Lan Wu was delighted. "Thank you, Your Highness." Lu Yin knew that she was faking it. Compared to being a captain of the 13 Imperial squadrons, it was much better to live a carefree life in Grand Top Weave as a border official. However, he did not have anyone available for the time being, so this was the only thing he could do. However, things would change soon and she would be transferred to the Great Yu Empire. He had Tianming and Lan Wu leave and reorganize the Nine Stacks sect before looking at Kaze. Kaze lowered his head. The dire barbarian clan had been completely wiped out, and he was the only survivor. It was all thanks to this person in front of him, who had even killed an almighty enlighter. Kaze did not have any thoughts of revenge, as that was unrealistic. He just wanted to survive. "I heard that your innate gift is very special," Lu Yin asked curiously. Kaze hurriedly replied, "Yes, my innate gift allows me to determine a person's strength through their voice." Lu Yin was surprised. "You heard about my strength back then?" Kaze nodded. He felt that this person was useful, but he didn't know how to use him. He also didn't know how to get this person to willingly help him, which made him feel very conflicted. After all, the dire barbarian clan members were known to be despicable, which was a problem. 7th Bro, there's a method in the Innerverse Beast Tamer's flow zone that prevents your enemies from betraying you. That method is to brand your enemy's tamed beast. As long as you can guarantee that your tamed beast is loyal to you, then it can be used as a tool to monitor that person, the monkey suddenly said. There are also some technologically advanced countries that place things on their enemies to ensure their loyalty. I've met such people on the border battlefield. It's very sad, but it's very useful. Luin fell into deep thought. Kaze waited nervously, and not long after, Luin decided to temporarily let Kaze join the 1st Imperial Squadron. He wanted to turn the 1st Squadron into his personal guards. Lei Long's death shook the surrounding weaves. After the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Lei Long was the second Enlighter to die. The first, Karthika, had also died at Lu Yin's hands. This fact caused the remaining Enlighters in the Outerverse to tremble in fear. They had no choice but to admit that Lu Yin had the ability to instantly kill Enlighters. Because of this, Lu Yin had gained a nickname, Enlighter's Bane. When Lu Yin found out about this nickname, he was speechless. Now that he had a nickname like this, it would be impossible for him to scheme against Enlighters in the future. Perhaps those people would not even dare to touch the things that he had given out. Fortunately, no one knew the true method that he had used to kill Karthika and Lei Long. Even Granny Chan, who had witnessed the entire process, did not know the reason behind it. She only knew about the gun and not progenitor Wushang's hide, so she did not ask. After returning to Xenu Star, Lu Yin went straight to King Zishan's palace and used Lei Long's blood to open Lei Long's cosmic ring. These Enlighters were afraid that they would not be able to obtain enough resources and would enter a period of exhaustion, so they would store all of the resources they had obtained in their own cosmic rings. Lei Long's cosmic ring had about 20,000 star essence, which was 10,000 less than Karthika's, and there were also hundreds of thousands of star crystals. Lu Yin was disappointed, as Lei Long's was 10,000 star essence less than Karthika's. Unfortunately, it seemed like the dire barbarian clan was not as wealthy as the 2nd Grade Hall, and Lei Long had not obtained many star essence from the 9 Stack sect. That shouldn't be the case, as the 9 Stack sect shouldn't be so poor. Lu Yin immediately contacted Tianming and asked about the 9 Stack sect's resources. Lan Wu told him that most of the 9 Stack sect's resources were used to maintain the sect's operations, and the sect's treasury did not have many star essence. However, there were tens of billions of star crystals. Those star crystals were still in the 9 Stack sect's headquarters. Lu Yin was speechless, as he had forgotten to use his domain to check the situation. Lei Long's cosmic ring could not hold that many star crystals. Tens of billions of star crystals were equivalent to tens of thousands of star essence, which was a terrifying amount. However, it was not convenient to use, as the screen that appeared on his die's 3 pips was not very large. It was more suitable to store star essence, but if he used star crystals, his hands would probably become sore, and he would not be able to upgrade it even once. Star crystals could not be used, but he could not allow the 9 Stack sect to benefit from them. Lu Yin immediately ordered Lan Wu to escort these star crystals to Xenu Star so that they could be added to the Great Yu Empire's treasury. As for Grand Top Weave, it would slowly recover. Aside from money, there were many other things in Lei Long's cosmic ring. Just like Karthika, there were also many healing medicines. Lu Yin suddenly discovered something good that had been stored in the ring, and it had been preserved by spiritual threads. This material was most suitable for storing one type of item, a source box. He had not expected Lei Long to have a source box. Lu Yin looked at the box that was several meters wide and thought for a moment. He then put on his universal armor and slowly opened the box. Suddenly, an invisible force swept past the armor and pierced through King Zishan's palace, shooting into the void. Many people below the palace saw a giant crack extend into space before slowly dissipating. Lu Yin immediately closed the box and his eyes widened in shock. He raised a hand to touch the area where the source box had touched his universal armor, and he could clearly see a white mark. The source box's formless killing intent had actually been able to damage this universal armor, which was something that could withstand an Enlighter's attack. Lu Yin hurriedly put the box away. Outside the palace, Bronson rushed in, but Lu Yin stopped him. He touched the box and found that the invisible killing intent had damaged the universal armor. This source box was probably a boundless advanced source box, and it might even contain the power of a predecessor. This sort of source box was not something that he could come into contact with. Luin put the box away and then looked through the other items. Frostwave Weave was located near the edge of the outerverse Astral Wilderness. It was bordered to the south by Dark Mist Weave, to the north by Northcastle Weave, to the east by Grandtop Weave, and to the west by Lars Weave. The moment news of Lei Long's death spread, the Blaze Realms organizations that had been in Lars Weave immediately left. The second-grade hall that had occupied Northcastle Weave also retreated north. All of the Enlighters in the weaves that bordered Frostwave Weave felt their hearts tremble. This was especially true for Huahui, as he felt that Lu Yin would cause trouble for him. Faced with Lu Yin's thunderous killing intent, Huahui did not dare to meet Lu Yin until he had a clear understanding of Lu Yin's methods. Enlighters could not be blamed for being so cowardly, as anyone who could become an Enlighter was a genius. These people had many ways to preserve their lives, and it was not easy for them to die. It was very rare for someone to die in a battle, but Lu Yin had killed 2 of them in one go, which made many Enlighters feel uneasy. Even Enlighters from large organizations like Night Queen Chuyu, Vile Tree, and When Kitchen were shocked, and they did not dare to rashly make contact with Frostwave Weave. The 9-stack sect had been handed over to Tianming, which was equivalent to Frostwave Weave merging with Grandtop Weave. Their territory had instantly doubled, and although they had not completely occupied the Weave, it was only a matter of time. At present, the lack of talent was becoming more and more serious. There was a severe lack of troops and experts, which gave Lu Yin a headache. He had already handed over many memorials from the cabinet to Huan Sha of the Lu Ministry of Staff, but even with Huan Sha's innate gift, she was too busy to handle them all. Many of the memorials were still transferred to King Zishan's palace. Lu Yin also wanted to transfer the memorials to Wendy Yushan's residence, but the residence was not open at all. Even the courtiers could not enter, which made him very helpless. After half a month passed like this, Lu Yin finally could not take it anymore. He was not cut out for government affairs, and coincidentally, Madame Naylan requested an audience. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That's right, Madame Naylan. How could he have forgotten about her? The Naylan family was one of the wealthiest corporations in the Outerverse, and their businesses spanned all 72 weaves. In terms of influence, they were much stronger than the Great Yu Empire, and the matters that they had to deal with were far more complicated than those in the Great Yu Empire. Madame Naylan would definitely be able to handle such matters. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 545. Lu Yin was delighted when he heard her words. Actually, I was just about to look for Madame and ask for your advice. I wouldn't dare, but I'm all ears. Madame Naylan and Lu Yin both sat down elegantly and smiled at him. Lu Yin coughed and organized his thoughts. The Great Yu Empire has already taken over Frostwave Weave, but there's a lack of manpower and no one to manage it. Does Madame have any ideas on how to alleviate the situation? Madame Naylan's eyes lit up. Just Frostwave Weave shouldn't be a problem for your highness. Lu Yin smiled. That includes Grandtop Weave. She was shocked. Has your highness already completely taken over Grandtop Weave? Although Lu Yin had killed Lei Long, that did not mean that he had taken over Grandtop Weave. Even if he had conquered the 9-stack sect, that did not mean that he had conquered Grandtop Weave. It could only be said that he had met the requirements to do so, but it was not something that could be done in a day or two. After all, a weave was too vast. The reason that Frostwave Weave had been unified so quickly was mainly due to Undying Yushan's many years of planning. Furthermore, the Great Yu Empire was still a local power in Frostwave Weave, so there would not be much resistance. Now, it was too difficult to cross weaves and conquer. Even if Grandtop Weave did not have any experts who could resist the Great Yu Empire, the stubborn factions might not be able to conquer it in a year or two. Not really, but Grandtop Weave cannot escape. The current successor of the 9-stack sect is one of my people. Lu Yin did not try to hide anything. The Naylan family dominated the Outerverse, and to put it bluntly, if not for the changes in the universe, the Naylan family would not have asked for help from the Great Yu Empire. After all, the Naylan family could afford to raise an Enlighter. Madame Naylan understood and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. So your highness already has plans. I'm impressed. Your current predicament makes sense. Now that you've suddenly gained a new weave, whether it's management or conquest, you'll need talents. She paused for a moment before continuing. Although the universe is vast, there's only one way to manage it. Has your highness heard of the spider web theory? Lu Yin was puzzled. The spider web theory? That's right. The so-called spider web theory refers to arranging the management of an organization according to a spider's web, which ultimately converges at the center. The spider's web is innumerable and seems complicated, but it's actually quite simple. Not a single point can escape, and it can be used to capture prey. To a spider, no matter how large its web is, it's still a part of its body. The Great Yu Empire is the same, Your Highness. In King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin and Madame Naylan chatted for a full 3 hours. They only stopped when Madame Naylan's mouth was dry. She licked her red lips and smiled at him. Have you thought it through, Your Highness? Lu Yin nodded and thanked her gratefully. Thank you, madam. I didn't have a clue before, but after hearing your words, my mind is much clearer. Madame Naylan smiled. Actually, these are just theories. Governing a country is different from governing a business. If Your Highness wants to learn how to govern a country, you should read more books and ask the professionals. These are just my experiences and they aren't very helpful. Lu Yin solemnly replied, You're wrong, madam. For the current Great Yu Empire, there's no need for any strategy to govern a country. A single word is enough because in this universe the strong are respected. If I don't have the strength to kill an enlighter, then there will be countless people in the Great Yu Empire who won't respect me. Madame Naylan smiled. Perhaps, but blindly relying on power isn't a long-term solution. Lu Yin agreed with this point. Governing a country during war was different from governing a country during peacetime, and he didn't understand these things at all. Now that they were at war, he could use his ideas without any qualms. This was because they were united during war, but once the war ended, many problems would arise and they couldn't be solved through strength alone. The most obvious problem was how to restore the economy, determine military expenditures, education, transportation, research, and so on. Many problems would arise, and he needed to find someone to manage the country before the war ended. Otherwise the war wouldn't end. His conversation with Madame Naylan had given Lu Yin a rudimentary idea of how to manage a country. He didn't know if it was suitable, but he had to give it a try. Undying Yushan's political legacy was about to be destroyed. Madame Naylan's mouth was dry from all the talking, and she took a sip of tea. Lu Yin suddenly remembered that Madame Naylan had taken the initiative to look for him, so she definitely had something to discuss. He hurriedly said, Madam, you've been talking about me for a while now. What do you want from me today? Madame Naylan put down her teacup. It's nothing important. I just want to recommend someone to Your Highness who might be able to help you. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Who is it? Your Highness should have met erudite Flozone's warfront commander, Shui Chuanxiao. Madame Naylan looked at Lu Yin as if trying to discern something from his eyes. Lu Yin was shocked. Shui Chuanxiao. Of course I've met him. He's the most intelligent warfront commander in human history, and he was the one who confirmed my contributions. However, it's rumored that he committed a crime of betrayal and was imprisoned in Earth's swamp for 10,000 years. Does Your Highness believe that Shui Chuanxiao betrayed humanity? Madame Naylan stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin thought about it. It's hard to say. It's not my place to speak on such matters. Madame Naylan's eyes flashed. Then does Your Highness dislike Shui Chuanxiao? Lu Yin shook his head. Of course not. Commander Shui is very charismatic, and he was the one who agreed with my conjecture about the Sheng'ao. He was also the one who made me a war drummer. To be honest, Commander Shui is very magnanimous. Madame Naylan nodded. Yes, he's very magnanimous. However, such a person was accused of betraying his own race. Sometimes, conspiracies can be very scary. Lu Yin looked at her strangely. Madam, the person you wanted to recommend couldn't be Commander Shui, right? Madame Naylan smiled. Of course not. Commander Shui is imprisoned in Earth's swamp, which is the most despairing prison for humans. No one can save him. You've met the person I recommended. Her name is Enya and she's outside King Zishan's palace. Lu Yin hurriedly had Bronson bring her in. Not long after, Lu Yin saw Enya, and he was shocked to see her. When Lu Yin had been recognized for his contributions and received honor points, Enya had brought him to planet Songyuan and introduced him to the situation there. Lu Yin had a deep impression of this beautiful blonde adjutant, as there weren't many women in the military. Enya immediately bowed when she saw Lu Yin, and her expression was solemn. Enya greets Your Highness. Lu Yin hurriedly excused her and asked curiously, I remember that you're Commander Shui's adjutant. Why aren't you at the erudite Flozone's border? Enya indifferently replied, the human domain and the astral beast domain have reached an agreement, and the war has stopped. Commander Shui has been captured, and the rest of us have either been banished or dismissed. I'm one of the luckier ones as I was sent to the outer verse. Enya accidentally saved me, which is why I recommended her to Your Highness. She's lived in the military since she was young, and now that she's been separated from the military, she has nowhere else to go. Lu Yin nodded and sized up Enya. She was an explorer, and since she was able to follow Shui Chuanxiao, she had to be very capable as well. I'm planning to establish the Lu Ministry of Defense to help me with military affairs. Are you willing to join? Enya immediately agreed. She immediately expressed her gratitude. Even though the Lu Ministry of Defense had yet to be established since it served Lu Yin and was named Lu, it meant that this department would only serve Lu Yin, and it would definitely have power in the future. Madam, I should be the one thanking you. The great Yu Empire lacks talents and you've sent me one. Lu Yin smiled. Madame Naylan exchanged a few more pleasantries with Lu Yin before leaving. Enya was arranged to stay in King Zishan's palace, and once the Lu Ministry of Defense was established, she would begin handling military affairs. Regardless of whether it was the Lu Ministry of Staff or the Lu Ministry of Defense, Lu Yin planned to set them up near King Zishan's palace so that it would be easier for him to monitor them. He did not believe in the saying, "Don't use people you suspect, but don't use people you trust." He did not believe that he had the charisma to make people submit with a single glance. He needed to observe them for a period of time before he could determine whether or not they were trustworthy. If they were not, then he would not use them no matter how strong they were. His conversation with Madame Naylan had benefited Lu Yin greatly. 10 days later, during a court meeting, he directly announced a reform of the Great Yu Empire's power structure. He would formally establish the Lu Ministry of Staff and the Lu Ministry of Defense based on the current official system, and they would help him handle government and military affairs. Under these two departments would be the Lu Pavilion of Staff and the Lu Ministry of Defense. 10 filaments and 1 pavilion. This was Lu Yin's initial plan. Every 10 filaments would have a Lu Pavilion of Staff that would handle the 10 filaments' government affairs. Important matters would be handled by the Lu Pavilion of Staff and the Imperial Cabinet, and in the end, only the most important matters would be handled by the Lu Ministry of Staff and the Imperial Cabinet. The Lu Ministry of Defense was the same, with 1 pavilion per 10 filaments that handled military affairs. This was the spider web theory. Every Lu Pavilion of Staff and the Lu Ministry of Defense was a point of the spider web that was spread out layer by layer. There might be corruption or collusion between officials and bandits, but these were unavoidable. This method could at least temporarily ensure the stability of the empire and was beneficial in nurturing talents. During the court meeting, when Lu Yin announced the reform, he was immediately met with resistance from the Imperial Cabinet. Although the Lu Ministry of Staff had already been established, it could only be considered Lu Yin's personal department, and it didn't even have the qualifications to participate in court meetings. But now that it was officially established, not only would the Imperial Cabinet's power be dispersed, but even the Imperial Cabinet's authority would be completely suppressed. This was something that the ministers of the Imperial Cabinet could not accept. The Great Yu Empire had already unified Frostwave Weave and was about to merge with Grand Top Weave. This was the time for the Imperial Cabinet's authority to expand, but Lu Yin was actually trying to disperse their authority. No one could accept this. However, this intense resistance was met with Lu Yin's merciless dismissal. He had not forgotten the faces of these ministers when Karthika had been on Xenu Star, especially the 2 ministers from the Imperial Cabinet, who had caused him to lose face. Back when Undying Yushan had been on the throne, the Great Yu Empire had its own system of governance. Furthermore, it wasn't during a time of war, so it wasn't that easy to dismiss a minister. At the very least, one would need to have a suitable reason and evidence. But now, Lu Yin was in charge and there was no need to explain himself. This caused the other ministers to tremble in fear, and even the usually stubborn Garop didn't say anything. Garop was very smart, and although he dared to speak out, he knew when to speak and when not to. Rebuking Lu Yin at this time was equivalent to going against him, and Garop would never do such a thing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 546. There were a total of 5 ministers in the Imperial Cabinet, and 2 of them had been dismissed during the court session. The others did not dare to say a word. This was exactly what Lu Yin wanted. He could accept advice, but that depended on the timing. If anyone dared to oppose him after he had made up his mind, then it would no longer be an advice, but rather an attempt to force him to abdicate. Compared to an enlighter, these ministers were like ants, and Lu Yin did not care about their resistance. At present, the 13 Imperial squadrons only had 8 captains left, including Wendy Yushan. 5 of the other squadrons were missing captains, and Lu Yin himself was the captain of the first squadron. There were still 4 squadrons without captains, and he issued an order to recruit captains. Garop greets your highness. After the court session, Luin met with Garop in the back garden of the palace, where Undying Yushan had often summoned him. No need for formalities, please take a seat. Luin looked at Garop warmly. This old man had not openly opposed Luin during the court session, which meant that he was not stupid and could be used. Furthermore, he had not been too afraid of Karthika back then. Garop did not sit but instead bowed and respectfully said, Your Highness, please reconsider. Luin took a sip of tea. Are you talking about the restructuring of power? Yes. Facts have proven that any change in power will shake the empire and bring about unpredictable consequences, Pilo said in a deep voice. Luin looked at Garop. I'm not a politician and I don't want to be one. The restructuring of power might be good or bad, but I don't care. I only care about one thing, whether or not my words are useful. Garop's body trembled and he looked at Luin. Your Highness, your words represent the Emperor, so of course they are useful. Your Highness, please consider the consequences of restructuring power. Then tell me, what are the disadvantages of establishing these 4 departments? Luin asked. Garop solemnly replied, It's easy to create powerful departments. These departments were all established by your Highness, and the people inside hold great power. If they have any selfish motives, there will be very serious consequences. Luin knew what Garop meant. Many emperors had departments that were loyal to them, and these departments were the emperor's eyes and ears. Of course, they could also be the source of the empire's collapse. Luin looked at Garop. Lord Garop, you must have misunderstood. I have no intention of abolishing the imperial cabinet. The Lu Ministry of Staff, the Lu Ministry of Defense, and the imperial cabinet are all part of the empire's upper echelons, and they restrict each other. Garop. Garop. Garop's heart skipped a beat and his face paled. He hurriedly bowed. Your Highness, please understand. This old subject has absolutely no intention of using his position for personal gain. Garop was about to speak when he suddenly thought of something. I don't have anyone to recommend. I'll have to trouble your Highness to consider. Luin glanced at him and nodded. I understand. You may leave now. I'll take my leave. Garop left. Luin sat in the back garden and tapped a single finger on the table, deep in thought. Establishing the 4 departments wasn't just to help him deal with government and military matters. There was another use that he wouldn't tell anyone about, and that was the benefits. Adding 4 new departments naturally meant that there would be more seats. These seats weren't prepared for the people of the Great Yu Empire, but rather for the people of the other weaves that he might occupy in the future. For example, Grand Top Weave. Once Grand Top Weave was completely occupied, the Great Yu Empire's authority would need someone from that weave, or there would be regional discrimination. Grand Top Weave wouldn't agree to an authority that didn't have someone from their own side. A large weave could create 10 Lu Ministry of Defense and Lu Ministry of Defense, which would consume a large number of seats. Luin also needed to reserve 1 or 2 seats in the Lu Ministry of Staff and Lu Ministry of Defense for Grand Top Weave. This was a form of exchange. Exchanging authority for a weave's recognition of the Great Yu Empire was far more effective than military suppression. Garop had thought this through, which was why he hadn't recommended anyone to join the cabinet. Recommending someone to join the cabinet would not only reflect his own selfishness, but it would also cause the cabinet to lack seats. However, Luin felt that Garop was overthinking things. At present, he had no plans to allow anyone from the other weaves to join the cabinet. At the very least, he would have to wait until Grand Top Weave was occupied by the military before he could use his authority to rope them in. There was a purple plant in the back garden that had the attack power of an explorer. It was very peculiar, as it would completely restrain itself when facing powerhouses. Undying Yushan had once told Luin that this plant was the only one that had survived on that planet, and it had been brought here. Because of this characteristic, the plant would change its attack power according to the environment it was in. Back then, Luin had touched the plant under Undying Yushan's watchful eyes. Now there was no one around. Luin raised his hand and touched the plant again. It was still very soft and comfortable, and the plant didn't seem to have any desire to attack. It could sense Luin's strength and it would bend down in the face of a powerhouse. If even plants were like this, then there was no need to talk about humans. Luin had been threatened and suppressed too many times, and he had even been treated as white meat. Now that the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, it was a godsend opportunity. He would not allow himself to repeat those mistakes. He wanted to become someone at the top and only he could threaten others. At this moment, Bronson arrived and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, as you expected, that person went to the princess residence, but Princess Wendy Yushan did not meet him." Lu Yin nodded. "Pass down the order, dismiss him immediately." Yes, Bronson left. Lu Yin had already expected that the third cabinet official to be dismissed would appear. Someone would definitely ask Wendy Yushan to stop him, and as expected, these people were bold enough to stop the change in power. However, it didn't matter. Regardless of whether or not Wendy Yushan would stop him, even if she did, would she be able to stop him? The Great Yu Empire was no longer the Great Yu Empire of the past. Now that things had developed to this point, Wendy Yushan was only a princess in name, and she no longer had the ability to interfere with the empire's power. Why didn't these people understand? Even someone like Wendy Yushan, who did not understand politics, understood this. His gadget beeped and Lu Yin glanced at it and sighed. It was Hai Chi-Chi. That brat had not given up and had personally gone to the Astral River to find a way to return to the Innerverse. Lu Yin was not worried about her safety, as he had filled his eyes with star energy to observe her. The number of rune lines on her body was terrifying, and she was definitely no less than a hunter's. This brat had a trump card, so he would let her search for it. It was better than curling up on the beach. Following the dismissal of the 3 cabinet officials, rumors began to spread on Xenu Star that the Great Yu Empire was about to change its name to the Great Yin Empire, that the royal regent was about to ascend to the throne, and that Princess Wendy Yushan was under house arrest. Countless rumors began to spread, and not just on Xenu Star, but throughout the Great Yu Empire as well. The rumors caused a lot of discussion and many people believed them to be true. This made many of the Yushan family's loyalists unhappy, and over the next few days, nearly 100 people sought out Wendy Yushan to verify the authenticity of the rumors. Wendy Yushan appeared, but she only met with those people for a short while before leaving. The rumors of Wendy Yushan being under house arrest were quickly dispelled, but there were also rumors that the royal regent had threatened Princess Wendy Yushan, which led to another group of people visiting her residence. Lu Yin knew everything that had happened, and he had ordered the 13 imperial squadrons to find the source of the rumors. He had even massacred a group of people to prevent the rumors from spreading. However, this only treated the symptoms and not the root of the problem. As his authority grew, these rumors would definitely resurface, and at that time the Yushan bloodline would definitely clash with those who supported him. There were also people from the Zishan bloodline involved, and these people would naturally support Lu Yin, so the conflict would only grow. Lu Yin could not wait to fill up the 4 ministries, but it was not that easy, and it was not easy to find talented people. There were only 2 people left in the cabinet, and it could not operate normally. Lu Yin made an exception and promoted Gavin to the cabinet. This finance minister was not as scheming as Sicker, nor was he as useless as Bailey. He was barely qualified to join the cabinet. The cabinet of 3 could now operate normally. Lu Yin also invited Shueshan Anna to join the Lu Ministry of Defense. With him around, the Anna family's influence would increase. Now that the Great Yu Empire was at war with foreign powers, not only did they have to maintain the stability of Frostwave Weave, but they also had to suppress Grand Top Weave. The Lu Ministry of Defense desperately needed talented people to join them. Shueshan Anna and Enya were still not enough. Lu Yin's control over the Great Yu Empire's military was still insufficient, and he was not even familiar with the commanders of Grand Top Weave's military. If not for his battle record of killing Enlighters, he even suspected that those commanders would have declared themselves kings outside of the Great Yu Empire. With a lack of talent and insufficient control over the military, Lu Yin had no choice but to send the 8th, 9th and 13th squadrons to Grand Top Weave to monitor the military, but they were not allowed to interfere with military deployment. As for Frostwave Weave, he sent the 6th and 11th squadrons to monitor the military. 5 of the 13 squadrons were transferred away, leaving behind only the 2nd, 3rd and 12th squadrons, as well as his own 1st squadron. The 13 squadrons were directly under the Emperor's jurisdiction, and with them around, Lu Yin was temporarily at ease. He could spend his time slowly filling in the 4 ministries. Undying Yushan had not only left behind the 13 squadrons, but also a secret guard that had secretly protected him. Unfortunately, all of the guards had died at the hands of the Neo-Human Alliance. When he thought of the Neo-Human Alliance, Lu Yin thought of Sigmund Mathers. Back then, Sigmund Mathers had defected from Genma Space Station and colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. Sigmund Mathers had been wrongly imprisoned, which was a great crime against humanity. Even Undying Yushan had not been able to save him. If not for Lu Yin giving Sigmund Mathers credit for finding the Corpse King, he would have died long ago. Now that the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, no one could check if Sigmund Mathers had been imprisoned. Lu Yin directly released him and had him join Grand Top Weave's Lu Ministry of Defense to monitor Grand Top Weave. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 547. The Great Yu Empire's recruitment of experts had never stopped. Ever since Lu Yin had killed Karthika, many experts had joined the Great Yu Empire. So far, 7 cruisers and more than 20 explorers had joined the Great Yu Empire. Almost all of these people came from organizations that had been wiped out in the surrounding weaves, and they hoped to borrow the Great Yu Empire's strength to protect themselves. Because of their special identities, Lu Yin did not arrange for them to join the 13 Imperial Squadrons. The 13 Imperial Squadrons had too much authority, so it was not suitable for them to join. Ever since the universe had changed, Lu Yin had not rested much. The 4 ministries had been established, and Huan Sha was helping out with government affairs while Enya was helping out with military matters. Lu Yin finally had some time to rest. Under the cover of night, Lu Yin walked out of King Zishan's palace. He suddenly recalled the small outdoor tavern where he had drunk with the second prince. When he returned to the tavern, he noticed that the surroundings had changed. The ground had clearly been repaired, and the several crises that Xenu Star had faced could be seen here. "Boss, a flask of wine," Lu Yin said as he sat down. The wine was quickly served, along with 2 small plates of appetizers. Lu Yin's appetite was whetted, and he poured himself a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. He exhaled comfortably. The taste was still the same. He was not that familiar with Duke Yushan, and the greatest help the man had given him was to provide him with a good place to drink. Although the scenery was not elegant, it was located in a bustling city, and there was a noisy bar nearby, but it still gave off a feeling of being hidden in the city. The place was good, the wine was good, and the appetizers were even better. Lu Yin relaxed a lot. "Another flask of wine," Lu Yin called out. The boss nodded and served Lu Yin a second flask of wine. He looked at Lu Yin and was stunned for a moment before his expression changed. You. Lu Yin raised a hand to stop the boss from speaking and pointed to the side. He was not the only one in the tavern. The boss understood and nodded respectfully before retreating. Lu Yin continued to drink, and the boss quickly served up a few more appetizers. Lu Yin smiled. "Boss, how's business these days?" The boss heard the question and hurriedly ran over. It's been good. Lu Yin saw that the boss was nervous and waved him away. "Oh, who's that?" Someone who doesn't know better might think that it's the Crown Prince. A youth at a nearby table mocked Lu Yin. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. Someone was looking for trouble with him. The tavern owner's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly went over to persuade them. However, the people at the table were clearly drunk. One of them spat on the ground and said, "Brat, it's not your turn to show off here. Do you understand?" Lu Yin did not turn around and continued to drink. "Brat, I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me?" The tavern owner hurriedly pulled the drunkard aside and said something. Lu Yin tapped on the table with a single finger, making a very rhythmic sound. Every tap was exactly the same as the drunkard's heartbeat. The drunkards hadn't noticed at first, but when the tapping stopped, their heartbeats suddenly stopped and their faces turned pale. They suddenly gasped for breath, almost suffocating. Because they were panting heavily, their breaths reeked of alcohol, and they sobered up a lot. They looked at Lu Yin in shock, knowing that they had offended someone they couldn't afford to offend. One of them hurriedly apologized. "Brother, we're sorry. We drank too much, so we'll pay for your drinks today. Goodbye." He then left behind some money and hurriedly ran off. Lu Yin poured himself a cup of wine and took a sip. He liked the feeling of cooking wine in the cold wind and 100 different dishes. The tavern owner looked at Lu Yin as if he was a god. Just tapping on the table was enough to suffocate the drunkards. This was the royal regent's power. Far away from the tavern, in the shadows of a corner, a few people silently retreated. They had originally come to assassinate Lu Yin and had been waiting at King Zishan's palace for a long time. Just as they were about to make their move, they saw the scene just now. Even though Lu Yin hadn't made a move, the stifling pressure that had been stifling had terrified them. Lu Yin wasn't someone they could assassinate. Someone walked out from the tavern and looked towards the open-air tavern. The tapping on the table had shaken him, as if the sound had suppressed something through the air. He looked towards the open-air tavern and saw Lu Yin, but he couldn't see his face clearly. After some thought he walked over. Soon enough, he sat down in the tavern and asked for a jug of wine from the owner. He took a sip and glanced at Luin. Coincidentally, Luin looked up and met the man's eyes. The man's pupils shrank and he subconsciously stood up and bowed. Wukai Mathers greets your highness. The conflict that had just occurred had scared away the other customers in the tavern, leaving Luin alone. Wukai Mathers's bow startled the owner, who hurriedly bowed as well. Greetings, your highness. Luin smiled. We're all wine tasters in this tavern, so there's no need to call me your highness. Owner, give me another jug. Yes, your highness. The owner hurriedly left. Luin looked at Wukai Mathers, his gaze pausing on his left arm. Is your arm fake? Wukai Mathers respectfully replied, yes, it was destroyed by a plant during Astral 10's exam. Luin nodded. Sit down, let's drink together. Wukai Mathers' expression changed, but he eventually sat down. He was filled with boundless gratitude towards Luin. If not for Luin, his father would have been dead. Now that Luin had released his father, the Mathers family would never be able to repay this favor. The Mathers family had once been part of the Zishan bloodline, so they were naturally close to Luin. I've known your father for a long time, Luin said. Wukai Mathers replied, I've heard him mention it. Luin smiled and looked at Wukai Mathers. You're very powerful. Among the younger generation of the Great Yu Empire, no one is your match aside from Schutz. Wukai Mathers respectfully replied, You're too kind, your highness. The 5 hall masters of Yu Academy are all very powerful. Luin laughed. Although they've improved a lot, their thinking is still too limited. Aside from Schutz, it's difficult for the others to leave the outer verse, but you're different. Lu Yin's gaze then landed on Wukai Mathers' right arm, or more accurately, his right hand. He had noticed earlier that Wukai Mathers' aura was extraordinary, and he had filled his eyes with star energy to take a closer look. Just as he had said, aside from Schutz, none of the other 4 hall masters could compare to Wukai Mathers. This was especially true for Wukai Mathers' right fist, which had an unusually large number of rune lines that far surpassed the outer verse limiters. Wukai Mathers was already very close to the inner verse elite limiters. Although he still couldn't compare to the Astral Combat Academy's area masters, his future achievements wouldn't be limited. Wukai Mathers stood up and respectfully said, Your Highness, during Astral 10's exam, this humble one accidentally obtained a battle technique from a cliff. It's called the stone-crushing fist. This humble one has relied on this battle technique to reach my current level of strength. Luin nodded and gestured for Wukai Mathers to sit down. He didn't really care about the stone-crushing fist. There were many strange battle techniques in the universe, and many of them had miraculous effects. This was very normal since he himself knew the serious technique. This battle technique was extremely powerful, and although it wasn't enough for him, it could still help him turn danger into safety at a critical moment. The Sword Sect's 13 swords, the Day-Night Clan's Night's End, Daybreak, and the Day-Night Restoration technique were all battle techniques that could dominate an entire era. Lu Yin's vision had long since transcended the outerverse, so he had no interest in Wukai Mathers' battle techniques. Tianming has gone to Grand Top Weave. From tomorrow onwards, you will replace him and become Yu Academy's hall master, Lu Yin said after taking a sip of wine. He then stood up and left. Wukai Mathers stared blankly at Lu Yin's departing figure. How had he become a hall master so easily? Not too long ago, Yu Academy had been an elite training ground that he didn't even have the qualifications to enter. Now he had actually become a hall master. He stood up excitedly and bowed deeply to Lu Yin's back. The strong would rise while the weak would fall. This was Lu Yin's rule, and Wukai Mathers' ability was enough to become a hall master. After leaving the tavern, Lu Yin didn't return to King Zishan's palace. Instead, he went to the seaside to sober up. He didn't like to force the alcohol out of his system, as that would make drinking meaningless. Sometimes, getting tipsy could help him relax. After disappearing for a few hours, Lu Yin finally returned to King Zishan's palace, where he was surprised to see a familiar face, Geraldine. During Earth's trial, Geraldine had been captured and threatened by Lu Yin. She was the first person he had ever met who wasn't a friend. Geraldine hadn't expected to run into Lu Yin at the entrance of King Zishan's palace. She was flustered and didn't know what to do. Lu Yin laughed, "Let's go in and have a seat." Geraldine hurriedly replied, "There's no need." "Oh, I'm sorry." "Greetings, Your Highness." Lu Yin looked at her. "You're here for something?" Geraldine nodded and took out a ring. "I'll return this to you." Lu Yin took it. "What's this?" "Jenny Anna accidentally dropped it and I picked it up." "I'm returning it to you," Geraldine said. Lu Yin recalled that he had given Jenny Anna a ring in order to gain the Anna family's support. He had gotten it from the die roll, accidentally dropped it? Or did you throw it away? Geraldine blinked. Accidentally, I guess. Then how did you know it was mine? Lu Yin asked. Geraldine's eyes darted around, not knowing how to answer. Lu Yin tossed the ring to her. You can have it. He then stepped into King Zishan's palace, not caring about the ring at all. Geraldine caught it in shock and stared blankly at Lu Yin's back. Lu Yin stopped. Do you want to come in? We haven't seen each other in a long time. Geraldine shook her head in panic. No thank you. She bowed again and ran off. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why was she panicking? He didn't know what it meant to give a girl a ring, and Geraldine's mind was in a mess. She didn't dare enter King Zishan's palace. Leisure time always passed quickly, and after a relaxing day, Lu Yin once again entered a busy state. The military, the government, and everywhere else were recommending people to join the four ministries. Lu Yin didn't know who was capable and who wasn't, but he did know that they all represented their own interests. He wanted to cross them all out, but he was afraid that he would really miss out on someone capable. He had no choice but to leave it all to Huan Sha. She was so busy that she didn't even have time to eat. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 548. Inya was in charge of all matters within the Lu Ministry of Defense, and Shuashan Anna was only a figurehead. Similarly, if Hua Qingshan had withdrawn from the 13 imperial squadrons, Lu Yin would definitely have given the Hua family a position of power. This was a balance, as both the Anna and Hua families had a certain amount of influence within the Great Yu Empire's military. Wendy Yushan rarely appeared in public these days, and Lu Yin had seen her once. He knew that she was cultivating the Yu's secret art, but she had yet to appear in public. Actually, she was also trying to avoid arousing suspicion. The Great Yu Empire could not have two leaders, and she was not suited for management. Thus, she was willing to live behind the scenes. On this day, Lu Yin had just returned to King Zishan's palace after the court session ended when Bronson reported that someone was requesting an audience. When Lu Yin arrived at the guest hall, he saw a man with a downcast expression who was anxiously waiting for him. When the man saw Lu Yin, he hurriedly bowed. North Castle Weave's Greatsword Dynasty's Ding Xing greets your highness, the royal regent of the Great Yu Empire. He then sat down and looked at Ding Xing. Are you from North Castle Weave? Ding Xing replied, yes, I'm from North Castle Weave's Greatsword Dynasty. Back then, when the Interverse's various great powers fought over the Greatsword Dynasty, it was destroyed by the Second Great Hall. Fortunately, Captain Shalash from the Great Yu Empire saved me, and I was only able to survive. Lillian had told him about this matter, and it was because of this that he had learned about the struggle for Pyrolite. It was also because of this person in front of him that the conflict between the Great Yu Empire and the Second Great Hall had started. What can I do for you, Mr. Ding? Lu Yin asked. Ding Xing suddenly knelt down on one knee and said sorrowfully, Your Highness, please help the Greatsword Dynasty to expel the Second Great Hall. Lu Yin raised a hand and a powerful force forcibly lifted Ding Xing up. Ding Xing was a cruiser with a power level of 60,000, but he was unable to resist Lu Yin's strength at all. Ding Xing stared at Lu Yin in shock. Hearing about it was one thing, but experiencing it for himself was another. At this moment, Ding Xing truly understood what it meant to be an unequaled Lemeter. This person in front of him actually made him feel like he was unrivaled. Ding Xing was a cruiser while this person was just a Lemeter. However, Ding Xing quickly recalled Lu Yin's battle records and felt relieved. Even an enlighter had been killed by this person, so a mere cruiser was no different from an ant. Mr. Ding, there's no need for such formalities, Lu Yin said. Ding Xing pleaded, Your Highness, the Greatsword Dynasty's inheritance has been lost for generations. As a citizen of the Greatsword Dynasty, I cannot bear to see this happen, so I beg for your Highness' help. Lu Yin did not immediately reply. He pondered for a moment before opening up a star chart on his gadget to check out North Castle Weave. The Greatsword Dynasty was a rather powerful power in North Castle Weave, and its geographical location was very similar to the Great Yu Empire's. It was a long strip that spanned across North Castle Weave from north to south, and it had about 9 filaments. It was no wonder why the Second Great Hall wanted to seize control of the Greatsword Dynasty, as this dynasty was just too suitable to be used to fight for Pyrolite. Ding Xing lowered his head, not daring to move. Lu Yin looked at the star chart and his eyes flickered. Mr. Ding, You should know that there are currently 2 enlighters in North Castle Weave. If I make a move, the consequences will be immeasurable. Ding Xing respectfully replied, I understand. I also know that with your Highness's strength, you don't need to fear an enlighter. Your Highness, I'm willing to give you the treasures that the Great Sword Dynasty has accumulated over countless years in exchange for your assistance. Lu Yin was surprised. Treasures? Yes. North Castle Weave's geographical location is special, and the dynasty's emperors all knew that something would happen sooner or later. That's why they left behind treasures to restore the dynasty. Generally speaking, this amount of treasures should be enough to deal with the Outerverse powers, but I never expected that an enlighter would take action. No matter how many treasures there are, it's useless against an enlighter. Your Highness, please help us. I'm willing to give you the treasures, Ding Xing said sincerely. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Treasures were a very tempting term, and North Castle Weave was also very tempting to him. Grand Top Weave alone was not enough to satisfy him, so he could use the Great Sword Dynasty's matter to make a move against North Castle Weave. However, this was not the time to do so. The Great Yu Empire could not even manage Frostwave Weave properly, and it would take a very long time to suppress Grand Top Weave. If he tried to make a move against North Castle Weave as well, he would easily be dragged down to his death. Furthermore, he was already known as the nemesis of enlighters, so it would not be easy for him to deal with another enlighter. Even if he succeeded in killing another enlighter, he might attract the attention of many other enlighters. If 2 or even 3 enlighters acted against him, he would not even know how he died. Lu Yin constantly reminded himself that his current accomplishments were not due to his own strength, but rather to external factors. He could not be complacent. Stay on Zenustar for now. I can promise you that I will help the Great Sword Dynasty, but not now, Lu Yin said to Ding Xing. Ding Xing's eyes flickered and he softly replied, Yes, Your Highness. Many thanks. Lu Yin grunted and Bronson escorted Ding Xing out. He could not interfere with North Castle Weave for the time being, but Ding Xing had to be left behind as a bait to invade North Castle Weave in the future. The separation of the Innerverse and Outerverse had a huge impact on the Outerverse, and it also affected the Outerverse Youth Council. The Outerverse Youth Council was subordinate to the 10 Arbiters Council, and many of its policies came from the Council. Now that the Innerverse and Outerverse could not be connected, the Outerverse Youth Council could only formulate its own policies. Without the 10 Arbiters' deterrence, the Outerverse Youth Council would face a crisis. Under these circumstances, Puyu took charge of East San Dios, and he summoned Wendy Yushan and Lu Xiaoga for a meeting. Wendy Yushan told Lu Yin about this, but he immediately rejected it. You can't go. You have a secret technique and all the enlighters are watching you. If you appear in East San Dios, you might be captured. It's my duty, Wendy Yushan said. Lu Yin frowned. The 10 Arbiters Council has taken great care of me. Now that the council is in danger, I have to go, Wendy Yushan said resolutely. Lu Yin thought about it. I'll go with you. Wendy Yushan did not refuse as this was the best solution. With Lu Yin around, her safety was guaranteed. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on, as Hai Chi-Chi had taken his collapsible spacecraft to the Astral River. When are we going? The meeting is in 12 days, Wendy Yushan said. Lu Yin calculated that it would take 2.5 months for a normal spacecraft to travel from the Great Yu Empire to East San Dios. With the speed of a radiant great aurora, it would take less than 8 days. If he factored in the changes in routes and unexpected situations, they would have to leave by tomorrow at the latest. We'll leave tomorrow, Lu Yin said. Wendy Yushan nodded and left King Zishan's palace. After Wendy Yushan left, Lu Yin increased the speed at which he dealt with administrative matters and delegated many tasks to his subordinates. He would be gone for at least a month, and if all the administrative matters piled up during that time, he would die from exhaustion. Beep 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 beep. His gadget beeped, and Lu Yin was surprised to see that it was Lu Xiaoga. He suddenly had a bad premonition as Lu Xiaoga would not call him for no reason. He accepted the call, and Lu Xiaoga's image appeared on his screen. He beamed at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, I heard that you're here to die. Lu Yin's face sank as that was indeed the case. What do you mean? Lu Xiaoga feigned surprise. Brother Lu, you don't know? Many enlighters want to kill Brother Lu and steal Wendy Yushan's secret technique. Someone has already made a move. Oh, Lu Yin asked. Lu Xiaoga's lips curled up. Darkstar Gorge and the Ross Empire. I only know of those 2. There should be others, but I don't know if they're participating in this operation. Lu Yin's heart sank. They had used the San Dios Council to lure Wendy Yushan out. These people were certain that Lu Yin would not allow Wendy Yushan to come out alone. Luring Wendy Yushan out would be the same as luring him out. More than one enlighter would act, and this was a dead end. In the outer verse, it was already difficult to find an enlighter, let alone two or more. Even if Lu Yin had progenitor Wushang's hide, the gun, and the money bomb, he would not be able to deal with multiple enlighters at once. Brother Lu, this situation isn't easy to deal with. Lu Xiaoga smiled. Lu Yin looked at Lu Xiaoga's sly smile and suddenly thought of silver. Why are you telling me this? Lu Xiaoga shrugged. If you die, what will I use to fight against Puyo? Now that the inner verse and outer verse have been separated, it doesn't matter if you control Sandios. The enlighters are the ones who truly decide the situation, Lu Yin said. Lu Xiaoga smiled. The inner verse and outer verse will eventually recover, and then everything will change again. Besides, I'm representing Arbiter Jinwu, and the Day-Night clan won't just stand by and watch me get bullied. Is Night Queen Chuyu participating? Lu Yin asked. Lu Xiaoga was helpless. Brother Lu, you overestimate me. It's already not easy for me to get this information. Puyu won't truly trust me. Lu Yin ended the call with Lu Xiaoga, as he could sense the severity of the situation. It was best not to go, but would it really be safe if he did not go? Those enlighters would not give up on the secret technique, and if he did not go, they would definitely come to the Great Yu Empire. At that time, the Great Yu Empire would be plunged into misery and suffering. Lu Yin only had one option, and that was to go. He would pretend not to know anything and secretly make preparations. Against multiple enlighters, all of his preparations might not be of any use. These enlighters were determined to guard against him, and progenitor Wushang's hide would not be able to stun them, and the gun would not be able to hit them. This was too tricky. He looked up at the sky and saw that it was getting late. The next day would arrive soon, and after some thought he decided to contact Granny Chan. Perhaps he could ask her for help. Not long after, Lu Yin put down his gadget with an ugly expression. Granny Chan had rejected his request. Lu Yin was not surprised, as enlighters knew how to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Since he had suddenly invited her to Sandios, she would naturally be able to guess that he would be in danger. Currently, only enlighters could threaten him, and there was more than one of them. She would naturally reject his request. Everything had its pros and cons. The inner verse and outer verse had been separated, and the various great powers had been expelled. Without the python that had coiled around them, many people could do whatever they wanted without worrying about anything else. But at the same time, the outer verse had become even more lawless, and it did not matter how high one's status was. Take the Nalan family for example. So what if they had the backing of the Sword Sect? Without the help of an enlighter, they could only hide in the Great Yu Empire. The various identities that Lu Yin had worked so hard to obtain were now useless, as no one would stand up for him. This was the value of Polarium Essence, and in the long run, it could even surpass Pyrolite. What if dozens or even hundreds of tons of Polarium Essence suddenly appeared? Lu Yin did not dare to imagine it. If a large amount of Polarium Essence was found on a planet, then the planet would explode just like planet Pyrolite. It would be enough to attract the attention of enlighters, such as the almighty enlighter from Darkstar Gorge and the enlighter from Dark Mist Weave. It was a good idea, but whether or not it could be done depended on the will of the heavens. Another 10 days passed and Lu Yin rolled his die again. He rolled a pi one, but it was still useless. He used over 1,000 star crystals to increase the time in the time-stop space by 30 days, and then another 10 days passed. Lu Yin tapped his die, and it slowly spun until it finally stopped at a 3. This was it, as these were the 3 pi 1 points that were most helpful to him. When he saw the 2 screens appear, Lu Yin casually tossed a piece of Polarium Essence onto the first screen, followed by over 100 star essence. The Polarium Essence was upgraded 3 times, and it went from the most common Polarium Essence to the dimly glowing Polarium Essence. As he stroked the Polarium Essence, Lu Yin sighed in amazement. A single piece of Polarium Essence could be sold for tens of thousands of star crystals, and upgrading it to Polarium Essence required roughly 1 star essence, which was roughly 100,000 star crystals. Wasn't this a huge loss? Lu Yin was helpless. Forget it, Polarium Essence was something that couldn't be bought in large quantities even if one had the money. So what if it was a loss? It would depend on how it was used. Upgrading 500 tons of Polarium Essence to Polarium Essence cost Lu Yin a total of over 10,000 star essence. Lu Yin felt his heart bleed when he saw this, as he had lost another 10,000 star essence. He would definitely get his revenge from the almighty Enlighters. He still had over 12,000 star essence left, and Luin took out a piece of flesh that flickered with lightning. This was something that he had obtained from the auction house. According to the monkey, this was a void thunderbeast's flesh, and it could be used to tear through the void and escape. It was extremely difficult to obtain. He tossed the flesh onto the upper screen and then tossed over 1,000 star essence onto it. As he watched the flesh upgrade, he suddenly had a thought. Could it upgrade a void thunderbeast? The die's enhance was truly mystical, as it could upgrade anything. Luin sometimes couldn't help but want to try and see if he could make a breakthrough. Needless to say, this idea was very tempting. The first upgrade of the lightning flesh had cost him over 1,000 star essence, and the second upgrade had cost him over 2,000 star essence. Luin almost couldn't hold on any longer, but after thinking about it, he decided to upgrade it a third time. The third upgrade cost him over 5,000 star essence, and at this moment the lightning that flickered within the flesh had changed color, causing the void to faintly become unstable. Luin guessed that this thing would allow him to escape very far in one go. He filled his eyes with star energy and saw that the boundless number of rune lines actually surpassed Karthika's, which was astonishing. It would definitely allow him to escape from the range of an Enlighter's pursuit in one go. This was a life-saving item that he wanted to give to Wendy Yushan. It had cost him over 8,000 star essence, and it was definitely the most expensive tool for escaping. Luin looked at his cosmic ring and saw that he still had over 3,000 star essence left. After thinking about it, he decided to use 3,300 star essence to upgrade a money bomb, one that could instantly kill an Enlighter. This was also a life-saving item that he wanted to give to Wendy Yushan. He had his universal armor and gun, while Wendy Yushan had her own lightning flesh and money bomb. If they were lucky, they would be able to deal with this crisis. He hoped that everything would go according to his plan. Otherwise, he really did not know how to survive this crisis. Luin spent the entire night deep in thought. The next day he told Wendy Yushan everything that had happened. Wendy Yushan's eyes turned cold and she gripped her sword tightly. Luin slowly said, "Go to San Dios and tell Puyu that you're going there alone, and that I'm still in the Great Yu Empire." Wendy Yushan nodded and did not ask any more questions. She trusted Luin as he would not allow her to be captured by an Enlighter. Luin looked at her. "Be careful." He then gave her an upgraded money bomb and lightning flesh. This money bomb is enough to heavily injure or even kill an Enlighter. As for this piece of flesh, it came from a void thunderbeast. If you encounter any danger, you can use it to tear through the void and escape. It should be quite far away. Wendy Yushan silently put it away and then looked at Luin with a worried expression. "What about you? Where are you going?" Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "To hunt." Wendy Yushan retracted her gaze. "If we survive this, I'll marry you." She then coldly walked out of King Zishan's palace. Luin was stunned for a long time. Had she misunderstood something? He had never planned on marrying her. However, when he looked at Wendy Yushan's beautiful face, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. To be honest, this woman was extremely attractive to men, especially those who wanted to conquer. To the Great Yu Empire, Wendy Yushan was a goddess, and Luin had been seduced by her. "Congratulations, 7th bro. You've finally seen the light of day." "Ah." The monkey cackled. Luin rolled his eyes. If Wendy Yushan really wanted to marry him, would he reject her? Ming Yan's figure suddenly appeared in his mind, and her hair was still in his cosmic ring. Luin immediately shook his head and told himself not to think too much about it. However, for some reason, Madame Nalan appeared in his mind as well. East San Dios was located in Adonis Weave, while Shuda Planet was located at the intersection of Dark Mist Weave and Wuri Weave. Shuda Planet was closer to East San Dios than East San Dios. If they had set off at the same time, then he would have arrived 2 days before Wendy Yushan. 2 days was not a long time, so Luin immediately set off. He boarded a radiant-grade Aurora and rushed towards Shuda Planet. Ever since Shuda Planet had become the focus of conflict, the planet had completely changed. In the past, Shuda Planet had produced a strange metallic life form capable of producing polarium, which had led to it being occupied by the 9 allied nations and a few other powers from Dark Mist Weave. Aside from the younger generation of Dark Mist Weave who were training on the planet, the rest of the population were mostly miners. There were no cities, only mining towns. Nowadays, battles would break out on Shuda Planet every once in a while. Darkstar Gorge and the 9 allied nations had come into contact several times, but neither side was prepared to give up on Shuda Planet. However, neither side wanted to start a war over a single planet, so the younger generation of both sides often fought on the planet and had already destroyed several mining towns. Should a planet had been divided into several regions, and both sides did their best not to step into each other's territory. Under such circumstances, Luin arrived at Shuda planet. There were many planets in the universe that were similar to Shuda planet, but they were often not suitable for ordinary people to live in. Only cultivators could barely survive, and some of these planets were even worse than outer space. They were filled with deadly poisonous gases, high temperatures, magma, gales, and other unexplainable phenomena. Shuda planet was one of the better ones, at least a sentinel could survive there. Luin stepped onto the planet's dry and cracked ground, and strange bugs poked their heads out from time to bite him. These bugs were large and could swallow a person in one bite. Luin casually waved his hand, causing a gust of wind to peel off a layer of the ground and crush many of the bugs hidden in the cracks into a puddle of blood. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 550. The air was scorching hot, and when Luin looked up, he saw two suns radiating high temperatures that baked the land. Luin released his domain, but he didn't see anyone. Instead, he saw a strange metallic life form that looked like a claw. It had no eyes, ears, mouth, or nose, and if it didn't move, it looked like a mechanical component. This was a metallic life form from Shuda planet. Luin was rather surprised, and he picked up the claw-like metallic life form and stabbed it at the monkey's head. Luin exerted a bit of force, and the claw cracked before collapsing and falling to the ground. It trembled a few times before becoming motionless. It was probably dead. Even such life forms exist? The universe is too mysterious, Luin exclaimed. The monkey was disdainful. What's that? It's not even a life form. It's just being parasitized by some strange substance. Seventh bro, you haven't seen a truly strange life form. Like a Tianho? Luin asked. The monkey stopped talking. Tianho was a life form that covered everything and it was too mysterious. It was basically a black hole that had gained sentience and even a Tianho existed. Luin was no longer amazed by the universe's mysteries. By the way, I don't even know what species you are. Luin suddenly asked. The monkey was proud. I'm from the Ghost Monkey clan, a noble life form in the Astral Beast domain. Is that so? But as far as I know, there's no Ghost Monkey clan. Luin obviously didn't believe the monkey. This was one of the reasons why he had never believed in the monkey's existence. The monkey sighed. Seventh bro, the Astral Beast domain is a hopeless situation for you humans. How could you possibly know how many races there are? It's just like how you've never been to this planet, so how could you possibly have seen this metallic life form? Also, how could you possibly know about all the civilizations in the human domain? Luin didn't refute the monkey's words. He turned on his gadget and found that the signal was distorted and intermittent. There were too many metals on this planet, so it was normal for the signal to be affected. However, this wasn't good for Luin, as he was planning on using the polarium essence to attract in lighters. The only place that could normally connect to the universe's network was the mining city. He thought about it and flew into the distance. When he landed on the planet, he could faintly see a mining city in the east. Ever since the universe had undergone a great change, only powerhouses at the level of a hunter could tear through the void. It was almost impossible for anyone else to tear through the void to move about, and Luin was no exception. Space was so stable that even he could not tear through it, so he could only fly. Fortunately, his flying speed wasn't slow, and it didn't take long for him to see the mining city. Most importantly, he saw a huge machine standing on the ground like a monster baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. In the south of the mining city, a huge tornado was gradually forming. Miners from all directions were returning to the mining city. Luin snatched a miner's clothes and entered the mining town naturally. He received news that a super strong gale was coming, one that could even blow away cultivators. All of the miners and trial takers had fled to the nearest mining town to take shelter. The mining city had a protective shield. When the wind blew, the entire mining city shook, but no one was worried that the mining city would be destroyed. This kind of wind was common on Shuda planet. Even if it was a few levels stronger, it would not be able to destroy the mining city. The mining city was very messy, and the miners and trial takers were separated from each other. The trial takers looked down on the miners, and the miners did not dare enter the trial takers' area. The two areas were like two separate cities. One was messy and dilapidated, while the other was clean and tidy with all sorts of service facilities. This mining city belonged to the 9 allied nations, and the trial takers here were the younger generation of the Dark Mist Weave. If Lu Yin had known that there would be so many trial takers here, he would not have disguised himself as a miner. He looked at the flashing neon lights in the distance and decided not to go. In the mining city, the network signal was much more stable. There was no lack of bars in the mining city. The miners here did not have much entertainment, and they could only get drunk in the bars during their free time. When they woke up, they would go back to mining. Because of the high mortality rate, many miners either sent the money they earned back to their families or squandered it here. Therefore, there was no shortage of call girls in the bars, even though they all looked average. Lu Yin sent away 3 groups of call girls and left the bar. Before he left, he purposely dropped a small piece of polarium essence. After leaving the bar, he found a set of slightly better clothes and headed to the trial takers area. The environment of the trial takers area was much better than that of the miners area. The bar's environment and the quality of the call girls were completely different. Lu Yin dropped another piece of polarium essence and then headed to the next bar. Not long after, a strong wind swept through the area outside the mining city, as if it was going to drown the entire city. Many fights broke out within the mining city over the polarium essence that Lu Yin had purposely dropped. There were polarium essences in both the miners and trial takers areas, and the sudden appearance of more than 10 pieces of polarium essence shocked the upper echelons of the mining city. They began a secret search of the mine, wanting to know the origin of the polarium essence. There was only one possibility for polarium essence to appear on this planet. Someone had dug it out. The most likely possibility was that a miner had dug out a polarium essence mine. A single polarium essence mine could produce several tons of polarium essence. What kind of concept was that? It was enough to drive people crazy. The entire mining city was sealed off and no one was allowed to leave. Lu Yin easily left the mining city and headed to another. He had already inquired about the location of the next mining city. If polarium essence appeared in one mining city, the upper echelons might be able to conceal it, but if polarium essence appeared in several mining cities at the same time, then it would be impossible to hide it. Furthermore, the fact that polarium essence had appeared in several mining cities proved that the production of polarium essence was very high, and more than one person had obtained it. This would definitely alert the 9 allied nations and Darkstar Gorge. 2 days later, when Wendy Yushan arrived at Adonis Weave, the 9 allied nations received news that a polarium essence mine had appeared on Shuda planet. The entire upper echelon of the 9 allied nations was in an uproar. The value of polarium essence was too high, and it was enough to raise the 9 allied nations' strength to a whole new level. Whether it was used to manufacture weapons or sell them, the profits would be considerable. It wasn't just the 9 allied nations. Darkstar Gorge had also received the news. At the same time, Darkstar Gorge also received another piece of news. Wendy Yushan had appeared in Adonis Weave, but Lu Yin had not come. He was still in the Great Yu Empire. This news puzzled Puyu, as Lu Yin should not have allowed Wendy Yushan to come out alone. However, according to the surveillance along the way, Wendy Yushan had indeed appeared alone. Puyu was a cautious person, and even if Wendy Yushan had appeared alone, he was confident that he could deal with her. However, he still notified Darkstar Gorge's Enlighter, Elder Wu, and asked for his help. However, Elder Wu had already received news that a polarium essence mine had appeared on Shuda planet, and he had told Puyu to deal with Wendy Yushan on his own while he went to Dark Mist Weave to seize the polarium essence mine. Puyu put down his gadget. He had a nagging feeling that something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Polarium essence was very important, and if a large amount of polarium essence was discovered, it would cause Elder Wu to appear. Back then, Elder Wu had almost appeared to personally suppress the 9 allied nations, but he had been apprehensive of the almighty Enlighter in Dark Mist Weave and had not wanted to start a war. But now, because of the polarium essence, Elder Wu could no longer sit still. Forget it, as long as Lu Yin doesn't appear, I'm confident that I can deal with Wendy Yushan alone. Besides, there's still Scholar New Moon, Puyu thought to himself. On Shuda planet, a mining town was sealed off, and large spacecraft appeared one after another. When Lu Yin saw this scene, he knew that he had achieved his goal and had done everything he could. If he could not lure out the Enlighter from Darkstar Gorge who wanted to deal with him, then he would have no choice but to personally go to San Dios and risk his life. Over the past 2 days, Lu Yin had thrown out more than 100 tons of polarium essence, which had been spread across many mining towns on Shuda planet. Most of it had been seized by the 9 allied nations and Darkstar Gorge. The discovery of so much polarium essence in just 2 short days was shocking to both the 9 allied nations and Darkstar Gorge. They had searched Shuda Planet but could not find any traces of polarium essence being mined. This proved that this amount of polarium essence was only on the surface and that there was even more hidden underground. This discovery caused Shuda Planet to go crazy. Regardless of whether it was the miners or the trial takers, they were all locked up in the mining towns and inspected one by one. The conflict between the two sides grew more and more intense. Darkstar Gorge's forces on Shuda Planet were not strong, but they had an enlighter backing them. The 9 allied nations were close to Shuda Planet, and although they could deploy a large number of troops in a short period of time, they did not have an enlighter. With so much polarium essence appearing, the 9 allied nations were certain that Darkstar Gorge's enlighter, Elder Wu, would appear. They had no choice but to request the almighty enlighter from Dark Mist Weave to step in. Not long after Wendy Yushan appeared in East San Dios, the almighty enlighter from Dark Mist Weave also arrived at Shuda Planet and appeared in the mining town that Luyin was in. Others might not have been able to sense it, but Luyin could feel a power that caused his scalp to go numb. This was not the first time he had faced such a power. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked into the town. About 10 kilometers away from him, there was a majestic number of rune lines that was similar to Lei Long's. Sure enough, the enlighter had arrived. This mining town was under the control of the 9 allied nations, so this enlighter should be from Dark Mist Weave. That meant that the enlighter from Darkstar Gorge should be arriving soon as well. Above the planet, Elder Wu received another report from Shuda Planet. Dozens of tons of polarium essence had been seized from Darkstar Gorge's territory. What did this mean? The 9 allied nations had also seized dozens of tons of polarium essence, which meant that more than 100 tons of polarium essence had already been mined. And this was just on the surface. Who knew how much more there was inside the mine? They had to capture the person who knew the location of the mine at all costs. Throwing out 100 tons of polarium essence would only lure them out. If they wanted to set up a trap, they would need to use other methods. Lu Yin looked at the majestic number of rune lines, and his gaze gradually turned cold. His advantage lay in the shadows. These people had spent so much effort to lure him out, but in the end, it was still unknown who would be the hunter and who would be the prey. In East San Dios, Wendy Yushan appeared in the tower where Puyu and Lu Xiaoge were already waiting for her. "Welcome back safely, Wendy." Puyu stood up and looked at Wendy Yushan with delight. Lu Xiaoge had a strange look in his eyes. Wendy Yushan's expression was cold as she stared at Puyu. "Let's start the meeting." Puyu smiled. "There's no rush. By the way, Wendy, did Lu Yin stay in the Great Yu Empire?" Wendy Yushan calmly replied, "Yes." "Why didn't he come with you?" Puyu asked curiously. Wendy Yushan frowned. "He's not a counselor. He's just an acting counselor. Since I'm here, there's no need for him to come." She then looked at Puyu. "What? Don't you hate him? Do you want him to come?" Lu Yin suddenly felt that something was off. An enlighter should have been able to travel from Darkstar Gorge to Shuda Planet. He filled his eyes with star energy and scanned the area in front of him. He saw a boundless number of rune lines at the bottom of the mine. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Sure enough, Elder Wu had already arrived, but he had hidden himself. That old man was truly sinister. The enlighter from Dark Mist Weave casually waved his hand, and Darkstar Gorge's army was swept away, revealing a large amount of polarium essence within the mine. The enlighter's entire body was enveloped in black mist as he descended and coldly ordered, "Continue digging." The miners in the mine trembled, but they did not dare to disobey. There were a total of 100 tons of polarium essence. Lu Yin had not buried it too deeply and he had not done it professionally. Many of the miners had noticed that something was amiss, but none of them dared to say anything in front of an enlighter. The enlighter from Dark Mist Weave stored the extracted polarium essence into his cosmic ring. His eyes occasionally scanned the sky as if he was on guard against something. Lu Yin praised Elder Wu's methods. If not for his mutated eyes, he would not have been able to discover that the old man had hidden himself. Even this enlighter from Dark Mist Weave would not have been able to discover him. There was a thump as one of the miners dug up a box. Because he had used too much force, his tools flew out of his hands and smashed onto the ground. The miner looked down at the ground in confusion, and the other miners looked over as well. The enlighter from Dark Mist Weave's eyes flashed. "Dig it out." The miner picked up his tools and continued mining. Soon the box was dug out. Hidden in the shadows, Elder Wu looked at the box. This thing had clearly been buried here by someone. What was worth burying in polarium essence? They were not lockbreakers, but if there had been a lockbreaker present, they would have immediately recognized that the box was made of spiritual thread, which meant that there was a source box stored inside. However, neither Elder Wu nor the Dark Mist Weave's powerhouse had been able to tell. At some point in time, the ground had been filled with traces of black fog, and even the underground area where Elder Wu was hiding had been covered by it. Elder Wu's attention was attracted by the box, and the enlighter from Dark Mist Weave suddenly turned sharp as he stared in the direction where Elder Wu was hiding. Black Stinger. As soon as he spoke, the black fog on the ground transformed into an incomparably sharp ray of light that pierced into the void. Many of the miners were instantly killed, and Elder Wu was also pierced by the black light, which pierced through his thigh and abdomen. Top Mist, despicable. Elder Wu barked as he charged out of the ground to attack the enlighter from Dark Mist Weave. Top Mist sneered. Old man, did you really think that I didn't notice that you were hiding? You're still far from being able to assassinate people from Dark Mist Weave. The black fog then transformed into a ray of light that swept towards Elder Wu, causing the entire planet to tremble. Elder Wu was not weak either, and he raised a hand to block the black light. The two enlighters began to exchange blows in the mine. Lu Yin was shocked as these two were too sinister. Elder Wu had arrived a long time ago, but he had hidden himself to launch a sneak attack. That old man called Top Mist was even more sinister. He had clearly noticed Elder Wu, but he had pretended not to notice him before launching a sneak attack. It was no wonder that these old fellows had been able to cultivate to the enlighter realm. Lu Yin suddenly rejoiced at the fact that he had progenitor Wushang's hide. Otherwise, whether it was Karthika or Lei Long, he would not have been able to deal with them. These old fellows were too shrewd. Unfortunately, no matter how shrewd he was, he could not avoid being schemed against. Lu Yin raised a hand and flicked his finger, causing a strong wind to sweep through the void and smash into the box. In an instant, Elder Wu and Top Mist sensed Lu Yin's presence, and the box opened with a click. The formless killing intent emanated from the source box was so strong that even Lu Yin's universal armor was almost unable to withstand it. Lu Yin had upgraded his universal armor many times, and it was now capable of withstanding an enlighter's attack. In other words, the killing intent emanating from the source box was enough to deal with an enlighter. Neither Elder Wu nor Top Mist had expected that someone would dare to scheme against them from the shadows. They were two enlighters, and the person who had schemed against them was not even an explorer. Not even an explorer? Elder Wu's expression changed. Lu Yin, there was no one else besides him. He suddenly figured it out. Wendy Yushan had gone to San Dios by herself, and Lu Yin had not remained in the Great Yu Empire. Instead, he had hidden himself on Shuda Planet and used polarium essence to lure them away from Wendy Yushan. But it was too late. The terrifying killing intent emanating from the source box enveloped the entire mine and continued to spread. Lu Yin stared fixedly at the source box and watched as the rune lines rapidly spread out. This killing intent had indeed surpassed that of enlighters like Karthika and Lei Long. Elder Wu and Top Mist did not have enough rune lines, and they were trapped within the killing intent. The two simultaneously stopped and stood in place, not daring to move. Although they could not see the killing intent with their experience, they could still sense it. Top Mist's expression turned ugly. This is a source box, and a boundless advanced source box at that. It carries a formless killing intent that only a boundless advanced lockbreaker can deal with. Elder Wu scanned the area. Junior, come out. I know it's you. Top Mist barked. Who is it? Elder Wu growled. Frostwave Weaves Lu Yin. Lu Yin? Top Mist was stunned, but then he remembered. That Junior who killed Karthika and Lei Long? Elder Wu's expression turned ugly, and he suddenly took a step back as a hole appeared in the void where he had been standing. Why is Lu Yin on Shuda Planet? Top Mist asked as he stared at Elder Wu. Elder Wu did not answer. Instead, he released his star energy to search for Lu Yin. Top Mist did not ask any more questions as Elder Wu had immediately guessed who Lu Yin was, which meant that this matter was related to him. There was no point in asking any more questions, as they had already been trapped by the source box's formless killing intent. However, this killing intent alone was not enough to kill them. Top Mist was more worried about the method Lu Yin had used to kill Karthika and Lei Long. Lu Yin, your Frostwave Weave has no enmity with my Dark Mist Weave, and I won't interfere in your grudge with this old man. Let me leave, and I promise that I won't tell anyone about what happened today, Top Mist said loudly. Elder Wu roared, Top Mist, you're also an enlighter, so why are you treating a junior like this? The source box's danger isn't enough to kill us, and we can safely retreat in 10 minutes at most. This junior can't possibly deal with two enlighters like us. Topmist's eyes narrowed. I've never interfered in other people's grudges. That was the case in the past and it's the same now. Besides, you're my enemy, not my friend. I can't wait for you to die here. Elder Wu was furious. These rats only knew how to hide in the dark and launch sneak attacks. They were all enlighters, yet they were still so cowardly. Lu Yin coldly watched the two bicker, and he glanced at Elder Wu and Topmist's feet. Their positions had shifted quite a bit from before and he sneered. These two old fellows were intentionally bickering to divert his attention. It would not be easy for them to retreat from the source box's danger zone. As he thought about it, Lu Yin took out another box and threw it between Elder Wu and Topmist. Seniors, here's another gift for you. When they saw another box appear, Elder Wu and Topmist's expressions immediately changed. Brother Lu, I have no enmity with you, so please don't kill innocent people. Topmist shouted with a terrified expression. Many people were more afraid of death the longer they lived, and Topmist was one such person. Otherwise, he would not have specially cultivated battle techniques that allowed him to hide in the dark and launch sneak attacks. He was very afraid of death. There are too few people in this universe who can recognize progenitor Wushang's hide. Even the Sea King might not be able to recognize it. With Elder Wu dead, Darkstar Gorge's desire to kill Lu Yin had been lifted. Now only Scholar Newmoon remained. Lu Yin looked up, hoping that Scholar Newmoon had not gone to capture Wendy yet. He needed to hurry over. After a long time, Lu Yin finally closed the source box and put away progenitor Wushang's hide. He then walked over to Elder Wu's corpse. This was the third enlighter that he had killed. Even the top 10 experts on the top 100 rankings would find it difficult to kill an enlighter, but Lu Yin had done it. Seventh bro, what's the origin of that gun of yours? It can even kill an enlighter, the monkey asked curiously, as he had been wanting to ask this question for a long time. I obtained it during a lock-breaking session. It's an ancient item, Lu Yin answered casually. He then squatted down and removed Elder Wu's cosmic ring. He then extracted some of his blood and collected the polarium essence on the ground before leaving. You obtained it during a lock-breaking session? An ancient item? That can't be right. I've studied archaeology, and that gun doesn't look ancient at all, the monkey said doubtfully. It's up to you to believe it or not, Lu Yin replied bluntly. The monkey felt helpless as he had already lamented many times that he would not betray Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin still did not believe him and he was too lazy to even think about it now. News of Elder Wu's death would not spread so quickly, and even if Elder Wu had gone missing, no one would suspect that he had died. What Lu Yin needed to do now was contact Wendy Yushan and ask how she was doing in San Dios. Suddenly, a powerful pressure came from afar. Lu Yin looked up and filled his eyes with star energy. He saw a huge number of rune lines, and although they could not compare to an enlighter's, they were not far off. It was a peak hunter. That direction was under Darkstar Gorge's control, and an expert from the gorge had arrived. Lu Yin hurriedly concealed his star energy and used his physical strength to sprint across the ground towards where his spacecraft was hidden. Soon after, the void where Lu Yin had been standing split open and a man walked out. His face was gloomy but strangely his eyes were tightly shut. The man sensed the air around him and then chased after Lu Yin. It would be too easy for a hunter to catch up to Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had concealed his star energy. The man had not comprehended a domain, so even if he used his star energy to sweep through space, he would not be able to detect Lu Yin. Lu Yin's domain allowed him to blend into his surroundings. Underground, beneath a giant insect's corpse, Lu Yin looked up through a crack in the ground and saw the hunter from Darkstar Gorge appear before disappearing. Lu Yin's face turned ugly as this person's eyes were tightly shut. It was obvious that he knew about progenitor Wushang's hide. Wendy Yushan glanced at her. Zhao Ran, do you still remember Lu Yin? Zhao Ran stood up with a confused expression. Lu Yin. She thought for a moment and then her eyes lit up. She opened the piece of paper hanging around her neck and looked at it. I remember now. Lu Yin was the one who brought me here. He's a good person. Wendy Yushan looked at her. Do you want to come with me? I'll take you to him. Zhao Ran thought about it and then shook her head. She felt wronged. No need. I often lose my memories and I'm a burden. I don't want to implicate him. Wendy Yushan wanted to say something else, but a white-robed old man with a kind expression slowly walked over. Wendy Yushan's eyes trembled when she saw the old man. She pulled Zhao Ran behind her and stared at him warily. Ross Empire Scholar New Moon. The old man was Scholar New Moon. Your Excellency Wendy Yushan, long time no see. Have we met before? Wendy Yushan asked coldly. Scholar New Moon smiled. When you barged into the Ross Empire, I saw your battle with my own eyes, but I didn't interfere. Wendy Yushan narrowed her eyes. What are you doing here? Scholar New Moon solemnly replied, Secret technique, Lu Yin. Who killed him? What do you think? Wendy Yushan raised her head and pointed her sword at Scholar New Moon. He's almost here. If you want to die, you can stay behind and become the fourth Enlighter corpse under his command. That's impossible. That brat killed Karthika and Lei Long by catching them off guard, but Elder Wu was already wary of him. How could an Enlighter be killed by that brat? This must be fake. Scholar New Moon shouted. Wendy Yushan retracted her screen. You can judge for yourself whether it's fake or not. In any case, he's almost here. Scholar New Moon's expression changed and he stared at Wendy Yushan. Puyu's eyes were filled with hatred, as he was certain that the person on the screen was Elder Wu. The death of Darkstar Gorge's only Enlighter was a huge loss to Darkstar Gorge. Darkstar Gorge had offended too many people over the past few years, and once news of Elder Wu's death spread, Darkstar Gorge would be in deep trouble. Senior, Lu Yi needs time to arrive, and he definitely doesn't have the strength to easily deal with an Enlighter. You can capture this woman first and use her to pressure Lu Yin. You might even be able to obtain the strength that Lu Yin used to kill Enlighters, Puyu suggested. Scholar New Moon's eyes flashed, and his body suddenly vanished. Wendy Yushan knew that things weren't looking good, so she fired a money bomb in a direction where no one was around. A beam of light shot out from the money bomb, and the next moment, Scholar New Moon appeared beside Wendy Yushan and reached out to grab her. What a powerful attack. That must be the thing that helped you kill Karthika and Lei Long. Unfortunately, I was prepared for it. Wendy Yushan waved her left hand. Use secret art, void transfer. The next moment, the beam of light that had been aimed at no one suddenly disappeared. Scholar New Moon's expression changed, and he quickly tried to escape into the void. However, a beam of light appeared in front of him and struck his abdomen, sending him crashing into the ground. It pierced through San Dios and smashed into the Prairie Flame continent. Scholar New Moon had forgotten that since the use secret art could divert another person's attack, it could also divert one's own attack. Wendy Yushan knew that he was on guard against the money bomb, so she had purposely fired it to lure Scholar New Moon out. Only then would she have the opportunity to strike. Reality proved that she had made the right bet, as the money bomb's attack was not easy to defend against. Even if Scholar New Moon did not die, he would still be severely injured. Everything had happened too quickly. Scholar New Moon had only disappeared and reappeared when his entire body was smashed into the Prairie Flame continent. Wendy Yushan slashed out with her sword, and sword chi streaked through the void towards Puyu. Puyu was still in shock, but when he saw the sword chi coming at him, he raised his arm. His entire arm suddenly transformed into metal as it transformed into a sharp spear. Green veins covered his arm and blue stripes extended outwards. This was 7-line battle force. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 554. Scholar New Moon's eyelids twitched and he had no confidence. The main reason was that he did not understand the secret art at all. The uniqueness of the secret art was not something that he could imagine. For countless years, the secret art had been crowned with a mystical name. The deeper the foundation of the secret art was, the deeper the fear it brought to people. This was especially true when he had just taken a hit. In his mind, once the money bomb was fired, there was a 90% chance that the power of the secret art would hit him. If he was hit again, he had no confidence that he would survive. Scholar New Moon fearfully stared at Wendy Yushan and the money bomb in her hand. Not too far away, Puyu was also staring at Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan's gaze was calm and she did not panic. At this moment, the more flustered she was, the easier it would be for her to be surrounded. At this moment, Lu Xiaoga appeared. Counselor Wendy, when will Brother Lu arrive? Wendy Yushan coldly replied, soon. Then why are you still leaving? Lu Xiaoga was puzzled. Wendy Yushan's eyes narrowed. He's taking my place as a representative. Lu Xiaoga nodded, looked at Puyu and smiled. Counselor Puyu, do you agree? Puyu did not respond. Lu Xiaoga looked at Wendy Yushan. It looks like Counselor Puyu doesn't agree. Counselor Wendy, you'll have to stay. Wendy Yushan's tone was indifferent. It's not up to him to disagree. Once Luyin comes, no one will be able to leave. These words caused Scholar New Moon and Puyu's expressions to change. Luyin had killed Karthika and Lei Long, and now he had killed Elder Wu. This person had killed 3 Enlighters, and no one knew what methods he had up his sleeves. It was too strange, and Scholar New Moon did not want to face such a person alone. Wendy Yushan's secret technique was just as terrifying. Based on Wendy Yushan's current abilities, the money bomb would either target Scholar New Moon or Puyu. In any case, one of them would be the unlucky one. This made Scholar New Moon feel uncertain. He did not want to die, and he still needed to think of a way to obtain the secret technique. Scholar New Moon left without another word. This made Puyu's expression turn ugly. Without Scholar New Moon, he would have to face Wendy Yushan and her weapon alone. He felt as if his life and death were in her hands. When she saw Scholar New Moon leave, Wendy Yushan inwardly sighed in relief. She had been intimidated, and that was good. The situation had been resolved, and as long as she returned to the Great Yu Empire, she would be safe. Wendy Yushan looked at Puyu, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Puyu's expression changed, and he stared at her warily. At the same time he said, Wendy, we're both members of the Outerverse Youth Council. My death won't do you any good. Wendy Yushan's eyes flickered, and she suddenly looked at Lu Xiaoga. Thank you for telling us about Elder Wu and Scholar New Moon's plot. The Great Yu Empire will remember this favor. She then put away the money bomb and flew out of San Dios. Lu Xiaoga was stunned. He hadn't expected Wendy Yushan to make such a move. Puyu looked at Lu Xiaoga, and the look in his eyes changed to one of extreme hatred. However, he did not say a single word. Instead, he turned and left. Lu Xiaoga felt helpless. He had wanted to use Lu Yin's strength to get rid of Puyu, but Puyu was no fool. Once Lu Xiaoga's plan to kill Puyu had been resolved, Puyu would immediately deal with Lu Xiaoga. Lu Xiaoga exhaled and stretched his shoulders. The corner of his mouth curled up. Interesting. On Shuda planet, Lu Yin finally arrived at the location where he had hidden his spacecraft after several days of trekking. At this point, there was more than one powerhouse from Darkstar Gorge searching for him on this planet. Aside from the Peak Hunter, there were at least 2 other hunters searching for him. Lu Yin boarded his spacecraft and immediately activated it. The spacecraft shuddered for a moment before suddenly charging into outer space. Not too far away, a hunter saw the spacecraft take off and immediately attacked. Regardless of whether they were cultivators or miners, all of Shuda Planet's cultivators had been locked up in the mining city, so Lu Yin was the only one who could leave at this time. The hunter unleashed countless attacks at the spacecraft in an attempt to knock Lu Yin down. However, Lu Yin fused the 3 grains of fates and together, forming a clump of dirt that forcefully blocked the hunter's attacks. He then fired a shot, and the bullet distorted the void as it transformed into a powerful attack that even Enlighters feared as it shot towards the hunter. The hunter was shocked and hurriedly dodged. If he was prepared, then the speed of the bullet would not be able to reach him. The bullet tore through the void and entered the ground before piercing through the entire Shuda planet. Shuda planet began to destabilize. Lu Yin did not have the time to care about this. The moment the hunter dodged, Lu Yin's spacecraft shot into outer space and quickly headed north. However, not long after Lu Yin's spacecraft entered outer space, another spacecraft rose up and chased after Lu Yin. It was also a radiant-grade aurora. From the rune lines in his eyes, Lu Yin knew that it was the Peak Hunter who was chasing after him. He cursed inwardly, there was no end to this. This person was determined to kill Lu Yin, and it should be related to Elder Wu. However, both spacecraft were radiant-grade, so it would not be easy for this person to catch up to Lu Yin. Right now, Lu Yin's greatest worry was that Top Mist would reveal all of his methods to the public. If that happened, then those Enlighters would be on guard against him. Even a hunter could pose a threat to him, let alone an Enlighter. Even if they couldn't break through his universal armor's defenses, they could still capture him. At that moment his gadget rang. It was Wendy Yushan, and Lu Yin accepted the call. After a while, Lu Yin hung up and fell into deep thought. Wendy Yushan had described the battle at San Dios in detail, and Lu Yin felt as if he had woken up from a dream. He had completely forgotten about the Yu secret art. Even if these people were on guard against Progenitor Wushang's hide, they would not be able to guard against the Yu secret art. Secret techniques were impossible to guard against. Lu Yin was with Wendy Yushan, and with her secret technique, she could easily transfer her gun's attacks to these enlighters. Luin was delighted. He and Wendy Yushan were not much of a threat individually, but together he could use his Dai's 3 pips to upgrade his weapon and the use secret art to pose a threat to any powerhouse. As he thought about this, Luin checked his star chart and sent Wendy a set of coordinates. He told her to wait there while the two of them met up. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 555. The Corpse King glared at Luin with its scarlet eyes and raised its rotting arms to grab at Luin, but Luin casually pushed it away. He looked around and saw that this place was probably some sort of laboratory. There was a large hole above his head, and he had been forcefully smashed in. There were quite a few blue crystals piled up in the laboratory. These crystals could help cultivators display water-type battle techniques, and some Corpse Kings could gain this innate gift by eating these crystals. Back on Earth, outside of Jinlin City, Luin had encountered such a Corpse King, which was exactly what the Neo-Human Alliance needed. This was indeed a stronghold of the Neo-Human Alliance. The ground trembled as dust fell from above. Luin looked up and saw quite a few rune lines converging. The hunter from Darkstar Gorge had been entangled by the Neo-Human Alliance. Any Neo-Human Alliance stronghold was not simple, and they all had at least one hunter overseeing it. It would not be easy for this person to destroy the stronghold. The Corpse King roared again and charged at Luin. Luin frowned and exerted a bit of strength with his palm, instantly killing the Corpse King. Although he was using the Neo-Human Alliance to attack Darkstar Gorge, the Neo-Human Alliance itself was a great enemy of the human race, and they had to be destroyed if they encountered a Corpse King. Luin blasted open the laboratory and looked outside. There were more than 10 laboratories and he walked through them one by one to eliminate all of the Corpse Kings. After leaving the final laboratory, he looked up again and saw that some of the rune lines had disappeared. This stronghold was not very powerful, and even if it had a hunter, it was not a peak hunter, let alone a Corpse King. It could not stop Darkstar Gorge, so Luin decided to lend them a hand. Luin had only taken a few steps when he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. His domain had inexplicably collapsed, and an indescribable chill swept through his body. He could not help but tremble, and his eyes immediately filled with star energy as he scanned his surroundings. Finally, he looked beneath his feet and saw an indescribably boundless amount of rune lines. There were even more than Karthika, Lei Long, and Elder Wu. There was an enlighter here. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. What the hell, there was actually such a powerhouse here. He raised a hand and blasted apart the building above his head before charging forward. This planet was very strange. The lava was being repelled from the inside by a force that did not belong to the Neo-Human Alliance. When they had first found this planet, it had already been like this. The most important reason why they had chosen this planet as their stronghold was because there was something at the planet's core that was worth studying, a dried corpse. A corpse that had been dried for countless years had formed an aura that repelled the magma, greatly reducing the lifespan of the planet. The location of this mummy was the core of the planet. Lu Yin's previous position was only 100 meters away from the mummy. In the Earth's core, the originally motionless corpse suddenly opened its eyes. Ancient bloodline discovered. Mission target confirmed. Go. Lu Yin rushed out from the upper levels of the geocentric laboratory and fled in panic. In the distance, the hunter from Darkstar Gorge was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a Hunter Realm Corpse King. When he saw Lu Yin, he shouted, "You can't escape." Lu Yin looked back, but he wasn't looking at the person from Darkstar Gorge. Instead, he was looking at the ground. The rune lines expanded once again, and a chill ran down his spine. "Lu Yin, I want you to pay with your blood. Sacrifice my father's spirit." The powerhouse from Darkstar Gorge shouted with a sinister look in his eyes. Lu Yin looked at the man from Darkstar Gorge and gritted his teeth. "Don't chase me. There's an even more ruthless one down there. Deal with him first." The man from Darkstar Gorge subconsciously looked down, and his pupils shrank. At the same time, Lu Yin looked down as well and his pupils shrank as well. The monkey cried out, "Run, seventh bro." The Hunter Realm Corpse King that had been fighting with the man from Darkstar Gorge had its head crushed by something that looked like a desiccated corpse. The headless corpse was swaying in its hand, and it looked extremely horrifying in the darkness of the underground. It looked like an evil spirit. The desiccated corpse's eyes were dark and lusterless as it stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's face went pale. This thing was staring at him and it wanted to kill him. What was going on? Why had such a freak appeared out of nowhere? The man from Darkstar Gorge also went pale. He could sense an aura that surpassed his father's from the desiccated corpse. This was a terrifying powerhouse with a power level of over 200,000, and it was a monster that the Neo-Human Alliance had researched. Lu Yin and the man from Darkstar Gorge didn't have the time to bother with each other. They both kept their heads down as they fled, breaking through the ground and rushing to the surface. The desiccated corpse put down the Corpse King and slowly turned its head. Perhaps it had not moved for too long, but its neck made a cracking sound. Then its four limbs moved and its knees bent. With a bang, its entire body broke through the ground and chased after Lu Yin with unstoppable force. The man from Darkstar Gorge tore through the void, intending to leave. Lu Yin saw him and took out Progenitor Wushang's hide, shouting, "Hey!" The man from Darkstar Gorge subconsciously looked over and saw Progenitor Wushang's hide. His mind trembled. This person had been on guard against all sorts of attacks, but he had still been careless in the face of death and had been ambushed by Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin did not plan on killing him. He just wanted to run faster than this person. The man from Darkstar Gorge was stunned for less than 2 seconds, and he quickly regained his senses. By then he could no longer see Lu Yin's figure. His eyes were filled with hatred as he tore through the void and stepped into it. He was a hunter, so he could move through the void. But just as his other foot was about to step into the void, he felt something tighten around his back, followed by an intense pain. In that instant he saw his back. How can I see my back? And behind me is that desiccated corpse. The man from Darkstar Gorge's head had been twisted off and tossed away. The desiccated corpse only paused for a moment before charging towards the surface. The peak hunter from Darkstar Gorge had been killed without even being able to put up a fight. However, he could be considered lucky since he had not suffered much. Based on the number of rune lines on the desiccated corpse, Lu Yin knew that the man from Darkstar Gorge would not be able to delay him for much longer. Thus, he tossed out the source box as soon as he reached the surface and leaped into the distance. With a flick of his finger, the box opened, and the formless danger from the source box appeared once more. At the same time, Lu Yin released his domain to search for the man from Darkstar Gorge's spacecraft. "Seventh bro, that thing came out," the monkey shouted in horror. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. "Let's go to outer space." The monkey then transformed into a shadow and pulled him towards outer space. On the surface, the desiccated corpse walked out. The formless danger from the source box enveloped the area, causing it to stop. Lu Yin looked back and saw that the desiccated corpse had been restrained by the formless danger. He heaved a sigh of relief, and the monkey used the fastest speed he had ever used in his entire life to escape. The desiccated corpse raised its eyes, which seemed capable of swallowing light, and fixed them on the source box within the box. It glanced over and then leaped up. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he watched the formless danger from the source box completely envelop the desiccated corpse with rune lines. However, the desiccated corpse was not harmed as he had expected. The formless danger that Elder Wu and Top Mist had feared could not harm the desiccated corpse at all. Lu Yin's scalp went numb and he raised his gun and fired. The bullet was not very fast, and a hunter could dodge it if they were prepared. However, the desiccated corpse did not dodge, and the bullet embedded itself in its chest. It was completely ineffective, and the desiccated corpse only paused for a moment before charging towards Lu Yin again. "Hurry up!" Lu Yin was furious. The monkey shrieked, "You're still blaming me? It's all your fault. What did you provoke? I even used the strength of my reincarnation, but I still couldn't outrun that thing." The desiccated corpse was not very fast, but every step it took traversed through space. This was different from tearing through the void, and it was also different from Tianho's fusion into the void. It was as if the desiccated corpse was stepping on space itself. As the desiccated corpse approached, Lu Yin helplessly took out the small piece of Progenitor Wushang's hide that he had obtained from the monkey and aimed it at the desiccated corpse. The desiccated corpse's dark eyes saw Progenitor Wushang's hide, and its body suddenly stopped. Lu Yin saw that it was useful, and he gritted his teeth and tossed the hide onto the desiccated corpse's head to seal its eyes. Progenitor Wushang's hide would only intimidate an enlighter for 1 or 2 seconds, and they would only be able to look away after that. It was the same for the desiccated corpse, so Lu Yin could only let the desiccated corpse stare at Progenitor Wushang's hide and continue intimidating it. Fortunately, the desiccated corpse was not human, and it did not seem to have any intelligence. Humans might know how to remove progenitor Wushang's hide, but the desiccated corpse might not. Lu Yin was taking a gamble as he had no other choice. This desiccated corpse was too strange. The monkey did not have time to feel sorry for the desiccated corpse as it dragged Lu Yin towards a warship in outer space. As for the desiccated corpse, its head was covered by progenitor Wushang's hide, and it was frozen in space. In front of them, beams of light shot over and the monkey roared, "How dare you attack me? I'll fight you to the death." It seemed to erupt with all of its potential as it forcibly dodged the beams of light and charged into one of the warships, smashing a large hole in its hull. Inside the warship, the Darkstar Gorge cultivators all charged towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin was wearing his universal armor, and he raised his hand and unleashed 30 stacks, causing the warship to crack apart. An explorer tried to slash at him with his blade, but Lu Yin crushed the blade before grabbing the explorer by the neck and slamming him into the bottom of the ship. Lu Yin did not have the time to waste on these people, and he released his domain to search for a suitable location for the ship. He then violently smashed through the walls to search for the ship. In outer space, the desiccated corpse was still frozen in place, not moving at all. It opened its eyes and stared at progenitor Wushang's hide. Anyone who saw progenitor Wushang's hide would be intimidated, but the desiccated corpse would not close its eyes, nor would it remove progenitor Wushang's hide. It had formed a vicious cycle. Lu Yin found a personal spacecraft, and although it was not an Aurora, it was not much slower than a Radiant-grade Aurora. The only difference was that it could not be upgraded. Lu Yin boarded the spacecraft and charged into outer space, heading towards the coordinates that he had agreed upon with Wendy Yushan. There were several warships in outer space, but none of them were able to stop him. By the time Lu Yin entered the planet, the encirclement had already disappeared. They could only watch helplessly as Lu Yin boarded his spacecraft and left. In outer space, several explorers appeared. They were all powerhouses who had been tasked with guarding the warships, and now that Lu Yin had escaped, they could not report back to their superiors. They had to find the hunter who had been chasing after Lu Yin. In outer space, the desiccated corpse covered with progenitor Wushang's hide attracted a few people's attention. Several explorers flew over to the desiccated corpse, and when they saw progenitor Wushang's hide, they felt dizzy and fell to the ground. The next moment, the warship fired a beam of light at the desiccated corpse. The people inside the warship thought that the explorers had been attacked. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 556. The beam slammed into the corpse's body and smashed it into the planet. Progenitor Wushang's hide shifted slightly and no longer blocked the corpse's eyes. In other words, the corpse was no longer intimidated by the beam. High up in the sky, beams of light descended and bombarded the corpse. The desiccated corpse looked up, its eyes without a single ray of light causing one to feel a chill. It rushed into the starry sky and broke through the light beam alone, shattering a warship. Immediately after, the warships in the surrounding Darkstar Gorge were all destroyed, and no one inside survived. Everyone in Darkstar Gorge who had attacked Lu Yin had died, and only the corpse remained in space. Progenitor Wushang's hide was still covering its head, making it look rather ridiculous. Bloodline of the Ancients. Skip. Kill. The mummy's mechanical voice rang out as it walked step by step through space towards Lu Yin's location. In the darkness of outer space, Lu Yin sat in his spacecraft and panted heavily. The monkey tattoo on his arm also panted in a comical manner. The corpse's existence made them feel like they had seen a ghost. This thing was much more terrifying than a corpse king, even if the latter looked disgusting. Seventh bro, can you stop provoking such a thing? Look at what you've provoked in the past. A corpse king that can transform into a corpse king, an island that screams like a vengeful ghost, and this time, a corpse. I was wondering why you always provoked such strange things, the monkey grumbled. Lu Yin barked, shut up. Did I provoke it? That thing ran out on its own. Either way, it definitely has something to do with you. I just have this feeling. Lu Yin couldn't be bothered with the monkey. He looked back and relaxed as no one had chased after him. He was lucky to have found this fast spacecraft or else he would have died there. Right, progenitor Wushang's hide. Seventh bro, give it back to me. The monkey suddenly remembered and shouted. Lu Yin rolled his eyes and directly blocked the monkey. It was the monkey's turn to feel heartache. Progenitor Wushang's hide had been his spoils of war, and it had helped him a lot. Now that it had been lost, he felt more heartache than anyone else. The only consolation was that there was an even bigger one. As for the progenitor Wushang's inheritance that the monkey had mentioned, Lu Yin didn't care. That sort of inheritance was in the astral beast domain, and he would be courting death if he went there. Although his heart ached, it was worth it to trade a piece of progenitor Wushang's hide for his life. Lu Yin sighed as he looked at the dark sky. The universe was too vast, and any random planet in the outerverse could produce such a creature. This creature was definitely much stronger than an ordinary enlighter, and the outerverse was in trouble. Fortunately, the outerverse was vast, so this thing would not be able to find him. The coordinates that he had agreed upon with Wendy Yushan were at the edge of Dark Mist Weave. Lu Yin looked at the distance and realized that he was already at the edge of Dark Mist Weave, so it would take him at most half a day to reach his destination. He closed his eyes and decided to rest for a while. He hadn't had a good rest during this period. Right, Elder Wu's cosmic ring. Lu Yin suddenly thought of his spoils of war, and he couldn't wait to check it out. However, the spacecraft was too small and he couldn't fit anything into it. He would have to wait until they met up. After an unknown amount of time, his gadget beeped, waking him up. Lu Yin rubbed his head and checked his position. He was less than an hour away from meeting up with Wendy. He looked at his gadget and his eyes flashed. It was Lu Xiaoga. "Brother Lu, congratulations on resolving the situation." Lu Xiaoga's voice sounded from the gadget. Lu Yin smiled. "I still have to thank you for your help. Without you, I might not have been able to escape. There's a saying that goes, the heavens help the worthy. Brother Lu is not a short-lived person. Even without me, you would have been able to avoid the situation," Lu Xiaoga said with a smile. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Wendy Yushan had told him that she had set Lu Xiaoga up before she left, and he admired her actions. Lu Xiaoga had not told him about Puyu's plot for Lu Yin's sake, but rather because he wanted to use Lu Yin to fight against Darkstar Gorge. It would be best if he could eliminate Puyu so that he could control Sandios. Lu Xiaoga's ambitions had never been hidden. To Lu Xiaoga, it didn't matter if Darkstar Gorge's alliance with Scholar New Moon failed or if Lu Yin failed. All he wanted was to sit back and watch. Unfortunately, Wendy Yushan's words had dragged him into the tiger's den, and he was now hated by Puyu. This helped Lu Yin vent his anger. Some people thought that they were smart and could control the fates of others, but in the end they would only end up getting caught in their own trap. Lu Yin had suffered such a loss before, and now, it was Lu Xiaoga's turn. Brother Lu's luck isn't bad to be able to gain Night King Jinwu's recognition. Back when you were taken away by Qingyu, I thought that we would never meet again. Lu Yin smiled. Lu Xiaoga sighed. That's right. The innerverse day-night flow zone and the outerverse border weaves are too far apart, but Brother Lu still managed to walk out of that place. Brother Lu, I have to admire you. Lu Yin smiled but did not say anything. He was waiting for Lu Xiaoga to start the conversation. But Brother Lu, there are some things that you did not do properly. I kindly reminded you of the situation, but you sold me out in the end. Now, Puyu is looking at me like he wants to bite me. Lu Xiaoga's smile faded. Lu Yin was surprised. What? Did something happen? Brother Lu, you don't know? I've always been in the Dark Mist Weave, so I don't know what happened in Sandios. If that's the case, then I've blamed the wrong person, Lu Xiaoga said helplessly. Lu Yin smiled. Brother Lu, Wendy can be a little too straightforward at times. I hope that Brother Lu doesn't mind. Lu Xiaoga's tone became relaxed again. As long as Brother Lu didn't deliberately scheme against me, then it's fine. But Brother Lu, there's a saying that you should have heard before. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. You killed 3 enlighters, which is a disgrace to them. You might have been able to resolve the situation this time, but if 3 enlighters attack you next time, will you still be able to resolve it? Lu Yin's expression turned serious, as Lu Xiaoga's words were exactly what he was worried about. However, his worries were just worries and he would not worry too much about things that had yet to happen. This time he had met up with Wendy to let those enlighters know that if they worked together, they could take down any powerhouse with them. Lu Yin looked up and saw another streak of fiery red flying towards him. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and pressed down on the spacecraft with one hand. He then exerted some force, causing the spacecraft to sink into the ground. With a casual wave of his hand, he buried the area with rubble and disappeared from everyone's sight. When the ministers and guards looked up again, they could no longer see Lu Yin. Another corner of the palace was crushed by a violent shock wave, and many zombies were reduced to ashes. Another personal spacecraft appeared on the ground. This time it was a trial taker from the dark mist weave. The ministers and guards hurriedly ran over to the corner and saw the personal spacecraft again. There was also an open hatch, but no one inside could be seen. The trial taker had immediately left. Lu Yin stood on the roof of the palace and looked at the corner in astonishment. Under his domain nothing could be hidden. The person inside the spacecraft had quickly left the moment the hatch had opened and hid in the shadows. His movements were extremely smooth, and it was obvious that he had received training in this area. This feeling, coupled with the fact that he was in the dark mist weave, reminded Lu Yin of a certain profession: an assassin. The boulder suddenly shattered, and the ranger's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and stabbed his spear through the boulder, piercing through the heads of several zombies. The tip of the spear vibrated, shattering the heads of the zombies and causing the boulder to shatter as well. "Everyone, I've tried my best, but all I can do is protect myself. Everyone, please take care of yourselves," the ranger shouted. His spear moved like a dragon as it shook off the countless zombies that had gathered around him. He then stabbed the tip of his spear into the ground and abruptly flicked it upwards, sending countless rocks flying in all directions and piercing through the heads of many zombies. This single attack had destroyed the brothel and opened up a path for the commoners who had hidden themselves. The ranger helplessly looked at the commoners and sighed. He then jumped up and rushed out of the brothel. Just as he had said, all he could do was protect himself. There were simply too many monsters, and no matter how strong he was, he would eventually run out of energy. It was already very good that he had been able to open up a path for these people. As one of the most famous powerhouses on this continent, this was the best he could do. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in front of the ranger's eyes as a black fog enveloped him. He then felt a tearing pain in his neck. Instinctively, the ranger swept his spear in front of him and swept away the fog. However, his neck was also torn apart and blood spurted out as he slowly fell to the ground. The people hiding in the brothel watched this scene in horror. Next to the ranger's corpse, a pale-faced youth walked out and bent down to cut off the ranger's head. He then placed it in his cosmic ring and left without even looking at the people hiding in the brothel. The same scene was happening in many other places on the continent. This was a trial mission, an assassination trial mission. The mission was to kill the cultivators of planet Woodrock. Each person could only kill cultivators of the same level or stronger, and the final score would be determined by the number of heads killed. This was a trial of blood. Although Earth's trial had not been set up by the Great U Empire on purpose, the goal of the trial was not to kill but to select the elites. Both the elite trial takers and the elites of the natives such as Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui had been chosen by the Great U Empire. However, Planet Woodrock's trial was specifically set up to train assassins. The training would last for a long time, and with zombies, there was a possibility of evolution. Evolution meant that there would be an endless stream of cultivators, and this planet had been chosen as a long-term trial planet. To the people of Planet Woodrock, this was very cruel. It was as if they were being raised in captivity for the trial takers to slaughter. Of course, if the natives performed well, they might be taken off the planet as well. Lu Yin put down the trial taker's corpse in his hands. He had learned everything he wanted to know, and his expression was complicated. Was he sympathetic? Perhaps, but this was the universe, and the laws of the dark forest did not care about whether it was cruel or not. Everyone was the hunter and everyone was the prey. Footsteps sounded behind him, and Lu Yin turned around to calmly look at the bespectacled girl walking over. She was also a trial taker. Lu Yin did not hide his tracks as he already knew that this group of trial takers had come from Mafioso Planet. Before Wendy arrived, he would kill as many as he could as a form of revenge against Topmist. These trial takers were assassins and they were emotionless. He did not feel guilty for killing them. However, this girl was completely different from the trial takers. "I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. I am not a bad person." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 558. The bespectacled girl quickly retreated and gritted her teeth as she glared at Lu Yin. She then turned around and fled into the shadows. Lu Yin did not chase after her. He looked at the green poison on his clothes. Poison. He stared in the direction that the bespectacled girl had fled in, deep in thought. The bespectacled girl fled for 10 minutes, using all the techniques she had learned on Mafioso Planet. She was confident that even an elite Lemeter would not be able to catch up to her. Only then did she relax and hide in a corner to catch her breath. Where did this monster come from? I can't even break through his defenses and I can't even detect his power level. Is he a melder or a Lemeter? How did he get in here? The planet should have been sealed off, the bespectacled girl muttered to herself as she patted her chest. I'm a Lemeter, a calm voice rang out in her ears. Her pupils shrank and she quickly looked to the side. Lu Yin was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed as he stared at her. The bespectacled girl's footsteps were light, and she turned around to flee without another word. This time she had fled for an entire hour, using all sorts of techniques and even disguises. Lu Yin had truly frightened her, as she was not an ordinary cultivator. Mafioso Planet had high expectations for her during this trial mission, and her mission was not to slaughter the natives as that would not be challenging. Instead she was to slaughter all the trial takers. Who would have thought that she would run into a monster before she could even begin? A monster that she could not even think of assassinating. Zombies roamed the streets, and the bespectacled girl truly looked like a zombie amidst the horde. She was very satisfied with her disguise, as even an ordinary explorer would not be able to find her after an hour of non-stop fleeing, much less a Lemeter. This was the basis of her confidence. After roaming around for a while, the bespectacled girl felt that it was enough. All the anti-tracking measures she had left behind along the way did not detect anyone approaching. Just as she was about to leave the zombie horde, she suddenly felt a gaze on her. As an assassin, she was very sensitive to gazes. She looked to her left, and around a corner 10 meters away she saw that same person again. He was still leaning against the wall leisurely, quietly watching her. Strangely, the zombies that passed by did not react to him at all. It was as if they did not know that he was there. The girl with glasses felt her scalp go numb. Even if she was a trained assassin, it was not easy to avoid the perception of zombies. Moreover, that person did not avoid it at all. He just stood in front of the zombies. What the hell? The bespectacled lady's expression was unsightly. She recalled a certain method called a domain. It was said that experts who had comprehended a domain could merge with their surroundings and completely isolate their aura. Could that man have comprehended a domain? The bespectacled girl gave up. She had already tried her best to escape, but to no avail. She stopped where she was and let the zombie horde go. She took off her mask and disguise, pushed her glasses up and asked, "What do you want?" Lu Yin looked at her. "You know a lot about poisons?" The bespectacled woman nodded. "You can say that. There are many assassination methods and poison is one of them." He casually tossed her a bottle of liquid from Elder Wu's cosmic ring. "Take a look at what this is." The bespectacled girl doubtfully took the bottle and stared at the liquid within, muttering something under her breath. Lu Yin listened for a while and realized that she was referring to similar medicinal ingredients and animal toxins. He was surprised that she could identify the ingredients of the poison just by looking at it. During this time, Lu Yin didn't allow any zombies to approach. He was very surprised that the bespectacled girl hadn't died immediately, which was a miracle for a melder. He stared at her and watched her suffer for several hours. It wasn't until the sky turned completely dark that the bespectacled girl's pain subsided. At this moment, her body was drenched and her exquisite curves were full of temptation. Her skin was faintly visible underneath, but Lu Yin didn't care about this. His eyes were filled with shock as he saw that the number of rune lines in the bespectacled girl had increased by a lot. If the bespectacled girl's rune lines represented a melder genius that could kill enemies across realms, then this girl's rune lines were no longer as simple as a melder genius. They were comparable to some Lemeter geniuses and should be comparable to an area master from the Astral Combat Academy. This was very shocking. Area masters from the Astral Combat Academy were absolute elites even in the Innerverse, and they were considered the most elite disciples of large organizations. Elites from the Outerverse could not compare to them. Schutz had been cultivating in the Astral Combat Academy for a long time and had been personally taught by Astral 10's mentors, but he still hadn't reached the level of an area master. However, this girl had done so just by drinking a bottle of liquid. Lu Yin felt like he had been tricked. That bottle of liquid couldn't have been used to increase one's strength, right? When he thought of this, his expression turned ugly. The bespectacled girl's body was trembling from the intense pain she had been in for so long. She panted heavily and touched her clothes, only to find that they were completely soaked. Then she took them off right in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin was shocked and quickly looked away. "What are you doing?" The bespectacled girl blinked. Change your clothes. Changing in front of me? Look if you want. I can't resist anyway. Her words made Lu Yin's heart skip a beat, but he had no choice but to turn away. The bespectacled girl's lips curled up, and she deliberately took her time after taking off her clothes. She even made a lot of noises as she put on her clothes, as if she was trying to seduce Lu Yin. Lu Yin had never experienced something like this before, so he was a little anxious. After a while, the bespectacled girl said, "I'm done." Lu Yin turned around and his eyes lit up. The bespectacled girl was wearing a very casual white dress that revealed her long white legs and a pair of small, sparkling feet. Her hair had also been tidied up, and it hung down to her waist. She looked at Lu Yin with a pair of innocent and shy eyes, and she bit her lip as she rubbed her fingers together. "Do you like it? Seventh bro, she's trying to seduce you." The bespectacled girl wasn't the prettiest person Lu Yin had ever seen, but she was definitely the purest. The word purest sounded strange when used on an assassin, but it was true. She had a gentle temperament that was different from cultivators. Lu Yin frowned. "Why did that liquid increase your strength?" She pushed her glasses up. "Would you believe me if I said that it was poison?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "I'm not stupid." The bespectacled girl was helpless. "Big brother, it really is poison. Don't call me that. No matter how you change your appearance, you're still an assassin and I won't go easy on you. The better you disguise yourself, the more you prove your methods." The bespectacled girl looked at Lu Yin innocently and extended an empty bottle. "Let's do an experiment." She looked around and her star energy flowed out like water. She finally caught a six-legged creature that looked like a mouse, poured some water into the empty bottle and fed it to the creature. The next second, the creature turned to ash from the inside out, leaving not a single trace behind. Lu Yin was shocked. "I know Big Brother doesn't believe me," the bespectacled girl said before grabbing a zombie and pouring the water into its mouth. The same thing happened to the zombie and it turned to ash in less than a second. It didn't even burn, it was as if it had been decomposed by something. "This is poison, a poison that even space-exploring powerhouses can't withstand. In terms of power, it should be able to easily kill a cruiser," the bespectacled girl deduced. "Then how did you survive?" Lu Yin was surprised. The bespectacled girl smiled, and under Lu Yin's astonished gaze, her skin turned from white to green. It was a green that was obviously very poisonous, and her clothes turned to ash, leaving her naked in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't dodge this time, but he blocked the monkey. "Is this your innate gift?" The bespectacled girl nodded. "Yes, my innate gift is poison. I'm a poison person." "Put on your clothes," Lu Yin said. The bespectacled girl's green skin disappeared, and she turned white again. Her skin was so white that Lu Yin couldn't help but take a second look. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 559. She quickly put on her clothes. "My innate gift makes me immune to poison, and the stronger the poison I consume, the stronger my innate gift becomes." Lu Yin was amazed that such an innate gift existed. Now the question was, should he kill her? Her innate gift was very powerful, and her strength would increase very quickly. Since she was from Mafioso planet, she would be an enemy in the future, and Lu Yin did not want to leave behind an enemy that could threaten him. The bespectacled girl sensed Lu Yin's killing intent and pitifully said, "Big brother, you're a good person. Can you let me go? I really haven't killed anyone." Lu Yin stared at her with a murderous glint in his eyes. Her heart trembled and she hurriedly said, "You can't kill me, Lu Yin." Lu Yin raised a brow. "You recognize me?" She nodded. "Yes, just now." "Killing me won't do you any good, Lu Yin." "Have you heard of the name Topmist?" Lu Yin asked. The bespectacled girl was shocked. "The Great Elder?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "So he really is from Mafioso planet. Unfortunately, I have a grudge against him and I have to kill his people. Your innate gift won't allow you to live." "Wait, I can help you kill him," the bespectacled girl shouted. Lu Yin laughed. "Do you know how strong he is? Help me kill him? Wait another 500 years. He's the Great Elder of Mafioso planet and an enlighter. I know that I can't kill him right now, but I'll surpass him in the future. Besides, I have a reason to kill him," the bespectacled girl hurriedly said. "Tell me about it." Lu Yin looked at her with interest. Her eyes flickered and she thought for a moment before saying, "Mafioso planet is the top assassin organization in the surrounding weaves. They have an inherited treasure called the bloody handprint, which can only be inherited by the strongest person in the organization. All of the assassins in the organization want to obtain it, and it's currently in Topmist's hands. Our organization has no emotions and we are not united. All of the assassins' ultimate goal is the Great Elder. The bloody handprint? Is it very powerful? Luin asked. The bespectacled girl solemnly replied, according to ancient records, the bloody handprint once killed an Innerverse powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000. Luin was shocked. Mafioso Planet has something so powerful? The bespectacled woman nodded. That's Mafioso Planet's most precious inherited treasure, and it can't be used unless it's a life or death situation. The right to use it is in the Great Elder's hands, so as long as the Great Elder goes all out, he'll be equivalent to an extreme powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000. However, that's only true for external forces. He's not allowed to use the blood palm on his own people. Once my strength surpasses the Great Elder's, I'll be able to replace him, and killing him will be as easy as flipping my hand. If an outsider wants to kill him, it'll be impossible unless they lure the Great Elder out of Mafioso Planet. Luin fell into deep thought. Topmist actually had such a life-saving technique, but that didn't seem right. Back on Shuda Planet, Topmist's rune lines definitely weren't that terrifying. If Topmist really did have a bloody handprint, then his rune lines definitely far surpassed that of an Enlighter's. An assassin like Topmist who cherished his life would definitely carry a life-saving technique with him. Since Topmist's rune lines weren't that terrifying, then there were only three possibilities. Either this woman was lying, and there was no bloody handprint at all, or the bloody handprint would not reveal any of its power unless it exploded. The third possibility was that this bloody handprint was similar to the power vessel that Zaylin had used, and it could only be used once. At this moment, the bespectacled girl opened her gadget and tapped on a screen. Big brother, I know you don't believe me. Take a look. Luin looked at the screen and saw an introduction that mentioned the crimson palm print. Although there weren't many words, Luin could tell from the screen that these words weren't fake. They had been written for many years and they were very ancient. However, this didn't prove that the bloody handprint still existed. Perhaps it had already been used up after so many years. Even if this thing still exists, it's impossible for you to kill Topmist with your current strength. I don't have the time to wait around. If you really want to kill Topmist, then why don't you find someone stronger in your organization to work with? Assassins don't work with others, but I can. The bespectacled girl grew anxious as she could truly feel Lu Yin's killing intent. As an assassin, she was very sensitive to killing intent. The more powerful an assassin is, the less likely they are to work with others. Even the assassins trained by Mafioso Planet don't have loyalty, but I do. I can serve you as long as you don't kill me and also provide me with that poison. Why should I believe you? Luin asked coldly. The bespectacled girl replied, you don't need to believe me since I'm not a threat to you. On the contrary, you're very tempting to me because that poison is very difficult to obtain even in the Outerverse. If I want to increase my strength quickly, then I need that poison. How about this? You can use the poison to hire me and I'll work for you. She then saw the killing intent in Lu Yin's eyes gradually diminish and she continued, think about it. Killing me won't do you any good, but keeping me alive will give you an opportunity to deal with Topmist in the future, right? Besides, once I get stronger, I can even help you assassinate others. This was very tempting, as the bespectacled girl had been right about one thing. The kind of poison that could allow her to rapidly increase her strength was not easy to obtain. All of the poisons that Luin was currently using had been created by Elder Wu and Enlighter. There were many Enlighters in the Outerverse, but how many of them knew how to create poisons? The probability was too low. Although this woman's existence was neither too big nor too small of a threat, the best way for her to increase her strength was in Lu Yin's hands. As long as he could control her, Luin did not believe that she would be able to increase her strength as quickly as he did. How long is your trial mission? Luin asked. The bespectacled girl immediately replied, 1 month for me, but it's much longer for others. Luin nodded. All right. You have to come to the Great U Empire's Xenu Star to meet me within 3 months. If you don't, then I'll treat it as you going back on your word, and you'll never be able to obtain these poisons. Also, if I ever see you in the future, I'll definitely kill you. The bespectacled girl relaxed as she knew that she would not die. Don't worry, these poisons are far more tempting to me than you can imagine. I'll definitely look for you. You just drank a bottle of my poison, so treat it as payment for hiring me. I haven't decided who I'll kill yet, but I've already paid you, so don't go back on your word, Luine said calmly. The bespectacled girl nodded and patted her chest carefully. Thank you, big brother. I told you not to call me that. Luine frowned. This form of address, as well as all of her previous actions, had dispelled his killing intent. Luine knew that, but there was still one thing that had ultimately dispelled his killing intent. This woman. There was no benefit in killing her, and keeping her alive would not pose much of a threat. It was better to keep her alive, as she might actually be useful in the future. Although consuming poison could increase one's strength quickly, there were also many restrictions. It would not increase one's overall strength, and such a person would never be able to become a top powerhouse. The bespectacled girl left, but before she left, she told Luine that her name was Miss Child. There were 7 Miss Children on Mafioso Planet, and they were the top assassins within their realm. She was a Melder Miss Child, and below her were the Sentinel Miss Children. Above her were the Lemeters, Explorers, Cruisers, Hunters, and the top Enlighters. Currently there was only one Enlighter on Mafioso Planet, and that was Top Mist. Naturally he was also a Miss Child. All of the Miss Children's ultimate goal was to become an Enlighter Miss Child. This was a tradition that had existed for countless years on Mafioso Planet, and no one could change it. The bespectacled girl had probably said all of this to express her sincerity to Luine, as she was afraid that he would go back on his word and kill her. However, she was overthinking things. Since Luine had promised not to kill her, then he would not kill her. He would not go so far as to deceive a woman, even if she was an assassin. The most important thing for an assassin was to seek fortune and avoid calamity. The bespectacled girl's mission was to slaughter all of the trial takers, but Lu Yin's existence had prevented her from doing so. She had not moved until 2 days later, when Lu Yin boarded a spacecraft and entered outer space. Only then did she bare her fangs and begin to slaughter the trial takers. The bespectacled girl looked up at the sky with a profound gaze. She was different from the average assassin, who was simple-minded and well-developed. What she had always wanted was not a terrifying reputation, but rather the entirety of Mafioso Planet. She had her own ambitions. Lu Yin's appearance was a perfect opportunity for her to ally with him. She could help Lu Yin while also using him to help herself. Although cooperating with Lu Yin would be like asking a tiger for its skin, and her life would be in his hands, she had no other choice. This person actually had a poison that she could not extricate herself from, and it was only with that poison that she could rapidly increase her strength. The future would always belong to their generation, and since that was the case, she would cooperate with the strongest person of her generation. This person was not only the strongest person of his generation in the Outerverse, but he was also the strongest person of his generation in the entire universe. In outer space, Lu Yin ended his call with Wendy Yushan. He wanted to go to Shinwu Continent Space Station with Wendy Yushan because he wanted to understand the current situation on Shinwu Continent. He had killed 3 Enlighters, which was too much of an eyesore to the other Enlighters. Their dignity had been challenged, and under these circumstances he needed to appear. The more frequently he appeared, the less scruples he would have, and the more apprehensive those Enlighters who wanted to deal with him would be. Wendy Yushan did not know why Lu Yin wanted to go to Shinwu Continent, but she had to follow him wherever he went. Only the 2 of them could pose a threat to any powerhouse. The Outerverse was connected to the Astral Wilderness, and to the east was the Astral Beast Domain. There was a weave in the Outerverse called Iron Blood Weave, and this weave was one of the points that connected the Outerverse and the Astral Beast Domain. Iron Blood Weave was purely a war zone, and there were no civilians. All of the habitable planets in the weave had been connected to form war fortresses. These war fortresses divided the entire Iron Blood Weave and stretched out the battlefront to wage a never-ending war with the Astral Beast Domain. This was to prevent the Astral Beast Domain's astral beasts from breaking into other weaves. Countless years ago, all of the living people in Iron Blood Weave had been massacred. Now, the ones fighting in the weave were cultivators from other weaves or from the Innerverse. Just like Iron Blood Weave, the Astral Beast Domain had also suffered heavy losses. Countless astral beasts had died over the years, and many races had even been exterminated. Thus, even though the Astral Beast Domain and the Human Domain had reached a peace agreement, there would still be endless war in this place unless one side was permanently exterminated. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 560. The war between star domains was everyone's business. Regardless of whether it was the Day-Night Clan, the Sword Sect, or the various weaves of the Outerverse, they were all required to send people to participate. Thus, Ironblood Weave was filled with cultivators from various powers. These cultivators only had one goal, which was to slaughter astral beasts and control the battlefield within Ironblood Weave. The human domain's innerverse and outerverse had been separated due to the changes in the weather, and these changes had not only affected the human domain, but also the astral beast domain, the technocracy, and even the astral wilderness. Many things had been disrupted, but the war had not stopped. The war fortress that connected Ironblood Weave and the astral beast domain was known as Ironblood Fortress. Ironblood Fortress was the closest fortress to the astral beast domain, and it was also a fortress where war would never end. This fortress was made up of 1,800 planets, and each planet was connected by soil. Countless war weapons were placed on these planets and aimed at the astral beast domain. Ever since Ironblood Fort had been established, more than 1,000 planets had been dyed red with blood. Countless years had passed and the war had never stopped. Erudite Flowzone's border battlefield was blocked by the Astral River, which meant that the human domain had placed the battlefield on the astral beast domain's side. Thus, they had not formed an overly large war fortress. Instead, they had lined up countless planets so that even if they were breached, the astral beasts would still have to find a way to cross the Astral River. However, things were different here. Once Ironblood Fort was breached, Ironblood Weave would be right behind it, which was human territory. The connection between the astral beast domain and Ironblood Weave was not very large, and it happened to be blocked by Ironblood Fort. Countless astral beasts roared as they charged out of the void towards Ironblood Fort's planets. They were first swept away by weapons, and those who did not die were replaced by human cultivators. Every day many people died here and many astral beasts were buried here. This place was even crueler than Erudite Flowzone's border battlefield. The days of war repeated themselves, and the cultivators in Ironblood Weave could no longer be considered pure cultivators. They were more like soldiers who protected humanity. At Ironblood Fort, countless void wanderers tore through space and sent all sorts of astral beasts to the planets within the fortress. Even if the weather had changed, the void wanderers could still tear through the void, as this was their innate gift. Soldiers fell one after another and another took their place. Layers upon layers of corpses were piled up. Generally speaking, a battle would last for at most 7 days. After resting for 1 or 2 days, the battle would resume once again. However, this battle had already lasted for 10 days, and there were still no signs of it stopping. The Void Wanderers had appeared once again, and they had brought even more mutant beasts with them. The closer they got to the center of the stronghold, the more desperate the battle became. Here, Limeters were nothing more than cannon fodder, and only space-exploring powerhouses had a chance of surviving. On the ground, all sorts of strange weapons were being used to slaughter mutant beasts. This was the Sun family's mechanical arts. Sun Chong panted heavily as he watched the Void Wanderers appear in front of him. He raised his hand to attack, but he was blocked by one of the mutant beasts. Human, from today onwards, this stronghold will cease to exist. Sun Chong's expression changed. The Ironblood Fortress isn't something you can destroy. Humans, you're too arrogant. Die. The beast then opened its mouth and bit at Sun Chong. Sun Chong was a hunter, but the astral beast was also a hunter. Their battle caused the planet to become unstable. Closer to the center of the stronghold, battles between hunters were not rare, and there were even battles between enlighters at the very center of the stronghold. This battle was even more brutal than the border battles in the Erudite Flow Zone. Within the stronghold, a middle-aged man was coldly watching a screen. On the screen was an Enlighter realm astral beast battling with a Day-Night man. The Day-Night man was also an Enlighter, and their battle had caused the planet to crumble. The void tore open, and a man walked out with an anxious expression. General Fei, it's just as you guessed. This battle isn't going well. The middle-aged man was the commander of Ironblood Fortress, and he was known as General Fei. No one knew his real name, but he had been overseeing this stronghold for over 1,000 years. The human domain's innerverse and outerverse have been separated, but the astral beast domain hasn't. They've started to shift their main forces here. They want to charge into the outerverse from here and merge the outerverse with the astral beast domain. The man's expression turned ugly. That's right. The astral beast domain has broken the peace agreement and is planning to invade the outerverse from here. The innerverse and outerverse have been separated, and who knows how long it will take for the outerverse to recover. By then, the outerverse will have been occupied by the astral beast domain, and the humans will only have the innerverse and neoverse left. It will be very difficult to reclaim the outerverse. General Fei looked up with a complicated expression. I've already guessed this the moment the innerverse and outerverse were separated. Not only the astral beast domain, but the technocracy will also invade the outerverse from the west. Unless the innerverse and outerverse recover, the outerverse will fall into the hands of the astral beast domain and technocracy sooner or later. The man fell silent. Although he did not want to accept it, it was the truth. Back when the innerverse and outerverse had been normal, most of the astral beast domain's forces had been tied down in the innerverse. Although the border battles in the innerverse were not as brutal, there were many experts there, and the astral beast domain had not dared to be careless. But now the human domain had been separated from the innerverse, and as long as the astral beast domain did not start a war with the human domain, they would be able to shift their main forces here. The innerverse would also not know that the astral beast domain had broken the peace agreement. As long as the border battles in the innerverse did not break out, the astral beast domain would not have to worry, and they would be able to invade the outerverse. It could only be said that the heavens were toying with them, and it just so happened that the innerverse and outerverse had been separated after the peace agreement was reached. If the peace agreement had not been reached, the astral beast domain would have continued to place their main forces in the innerverse, and they would not have invaded the outerverse on such a large scale. Is there really nothing we can do? The man asked. His name was Meng Ninga, and he was an enlighter from the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone's Divine Grade Hall. He was also one of the experts in Ironblood Fort who was second only to General Fei. General Fei's gaze turned cold. There's only one way, and that is to request for reinforcements. Gather all the weaves in the outerverse to unite and resist the astral beast domain's invasion. Meng Ninga's gaze turned cold. I'll ask for reinforcements right away. General Fei looked at the screen. There are too few experts in the outerverse. Once the astral beast domain mobilizes an old monster with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, the outerverse will not be able to stop them. We can only hope that the innerverse and outerverse recover quickly. Otherwise, who knows how many people will die. No matter what, even if the entire human race in the outerverse is wiped out, we will definitely die before them, Meng Ninga said resolutely. Shenwu Continent Space Station. Ever since the outerverse trial, Lu Yin had not visited it again. He had thought that it would be several years before he could return, but he had not expected it to be so soon. The space station now looked much larger than before, and there were also many more experts. Lu Yin could already tell from the spacecraft that there were no less than 5 hunters in the space station. The Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu had allied with the powers from outside the outerverse, and this had given many powers hope of reclaiming Shenwu Continent. Now, the main power in charge of reclaiming Shenwu Continent was no longer those from Dark Mist Weave, but rather the Day-Night clan. Ming Zhaoshu had deliberately released Jianlong Day-Night, and he had reached some sort of agreement with the Day-Night clan. There were many more Day-Night clan members in the space station, and some of them had participated in the contest on planet Pyrolite. There were also some who had arrived at the space station before the contest on planet Pyrolite. Lu Yin's sudden appearance was something that no one had expected. Shenwu Continent was hidden in a different space, and although it was attractive to many powers, it had nothing to do with Lu Yin. At most, he had participated in the outerverse trial, but now he was here again. Lu Yin's relationship with the Day-Night clan was not good. If not for Night King Yuanjing with Night Queen Yanqing's influence, the Day-Night clan would have already made a move on Frostwave Weave. The Day-Night clan members who had come to Shenwu Continent Space Station were all aware of this. Now that the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, Night King Yuanjing could not interfere with the outerverse affairs. If possible, these Day-Night clan members would have liked to kill Lu Yin, but they did not dare to do so. Lu Yin had already killed 2 Enlighters, and such a record made them panic. The person who received Lu Yin was no longer an explorer, but a hunter from the space station. He was also one of the people in charge of the space station, Tyrael. He was also the one who had sent Lu Yin and the others to Shenwu Continent. Lu Yin walked out of the cabin and met Wendy's eyes. In front of him, Tyrael tore through the void and warmly greeted Lu Yin. Student Lu, welcome to Shenwu Continent Space Station. Lu Yin smiled. Senior Tyrael, sorry to disturb you. He then introduced Wendy to Tyrael. When he heard Wendy's name, Tyrael was shocked. Everyone in the eastern weaves of the outerverse knew that Wendy Yushan had grasped a secret technique, and everyone coveted it and wanted to steal it. However, they were all afraid of Lu Yin's methods. He had not expected Lu Yin to bring this woman around, and his confidence shocked Tyrael. So it's Counselor Wendy. I've heard so much about you, Tyrael said with a smile. Wendy Yushan nodded with a calm expression. Tyrael did not mind. Wendy Yushan was a counselor of the Outerverse Council and the senior disciple of the Innerverse Myriad Swords Peak. She was also a popular person in the 10 Arbiters Council, and now that she had grasped a secret technique, it was understandable for someone like her to be arrogant. Tyrael brought Lu Yin and Wendy around the space station while trying to find out Lu Yin's purpose for coming here. Lu Yin casually answered, "I'm bored. There's too much government work and I want to relax a little." Tyrael smiled, as it would be absurd to believe that. So many powerhouses were keeping an eye on these two, and there were already several hunters in this space station who wanted to make a move against them. Only a fool would believe that Lu Yin had come out to relax. Lu Yin also learned from Tyrael that news of the battle between Sandios and Shuda planet had not spread. He relaxed slightly as Topmist had not publicized his methods, which gave him some confidence. However, he still hoped that the details of the battle at Sandios would spread so that the other Enlighters would be even more apprehensive. "By the way, Senior Tyrael, I heard that Shinwu Continent's Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu is cooperating with us?" Lu Yin asked curiously. Tyrael nodded. Ming Zhaoshu is a very scheming person. He took advantage of Ming Zhaotian being injured by Arbiter when to break through and fight to a draw with Ming Zhaotian. He comprehended a force field and is very powerful. He's been hiding for many years, but when he erupted, he immediately split the Shinwu continent apart. The Shinwu Empire can't do anything to him. The smartest thing to do is to cooperate with us. With us providing an endless supply of experts, it would be strange for him to be afraid of the Shinwu Empire. Lu Yin smiled. Tyrael was disgusted by Lu Yin's words. Lu Yin kept referring to them as us, which had nothing to do with him. However, Tyrael was also afraid of Lu Yin's methods, so he did not say anything else. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 561. Tyrael brought the two of them to the place where they could directly observe the 5 sealing planets. This was also the place where they had requested to meet when Sansi to assess their results. That was the place where they could directly attack Shinwu Continent. Over the years, many experts from Dark Mist we've had shed blood there, and that was how the 5 sealing planets had become famous. Along the way, Lu Yin did not encounter any Day-Night clansmen. They seemed to have been forbidden from approaching him except for one, Zhanlong Day-Night. Lu Yin had not expected to see Zhanlong Day-Night here. He had received news that the Day-Night clan had occupied the eastern weave of Dark Mist Weave. Zhanlong Day-Night had not followed Night Queen Chuyu, but he had appeared here instead. It seemed that the gap between the Night King bloodline and the ordinary Day-Night clansman was quite large. No matter how bad Night Queen Yanqing's performance was, she would always be by Night Queen Chuyu's side. Every time Zhanlong Day-Night saw Lu Yin, he felt something new. The first time had been on Shinwu Continent, where he had felt that their strength was about the same. Although his Day-Night restoration technique had been suppressed, it had not been too obvious. The second time had been at the Tower of Resonating Light, and he had been easily defeated by Lu Yin. The third time had been on planet Pyrolite, where Zhanlong Day-Night had experienced the hopeless gap between them. This time Zhanlong Day-Night was speechless, as Lu Yin seemed to have killed quite a few Enlighters. No matter what method Lu Yin had used, even if he had relied on external items, it was a testament to Lu Yin's strength. Zhanlong Day-Night could not help but meet him, not because he wanted to do anything, but because he wanted to see Lu Yin up close and see if he had become stronger. The results made him feel slightly better, as Lu Yin's aura had not changed much. It was still the same, which meant that the gap between them had not widened, and Zhanlong Day-Night still had a chance to catch up. The two brushed past each other. Zhanlong Day-Night did not speak and Lu Yin did not speak to him either. In this place they did not have much interaction. As he looked at the 5 sealing planets, Lu Yin was shocked. He could see a boundless amount of rune lines, which far surpassed that of any Enlighter he had ever seen. These rune lines probably had a power level of close to 300,000. It was no wonder why it had been able to withstand an Enlighter's attack. But how had Wen Sansi been able to affect Shinwu Continent through the 5 sealing planets? Lu Yin did not understand. He had thought that the 5 sealing planets would not be able to stop Wen Sansi, but now it seemed like they could. Wen Sansi had still been able to affect Shinwu Continent. This was the might of the 10 Arbiters. Is this the Outerverse trial grounds? Wendy Yushan asked as she sized up the 5 sealing planets. Lu Yin nodded. How is it? It's shocking, isn't it? A single continent is blocking an entire weave, and even the great powers of the Innerverse are helpless against it. Wendy Yushan nodded. Very shocking. I've always been curious. What's the situation with this alternate space? The so-called alternate dimension is actually equivalent to a parallel universe. Parallel universe? Luin did not understand. Tyrael explained, according to some scholars' investigations, all the spaces that don't belong to this universe are called parallel universes. You can think of parallel universes in our universe as countless horizontal lines that don't intersect with each other. However, there will occasionally be some changes that will cause them to intersect. This Shinwu continent was born because an enlighter tore through the void, which allowed it to intersect with our universe. Senior, are you saying that there are many parallel universes? Tyria replied, I'm not sure. Shouldn't parallel universes be exactly the same universe? Perhaps there's a difference in time? Wendy Yushan asked. Tyria shrugged. There are many theories, but none of them are completely correct. However, it's impossible for the universe to be exactly the same as the one you mentioned. At most, there are fixed regions that are exactly the same. Please enlighten me, Senior, Luin said respectfully. Tyria explained, for example, if your Great U Empire's Xenu star exists in a parallel universe, then there might be an identical Xenu star in that parallel universe, but there won't be an identical Frostwave Weave. The Xenu star in that parallel universe is very small, and it might include nearby planets or even a domain. However, it can't be an entire universe, and the people on Xenu star can't explore the universe unless they tear through the void and arrive at this universe. So you're saying that if we're lucky enough to tear through that space, and that space just so happens to exist in a parallel universe, then we can see another Xenu star with people who look exactly like us? Luin was shocked. Tyria nodded. Xenu star will appear, but there won't be people who look exactly like us. That's because the parallel universe doesn't encompass the entire universe, so people who come from very distant places won't appear on the Xenu star in the parallel universe. Luin understood. This theory meant that there were only a few places in the universe that had parallel universes. Parallel universes were like cages, and if the creatures in the parallel universe wanted to leave, they would have to tear through the void and arrive at the parallel universe. To be honest, Luin didn't believe it, and he felt that Tyria was spouting nonsense. If there really was a parallel universe, then there would be one that was exactly the same. There would be Luin, Wendy Yushan, the 10 Arbiters, and everyone else. It was impossible for a parallel universe to only have one planet. That was just a cage. There might be things that are exactly the same in a parallel universe, but there might also be things that are different. For example, Shinwu continent space was originally an asteroid belt, but that enlighter on the mainland basically dragged Shinwu continent out of a parallel universe, Tyria explained. Luin suddenly asked, Senior, how are you so sure that our space isn't a parallel universe? Perhaps our universe's area is very small compared to the real universe. Tyria laughed. That's impossible. Our universe is too big. It's so big that it's boundless. If someone from a parallel universe tore through the void, would that person arrive at our universe? Wendy Yushan asked. Tyria muttered to himself, maybe, maybe not. Nobody knows how many parallel universes there are. Perhaps there are countless of them. Some parallel universes include the planets around them, but their area is very small. Some parallel universes can encompass an entire domain, while others can encompass an entire weave. No one can say for sure. After chatting with Tyria for a long time, Luin became very interested in the concept of parallel universes. He wondered if there really was a parallel universe, then would there be someone who looked exactly like him? If that parallel universe was very large, then would his life's trajectory be the same as this universe's? He would lose his memories, go to Earth, participate in Astral 10's entrance exam, and so on. Unfortunately, the concept of parallel universes was not accurate. There were at least tens of thousands of theories in the universe, and countless scientists had researched parallel universes. However, none of their theories were convincing. It was still too early for humans to study the universe. By the way, Senior, has anyone from Shinwu continent come out? Luin suddenly asked. Tyria replied, of course. We've captured many people from Shinwu continent over the years, but they aren't of much value. We understand the situation there very well. Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu didn't send anyone to discuss the details of the cooperation with you? Luin asked. Tyria's eyes flashed and he muttered, he did, but that person was taken away by the Day-Night clan. No one can see him. Oh. Luin was curious. Someone called Don C, Talia said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Take me to him. Tyria smiled bitterly. Student Lu Tangxi was taken away by the Day-Night clan. We can't see him. That's fine. Take me to the Day-Night clan, Luin said. Wendy Yushan glanced at him. Tyria's expression was awkward, but he still nodded. If Lu Yin was just an ordinary Lemeter, he wouldn't even meet him. If Lu Yin dared to speak to him in such a manner, Tyria would have slapped him. However, Lu Yin was someone who had killed an Enlighter, and Tyria didn't want to offend such a ruthless person. Although the space station was large, Tyria could tear through the void. Not long after, he brought Lu Yin and Wendy Yushan to the Day-Night Clan's district. Coincidentally, Zhanlong Day-Night had just returned and bumped into Lu Yin. He was curious as to why Lu Yin had come to the Day-Night Clan's district. Please inform Madame Mylan that Tyria has brought Lu Yin and Wendy Yushan to visit, Tyria said politely to the Day-Night Clan's gatekeeper. The Day-Night Clan was arrogant, and even though the gatekeeper was only a Lemeter, he was still arrogant in front of Tyria. Wait. Tyria wasn't angry as he was just a hunter from the Dark Mist Weave's 9 allied nations. He didn't have the right to be arrogant in front of a powerhouse from the Day-Night Clan. Lu Yin looked around and through his eyes he could see that there were at least 3 hunters within the Day-Night Clan. They truly lived up to their reputation as one of the strongest clans in the universe, as they could casually dispatch 3 hunters. The entire Great Yu Empire only had 3 hunters in total. After waiting for a while, the gatekeeper came out. Madam is resting. You can come back in a few hours. Tyria was put in a difficult position. Lu Yin frowned and suddenly kicked out, sending the Day-Night Clan's gatekeeper flying and crashing into the gate. The other gatekeeper was furious. How dare you? Lu Yin casually slapped the gatekeeper unconscious and walked inside. Tyria's eyes flickered. Lu Yin was indeed confident as he had actually made a move. Lu Yin had come here to observe the situation on Shinwu continent so that he could make early preparations. He also wanted to show off his strength. The more afraid he was, the more people would come looking for trouble. He needed to show off his strength as an Enlighter in order to intimidate the Enlighters who were secretly plotting against Wendy Yushan. Otherwise, there would only be an endless stream of trouble. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 562. It was no wonder why Lu Yin had been so patient when discussing the parallel universe with him. Tyrion had found it strange that Lu Yin had been so patient with him. Tyrion pretended to be surprised. What? Elder Chuyu is coming? He then looked at Lu Yin. Student Lu, an Enlighter is coming. I think you should leave quickly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Through the rune lines in his eyes, he could already see that the 3 Day-Night Clan hunters had arrived, but they had all hidden themselves. If he retreated now, Night Queen Chuyu would definitely cause trouble for him in the Great Yu Empire. Leave? Leave where? If Night Queen Chuyu comes, then so be it. It doesn't matter, Lu Yin said. Tyrion's heart skipped a beat, as Lu Yin's confidence was greater than he had imagined. An Enlighter from the Night King clan could not be compared to an ordinary Enlighter, but Lu Yin was unafraid. Clap 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 clap. There was a round of applause and everyone looked over. A beautiful middle-aged woman slowly walked out and smiled at Lu Yin. As expected of the strongest Lemeter in the universe. How bold. The surrounding Day-Night clan members all bowed. Madam. Tyrion hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Madam Mylan, I'm sorry to disturb you. Student Lu was just anxious and did not do it on purpose. The middle-aged woman was Madam Mylan Day-Night, a hunter with a power level of 160,000. She was also the strongest hunter in the space station. Madame Mylan looked at Lu Yin with admiration and ignored Tyrion. Student Lu, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Mylan Day-Night. Lu Yin nodded. Madam, have you rested well? Madame Mylan giggled. You're young but you have quite a temper. Student Lu, I'm still an elder and I'm also a woman. She moved closer to Lu Yin, and her fragrance assailed his nostrils. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Madam, I advise you not to get close to me. Otherwise, I don't know what I'll do. The surrounding Day-Night clan members all shouted angrily at Lu Yin's words. Madame Mylan stopped and raised a hand to stop them. She looked at Lu Yin with interest. Student Lu, why are you looking for me? Lu Yin looked in a certain direction. Have Tang Si come see me. Tang Si has a grudge against Student Lu? I almost forgot that Student Lu participated in the Outerverse trial and went to Shinwu continent, Mylan Day-Night said. She appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was filled with intense shock. The direction that Lu Yin was looking in was where Tang Si was. How did he know? It was definitely not a coincidence. At this moment, Mylan Day-Night felt that Lu Yin was rather mysterious. It was no wonder why he had been able to kill an enlighter. This youth's methods were extraordinary. You don't need to know why I'm looking for him. Tell him to come see me. Don't worry, I won't hurt him. Mylan Day-Night muttered to herself for a moment before saying, all right then. I have to give Student Lu some face. She then dismissed the Day-Night clan members around her and had someone bring Tang Si over. In the shadows, there were 2 Day-Night clan hunters keeping an eye on them. Luin looked at them. Madam, I'm speaking to Tang Si and I don't wish for anyone to monitor me. Madam Mylan smiled and dismissed the 2 hunters. As for Tyrael, he left as well. Luin loathed the man, but he did not show it. This person was overseeing the space station and he might be useful in the future. Tang Si came out and immediately saw the beautiful and heroic Wendy Yushan. He was stunned by her beauty and aura, and then he saw Luin. Luin had put on his universal armor when he had entered the space station, but now he had taken it off. Tang Si was shocked. You're Lu 7? Wendy Yushan raised her brows and looked at him strangely. Lu 7? Luin looked at Tang Si. Long time no see. Tang Si had a complicated expression as he had not expected to see Luin here. During the battle at the Tower of Resonating Light, this person had left Zhanlong Day-Night to him. It had been almost 2 years since then. You're from the Day-Night clan? Tang Si was surprised. Luin shook his head. You know who I am. There's no need to test me. Why would the Day-Night clan want me to meet you? If you're not from the Day-Night clan, then they wouldn't let us meet. Tang Si was puzzled. Lu Yin's lips curled up. That's not up to them. If I say I'll meet you, then I'll meet you. Tang Si's eyes flashed and he looked Luin up and down. Although Luin was still a Lemeter, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. It was a pity that Tang Si could not tell. You should know about the agreement I made with the Reverend King. I'm meeting you because I want to know if that agreement is still valid. Or has the Reverend King forgotten about me because of the Day-Night clan? Luin stared at Tang Si as he enunciated each word clearly. Tang Si replied, His Highness has not forgotten about you. You have a 10-year agreement and that promise is only valid for you. Lu Yin's gaze softened. How's the situation on Shenwu continent? Tang Si did not hide anything, and his answer was similar to Zhanlong Day-Night's. How is she? Luin looked around and asked in a low voice. His tone was complicated. Tang Si replied, She's fine, but she's lost a lot of weight. In the past 2 years, the 2 of them had only met a limited number of times, and Luin was not sure if Ming Yen still had feelings for him. Although it was difficult for women in ancient times to change their hearts, it had been a long time, and they would have to wait even longer in the future. Thus, he was a little apprehensive when he asked this question, as he was afraid of receiving an answer that he did not want to hear. Luin fell silent. Wendy Yushan looked at him with a puzzled expression. After a while, Luin said, Help me tell the Reverend King that I hope he doesn't forget about our 10-year agreement. I can guarantee that I won't need 10 years but at most 5. I can make Shenwu continent openly appear in this universe. I hope that something that I don't want to see will not happen. Tang Si acknowledged in a low voice. Also, don't hold too much hope for the Day-Night clan. The inner verse and outer verse have already been separated. Without the inner verse, Shenwu continent can use the 5 sealing planets to defend itself. It won't be too difficult. Tang Si was shocked. The inner verse and outer verse have been separated? You didn't know? Luin was surprised. Tang Si shook his head. Oh, when did this happen? It's been a while, Luin replied. Tang Si's eyes flickered, but no one knew what he was thinking. Luin frowned. These people had deliberately hidden this from Tang Si and used the might of the inner verse to cooperate with Ming Zhaoshu. Now that Tang Si knew that the inner verse and outer verse had been separated, would the Day-Night clan let him go? When he thought of this, Luin immediately called for Tyrael. Senior, please send Tang Si back to Shenwu continent. Tyrael was put in a difficult position. Student Lu, that won't do. Night Queen Xiuyu specifically requested to meet this person. If you send him away I'll bear all the consequences, Luin said indifferently. Tyrael still did not agree. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly, and he suddenly donned his universal armor. He then took out his gun and pointed it at Tyrael's head. Senior, I don't want to force you, but I hope that you can send this person back to Shenwu continent safely. Otherwise you'll lose your head. Tyrael was shocked as he felt a sense of fatal danger. With a gun pointed at his head, his life was in someone else's hands. It was a feeling of despair, and ever since he had broken through to the hunter realm, he had only felt this way when facing an enlighter. At this moment he finally understood how Lu Yin had killed an enlighter. Top Mist already knew, and Lu Yin did not intend to hide it. Besides, he did not need to. The gun's power was not fixed and it could be upgraded with money. He decided that he would immediately borrow money from Madame Nayland to upgrade it a few more times. With the U's secret art and this gun, as long as those enlighters were not stupid, they would not casually provoke him. Lu Yin had come here to establish his might. Tyrael was threatened by Lu Yin, and he brought Tang Si outside of Shinwu continent. Mylan Day Knight and a few other hunters appeared and tried to stop them, but after Lu Yin blasted off the head of a Day Knight hunter, none of them dared to move. That shot had been headed in another direction, but it had been redirected by the U's secret art, and it had pierced through the head of a hunter. This scene shocked everyone. Although Lu Yin felt that it was a pity that he had wasted an attack, he had no choice but to fire it. Otherwise he would be surrounded by hunters. Mylan Day Knight stared at Lu Yin. "Student Lu, Elder Chuyu wants to meet Mr. Tang Si. Our Day Knight clan has a cooperation agreement with the Reverend King that needs to be discussed. Once the agreement is finalized, we will naturally release him. There's no need to rush. I don't like to waste my breath. Either you send him to the Reverend King's residence on Shinwu continent, or..." Lu Yin looked at Tyrael. "You can die. Choose one." Tyrael's face paled. "Student Lu, I'll send him away immediately." Lu Yin smiled. "Don't play any tricks. I have a way to know if he's safely reached the Reverend King's residence." Tyrael's expression changed and he nodded. He glanced at Madame Mylan and the others before tearing open the void and sending Tang Si out. Lu Yin was very familiar with this scene. Back then he had been sent to Shinwu continent just like this, and he remembered being attacked by Ming Zhaotian. Now Ming Zhaotian did not have the time to oversee the 5 sealing planets, so Ming Zhaoshu had to restrain him. "Do you really have a way to know if this person will be sent to the Reverend King's residence?" Wendy Yushan asked doubtfully. Lu Yin laughed. "Of course not." "Then aren't you afraid that this person won't be sent to the Reverend King's residence and will instead be sent to Ming Zhaotian?" Wendy Yushan was curious. Lu Yin remained calm. "It doesn't matter who he's sent to. What's important is that he'll spread the news of the innerverse and outerverse being separated to Shinwu continent. Whether it's Ming Zhaotian or Ming Zhaoshu, this news will be beneficial. Either side will spread the news to the entire continent as soon as possible in order to boost Shinwu continent's morale." Wendy Yushan nodded and did not say anything else. Lu Yin did not mention that it did not matter even if Tang Si did not make it to Shinwu continent alive. The rune lines of the 5 sealing planets were not something that an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000 could break through.